This is Cybert signing into Kane's Wrath on the map Tournament Highlands for game number 1 of Group D. We're in the group stage of Chrono Clash II. It has been a mega event with 4 and 5 hour videos coming out, showcasing the incredible amount of matches that we have here and continuing that tradition, playing green, playing GDI. This is Green Zero. On the opposite side of the map, rocking the Reaper 17, hoping to bring the win. This is Svenson. Group D, finally getting to the last big group of the group stage, the last double elimination group of Chrono Clash II. Of course, there is Group E, the Blitz group, single elimination, 24 players, and basically 3 rounds to finish. This group, on the other hand, especially starting out here in round number 1 of the upper bracket, you potentially play 5 best of 5s or 6 best of 5s to make it out. It is a lot more games here in the double elimination group, but you do have those 2 chances to make it through. There's going to be the MCV unpacking. He gets a little bit of the way to the natural expansion and then unpacks. And that's partially just the timing on how the economy works out. Svenson very quickly to the 4 harvesters, but he sends the 4th one. Okay, I assumed he was going for the blue Tiberium immediately, and going for the blue Tiberium with your 4th harvester right out of the gate isn't necessarily efficient because of how long it takes to drive to the blue Tiberium. Even though you do get that double income, it doesn't yet necessarily yield good results because of it. Reaper 17 is not known for their descent rushes, but they're going to be known for them here. They do get 1 harvester and the others stay alive. Green Zero manages to save at least 1. Half health is good enough. You can still harvest, and it will be the rush and then right into the natural expansion. Svenson was not betting the farm on that. He's already got the harvester down there, his 7th harvester down at his natural expansion, ready for that refinery to deploy. Maybe even a little bit too early. He's going to have to turn it around and send it back to the natural, and there we go, as Svenson has that somewhat significant economic advantage. We'll see how it works out long term, but for the moment, he's ahead on income. And just how Chrono Clash is sponsored by Chronosphere, and they can help you get ahead, because behind every smooth app or site you use are teams of developers and operators working to keep those systems fast, reliable, and running around the clock. Chronosphere helps those teams by giving them a real-time view into how systems are behaving at scale across hundreds of services, containers, clusters, and clouds. Chronosphere gives teams control over what they see, what they spend, and what they solve. So go ahead and check them out at chronosphere.io or by scanning the QR code on the screen. Of course, Chronosphere is powering the Chrono Clash, and it wouldn't be happening without them. So a huge thanks to Chronosphere. And if you work at a tech company, if you need observability tools and services, they are the solution for you. Dev tanks are out, Nerve Center is up for Svenson, and we do have the portal here as well. Could be going for some more infantry, could also just be using it for that defensive capability. Shard Walkers out on the field, going to be crossing the map and putting the pressure on Green Zero. A little bit of pressure at the beginning of the game, and even more pressure now in the mid-game. For now, Guardian Cannon and Pitbulls are going to be the primary defense for Green Zero. He's holding the barracks here. He's deploying the refinery as well, and now the Lightning Spike is going to be targeted down. Svenson hoping to keep up the pressure. He loses the Lightning Spike. Okay, he is going to back off. I was like, that's not great timing to head in after the Lightning Spike is dead to go for your big attack. Pitbulls now going to be chasing down these Seekers. The Pitbulls have the numbers, so even though they may not have the high damage output, they are in better numbers, and they're going to be able to pick up the Harvester as well. You hit me, I'm going to hit you right back as the Harvester goes down on the blue Tiberium field, and the Dev Tanks are just out in the middle of the map trying to chase Pitbulls, but the Pitbulls are so much faster. Green Zero going to be able to make his escape. Svenson up 11k total resources gathered here in game number 1. He's got the big economic advantage, but what can he do with it? Not much with this Dev Tank, which is about to get mauled and overwhelmed by those Pitbulls. It's more about these Dev Tanks ready to go at the natural expansion, not targeting Harvesters, not targeting infrastructure, just fighting it out with these Guardian Cannons. And the longer you spend fighting it out with the Guardian Cannons, the better Green Zero is going to be feeling about this exchange, because he would love to keep all of his Harvesters alive and not have to worry about rebuilding them. Another Guardian Cannon comes up. There's going to be the Buzzer Swarm getting called in, but they're sent to attack the Guardian Cannon and pulled off the line immediately. The Rocket Squad's getting the extra shots in, and now the Rockets running for their life from those steely boys. They slice and they dice, and they're no fun to play with if you're GDI. Svenson finds a bit of damage but fumbles the attack. His economic advantage isn't yielding a more effective army. Green Zero starting slow, playing defensive for pretty much the entire game, and if that's all he manages to do, that may be enough to hold off the Skrin forces, because on the other side of the map, it's going to be a couple of Pitbulls trying to sneak into the back line. They found some Harvesters, but they're not undefended. There's some Shard Walkers here as Svenson commits into the attack on the other side. Green Zero is going to be losing the Pitbulls on the right side, and Svenson backs off. Another Guardian Cannon claimed, but no Harvesters off the line. It's 9 versus 10. Green Zero's economy nearly caught up to Svenson, and he's holding on with dear life. But again, Svenson's attacks are trading army units. They're trading against defenses. They're not taking down tech. They're not taking down Harvesters, and Green Zero is happy about that. If these Dev Tanks had swung around and gone for the kill on Harvesters, Green Zero would be a lot sadder in this moment. Svenson is going to try again, but it feels like every time he tries this, it just goes worse. Green Zero is here with even more than before rockets and Predator tanks to target down these Shard Walkers and these Dev Tanks. 2 more Shards go down, and a Predator gets traded back. Pred's moving perhaps a little bit too far forward. Without the help of the rocket squads, they don't trade as favorably. So it's just Dev Tanks versus Predator tanks deleting each other and moving very slowly across the map. But the Predator tanks have the numbers, and Svenson goes for the scout with the buzzer. He spots the MCV on the move. He sees the reinforcements coming in, and maybe even the armory as well. It's Reaper tripods out onto the map. A fearsome unit on the ground. And can they be dealt with by Green Zero? The Tib Spike goes down, and Shard Walkers walk up to line up the shots against the rocket squads. They head into the corner, and Green Zero splits his force. Harvesters getting tagged by a rifleman back down in the south, and it's a couple of Pitbulls going for a scout deep into enemy territory, as Green Zero might just lose this whole expedition force as Svenson finds the Predator tanks. But can the Shard Walkers actually clean up the rockets before the rockets suicide onto the tripod? The tripod really doesn't need to stay here for this fight. He's absorbing a lot of shots, and he does need to step back towards that war factory before going to the next fight. The rockets all go down, and Green Zero is looking to press the advantage at the front door while the army is away. Knock, knock, who's there? It's a rocket squad. You're not home? I hope the buzzers are enough, and they are for now. Shatterer's not getting the shots off, not at first, as there they line them up, and the buzzer hive gets deployed. The MCV is low on health, and now the reinforcements have finally come in. The power plant plant is too little too late, but the army's already arrived, and he's going to be able to dumpster Green Zero's Shatterers. Can Green Zero's defense hold the line? It's rockets, which are slower to kill, and it's Shard Walkers that can stomp over everything. It's more tripods to the front line. It's an MCV, but it might cost Green Zero the game as Svenson is overdrawn on power. He has no real option but to push on forward. There's going to be the MCV getting shut down. It's 4 tripods stomping all over the third base of Green Zero. The MCV getting locked down yet again, and it's just 4 tripods surrounding the GDI forces. Or more rockets pouring out onto the front line. The Harvester's about to stand alone as the tripods continue their reign of terror. One goes down, but so does the barracks. No sneaky engineers to reclaim the army as Svenson fights a dirty battle in the middle and just keeps it rolling. Shardwalker's going to be eating up these units one by one as they cross the map, and Green Zero taps out as Svenson gets the first win in game number 1 on Tournament Islands. What do you do after you win? What do you do after you lose? If you're Green Zero, you go to Winter Meltdown, the map of choice. If you're Svenson, you decide to draw random, and you get lucky with Black Hand. So it is going to be a classic GDI versus Black Hand in game number 2. Svenson, I cannot believe that he follows up a game 1 win with Reaper 17 with just going random, which maybe he believes that is the best chance to beat Green Zero, and maybe he just wants to have a little bit of fun. But in this case, it is going to be Black Hand. Green Zero, I assume, has spotted the Confessor Cabals at some point, so he does know that he's up against Black Hand specifically. He knows which variant of Nod he has to deal with, and that is, again, just an incredibly powerful random draw for Svenson to get. And he even wins the fight there with the Rifleman Squad. Denies the Scout, and let's see if it's because it's a second War Factory. It's an operations center, perhaps just as good, and Green Zero coming in now with 2 additional squads right there at the 90-second mark. He wants to get an eye on what is going on in his opponent's base. Svenson goes for a flame tank. It gets spotted right away. There's the sell-off of the ops center, and this could be a second ops center deployed. Nope, it's going to be 1 flame tank, and that is it. So Svenson goes for a second harvester, and he follows it up with a flame tank. He could just very well go into a normal macro game behind this, but he has cut some corners to make this happen. His second refinery is severely delayed, but it's not as far delayed as it would be if he was going for a second operation center and a reckoner and they double flame follow-up. Flame tank gets caught out in the open, out in the middle. Svenson denies 1 scout, but he doesn't catch the other 2, and so Green Zero gets pretty much perfect intel on this movement. He's also going to catch a couple of bikes here with a Predator tank, and MCV is going to take at least 1 hit there, so some bonus damage there, but 2 bikes go down, traded out against that 1 Predator tank, and well, now the Black Hand are going to be leading the charge. Can Green Zero actually get the crush? Black Hand moved pretty darn close, but Green Zero doesn't get the crush. He gets the kill on the flame tank, and he gets 2 of the members of the Black Hand squad. It's not a good start here for Svenson. There we go. That's a bad start for Svenson. He does have his MCV moving towards that natural expansion. He is going to try and play this one out normally, and you can see he's 4K behind in total resources gathered, but those harvester timings are going to be faster, and now we're going to be seeing that Green Zero has actual units out on the map that can do things, and Svenson has to rebuild everything because the units for Green Zero that kept him safe from the flame tank, from the Black Hand, and from the attack bikes, they're the same units that are still out on the map right now. And meanwhile, Svenson, he lost almost everything from that opening to 3 minutes. Everything is dead pretty much. Secret Shrine out on the field, rocket squads pouring out from the main base, and this is a nice defensive move, but he is moving right out to the middle of the map and heading towards the natural expansion of Green Zero. Another scouting rifleman comes out from Greeny, and he might actually spot these forces as they move towards his base, and he gets pretty much, again, perfect scout right there, almost in the middle of the map, to know that this is coming. The APC and the Predator tanks immediately start targeting down this Civ structure. They want to eliminate the garrison before the units get there, and it's pretty much done. There it is. The final bits of damage happen, and now that structure can't be garrisoned anymore, and he'll even completely destroy it. It falls to pieces there as 2 watchtowers were already ready. A third one gets added on, and Svenson's attack is going to come to nothing, unlike in game number 1, where the Disintegrators at least got a Harvester, where they slowed something down. Here in game number 2, the defense has been pretty much perfect from Green Zero. He took a teeny bit of damage on a watchtower, and he lost maybe a Predator tank, but other than that, the defense has been perfect from the GDI. He's started up AP ammo. He's got the command post out and ready. Every attack has gone bad for Svenson. Green Zero may be about to lose a garrison, but considering all of the things he's won in this game number 2, he will take that trade every single time. Double refinery on the natural expansion for Svenson, and yes, he did have to cut his second war factory to make that happen that quickly. So Svenson has caught up on the harvester count. He is even ahead by 1 harvester, but Green Zero has the army that is out on the map. He has the map position and the ability to put on pressure at Svenson's natural. Svenson gets early warning about this, so he has almost the maximum amount of time to prepare as possible. He spotted this on pretty much the opposite side of the map. There's going to be the laser turret getting deployed, Predator tanks rolling up to the natural expansion. Svenson's army, he's got 10k worth of infantry, but they're all in the south. They're all at the main base. There's going to be the laser fence being added on. Its double laser turret to try and hold off this attack. 1 Scorpion tank has showed up, and Green Zero doesn't even care about the harvesters. He's going right for the refinery. If you've got harvesters but they can't refine anything, what use are they? And there's 1 harvester down. There's a second that gets tapped, and a third is going to go in the dirt. It's the frozen tundra, so you're going to have to blast a hole in the ground with a shotgun to bury these harvs. But the refinery will help. The burning flames of the refinery will warm the ground. And is he actually going to get the operations center? The tech reset there from Green Zero. He's backed himself into a corner, but if he gets both refineries, this slows down the economy of Svenson by so much. And he can even try and get another harvester on exit. It's no stealth for the Black Hand, but it's no escape for the Predator tanks. Eventually, the rockets did find their way into that defensive position, but it's so little, so late. Svenson rebuilding a power plant before he's able to start reproducing that refinery as well. And now Green Zero, he sniped the operations center, which is exactly what an air-focused GDI player would have hoped for. It's another dead harvester full of Tiberium. It's 5 or 6 hammerheads ready to go for Green Zero, and he gets the kill on the harvester and then backs off for now. It's zone troopers on the front line. It's a reclamator hub as well. Hammerheads finish off the rocket squads in the middle, and Svenson, he doesn't even have 10k worth of units, and he is sending them pretty much all across the map, just streaming out. Against all odds, he is going to cross the map and hope for a miracle. Green Zero spread out across 3 bases. Maybe Svenson can hit the main base, can knock down whatever is there, but it's not a lot. 1 refinery, 2 power plants. It's not the crown jewel of the GDI arsenal. It's not much of anything for Green Zero, who's now 32k ahead in total resources gathered, more than double the army value as well. And a lot of that is in hammerheads. Hammerheads that can be almost anywhere on the map, that can fly and float and strike when you least expect. That's so many hammerheads. That is just so many hammerheads. And now Svenson rocks up to the third base of Green Zero, and he realizes the mistake that has been made. He realizes the position that he's in, and it is 100k versus 64. Another buggy goes down. The hammerheads escape. Space Command uplink is here as well. Green Zero floating 3k. He can drop the shockwave artillery. He can hold for the orbital bombardment. He can do anything he wants with those one clicks as the GG comes out and Svenson drops out of game number 2. The aggression doesn't pan out on Winter Meltdown. Green Zero puts a point on the board with the slow and steady macro game. And I guess that sends us to Hampstead Gardens for game number 3. The tiebreaker, the momentum maker in the north. This is Green Zero, hoping to get a win here on his own map. He's the designer, but can he be the victor versus the Traveler 59, the sneaky? This is Svenson. He got a game 1 victory with Skrin, and part of that was a disintegrator rush as well at the beginning. But can he get a victory in game 3 with Skrin on Hampstead Gardens? Again, designed by Green Zero. So is it an honorific to choose this map? Is this like showing honor to Green Zero, or is Green Zero going to have an advantage because he designed this map and he knows it perhaps better than anyone? Buzzer's going to try and chase down this rifleman squad, and Green Zero, he's hoping to not have to deal with a disintegrator rush, and guess what? He doesn't have to deal with a disintegrator rush. No fast leg descents for this Traveler player, but maybe it'll be about the cultists and the prodigy a little bit later on. War factories are here. Second refineries are timed nicely. Both players playing as standard and as macro oriented as you could hope. MCVs on the move to the natural expansions, and everything is as you would want. A gentleman's agreement, a handshake, no attacks for 4 or 5 minutes. Down in the middle of the map, the EMP control center, rarely captured. Perhaps Green Zero, the one who placed it there, will be the one who actually captures it and utilizes it, making use of the high ground EMP. Now here's the tricky part for Svenson. Does he want to go for something sneaky now that he's gone for the very standard looking opener and he's moved his MCV over to the natural expansion? Can he now find a bit of weirdness, a wrench to throw into the mix, to go aggressive and to disrupt Green Zero? For now, the answer is no. Both players, again, just playing as stock standard and as straightforward as possible, which I would think would give Green Zero the advantage. In some of these group stage matches, we've had underdog matchups, and I feel like Green Zero is the more accomplished player, and certainly the score is even right now. But I think if the games are more standard, if they're longer, if they're macro oriented, I think that's going to favor Green Zero in the end. So you would think that Svenson wants to do something a little bit tricky, do something to try and disrupt Green Zero, and that's what he did in game number 1. Command post, airfield. Green Zero might be going for something tricky himself. He's going to be going double airfield at the natural expansion. It is not some kind of never heard of before rig rush or some kind of build that no one ever sees. Double airfield at the natural is a relatively common mid-game play from GDI, but if you don't know that it's coming, if you don't expect it, it can hit you like a brick out of nowhere. And now Gunwalker's moving forward. Svenson doesn't know that this is coming towards him, but he is going to get eyes on it very soon. Nothing has come out just yet. AP ammo has finished up, so these APCs are going to have some extra power versus the Gunwalkers, and they also deploying mines, so the Gunwalkers take some early damage there. One of the Gunwalkers basically dead on arrival, and Svenson, he might be suspecting that something is up. He's got shock troopers out on the field, and it looks like he's got fast legs as well. I don't know if he's quite spotted that there's no second refinery at this natural expansion. Green Zero has cut harvesters. He has cut refineries to make this double Firehawk play happen. And if I had to guess, he's got hard points and Stratofighter ready to go. There's going to be the shock troopers heading to the front line, but it's also a watchtower here and a ton of APCs. The blink back from Svenson as he is looking to call in the repair drones as well. There's the second refinery getting called in, and Green Zero's Firehawks are off the deck. They're going to try and get out onto the field and bomb something out to even this game up, but Svenson is going to find one harvester there, undefended. Couple of harvesters getting pulled back. Gunwalkers and shock troopers here to try and sustain the fight, and the APCs are all that stand in their way. One airfield gets sold off. Green Zero goes triple watchtower behind the buildings to hold off the Gunwalkers, and the shock troopers come in. The reinforcements from Svenson hoping to get more kills. There's another burst onto a harvester, and the second harvester going down will be perhaps all those shock troopers manage to do, as the APCs and the watchtowers, the AP ammo makes short work of the Shocky boys. Gunwalker stays on the front line. Gunwalker gets gunned down as Green Zero holds off the ground attack and then looks for the damage in the corner. Nerve Center gets sniped. Stasis Chamber gets sniped. And that's going to be some shock troopers going for the blink. And the damage is spread. Finally, he'll find the kills. There's going to be... oh my gosh, the luckiest boy alive. That Firehawk in the middle, burning, burning, burning as he Stratofighters out. 0 HP on that guy, escapes, and the target selection couldn't be worse. The RNG of where those shock troopers put their shots, one target being slightly further away and being lower priority in the shock trooper targeting AI, is tragic for Svenson. That goes from like a devastating play, crushing Green Zero's Firehawk numbers, to Green Zero still having 3 Firehawks left over and only having to rebuild one as he bombs out more power plants and he sends Svenson to the Dark Ages. Svenson, who had the stronger economy at the natural expansion, who had more harvesters overall, who got the blinks, who got the kills on his opponent, and then he just gets bombed out of tech. He gets bombed out of power by the repeat Firehawk Stratofighter bombing runs. Svenson suddenly feels like he's got very little left to cover, and what can he do to stop Green Zero? The Marv is now out. Green Zero has bought enough time. He doesn't need a third base out on the field, and he doesn't even have any anti-air to block off the attack path with this tier 3. He finally has power back up and running. He's pulled his war factory and his barracks offline to make this happen, and there's going to be the Firehawks. They can go for the bombing run, and they don't. They just all die. They just did nothing. They just, after all of that perfect control, after all of that execution, they just get blasted out of the sky. They do absolutely nothing on their final bombing run, and I'm not sure if that was a misclick or what. It certainly looked like they were about to bomb out the tech center, and then it just did not happen. The tier 3 still stands, and the Marv is already out, so it's going to be a while until the Eradicator Hexpod will be here on the Traveler side to match the super tank of the GDI. But at least the tech hasn't been reset for a second or third time here. And sniper teams are here to deal with the Prodigy and deal with the cultists, but they just aren't here. It's only shock troopers. All right, never mind. There's the Prodigy right there. Sniper team's always a good choice versus these infantry-heavy factions. Traveler 59 has extremely powerful infantry. Black Hand have extremely powerful infantry. Even Zocom can have powerful infantry, and sniper teams do well versus all of them. A Harvester just over there doing nothing for the time being. There's going to be the slow field on top of this army as the Gunwalkers and Shock Troopers are moving in to engage. The Prodigy is here as well, and there's going to be a blink forward of nothing. I think that was supposed to be a tripod. I'm not sure, but the sniper teams get the kill, and now the Marv can just slowly walk away from the tripod, who falls over, tripping over his own feet, trying to get the kill, and the APCs, unaffected by the slow field, are going to close in. The Eradicator moments away, the salvation of the Skrin, and he's now here out onto the field. There's the sell-off of the Warp Chasm, and it's going to be triple Shock Trooper inside of that Eradicator, and the Marv is now here on the front line. APCs targeting down the once high numbers of Harvesters that Svenson has. Mass APC is what Green Zero has gone for, but the Marv is taking so much damage. The burst from the shocks is enough, and it's APCs, the only thing left on the front line for the GDI. The super tank is dead, and this Eradicator down to half health without any corruptors to heal it up. It is surprisingly squishy. Harvester going down. No, he gets blinked away. Svenson, despite taking a lot of damage on his Harvesters, you can see that they're all like half or below half health, a lot of them in that cluster. Despite that, they actually are still all working, and they are still all online. So he only lost one Harvester in all of that exchange. He went from 10 down to 9, and Green Zero has taken a third base. So Svenson is long distance harvesting everything that he can, but now it's zone heads coming in for the attack, and they're going to swircle around the Eradicator Hexapod. Prodigy coming forward. They might just dive on the Prodigy to try and go for the kill and eliminate it from the map. But no, the APCs are going to go for the kill, and it's sniper teams inside of the APCs that get the kill that counts the most. Hammerheads trying to escape the front line, trying to find the one spot where there isn't anti-air, and he goes for the scan as Green Zero snipes the tripod. The Eradicator still alive, but pretty much undefended and unhelped by anything. There's going to be one dead power plant, and the lights go out. Svenson once again, he has no power as he has to pull everything offline to make these hammerheads run away. One more hammerhead goes down. The zone troopers inside falling to the ground, and the corruptors are finally here to heal up that Eradicator. It's been a long time since we've seen an Eradicator on the front line without much in terms of healing. Harvesters on the front line, able to harvest up pretty much this entire third base for Green Zero. And it's another Marv. We went one round. Let's go again as Green Zero gets a second Marv out onto the field. And maybe this one will be protected a little bit better. It will have at least Juggernauts to back it up. It'll have perhaps Shockwave Artillery as well, as we've got the Space Command uplink ready to go. The barracks gets deployed, and Svenson refusing to move his MCV, never establishing refineries on the third base. It means that even though he's had good numbers of Harvesters, 10, 9, 8, and now 7, he just doesn't have a good harvesting ratio. They have to drive so far to get that Tiberium. Even so, they are still turning into a parking lot outside of some of these refineries. So Svenson, who should be, maybe 10k ahead of Green Zero, is 10k behind Green Zero, and that is reflected in the army tab as well. Green Zero 20k up in army value against Svenson. But maybe it won't matter. Maybe their armies won't actually fight and they'll just base trade against each other because Green Zero is moving forward on one side and Svenson is moving forward on the other. A lot of his army value is tied up in these hammerheads with the zone troopers inside of them. They are fantastically expensive, but Green Zero can't afford it if he marvists that entire field on the right side. He can afford whatever he wants because he's stealing the Tiberium from his opponent. There's going to be the Shockwave Artillery, hoping the RNG is good, and there it lands on the Eradicator, on his own harvesters as well, but it just doesn't matter because there's nothing here with the Eradicator, and it's double that for one of the zone troopers inside of the hammerhead as the GG comes out. With the Eradicator falling, so falls the hopes of Svenson to win game number 3 on Hampstead Gardens. Green Zero takes the victory on his home turf. Welcome to the Rift, the Tiberium Rift, here for game number 4. In the north, playing the Zocom, rocking the pink, it's Svenson. And in the south, playing the green, playing the GDI. He knows what he's about. This is Green Zero. Green Zero versus Svenson. It's been some explosive matches, but now Green Zero is up 2-1 in a best of 5. There were maybe some falters in the beginning, but not so much in the last couple of games. It's been solid, straightforward play for the green GDI commander, and Svenson has to bring it all to the front line here to make it happen and to send us to the ace match, the final match of this best of 5 to stop Green Zero from advancing on to the next round of the tournament. Svenson opting for Zocom does make me wonder what he's got planned on a map like Tiberium Rift, which is a pretty standard, normal map. Ultimately, it's been played a ton over the course of Kane's Wrath, but played a lot more is the original Tournament Rift, which was played the most in the earlier days of Kane's Wrath, and then not so much in the last 5 to 8 years of the game. Meanwhile, Tiberium Rift has taken that place as a community-twisted alternative of Tournament Rift. And we do have the Harvester moving out for the blue Tiberium in the dead center of the map. Svenson is going to be looking to lock down that first load of blue Tiberium, which is fine because we are very slow going here in the beginning. Again, not necessarily efficient to send the Harvester out this early to get that load of blue Tiberium. We'll see. He will be very, very close to getting a full load. If it's not completely full, then he will be very close, but it is also just taking a super long time for this Harvester to gather this Tiberium and then drive all the way back home. And look at that, he does finally get it. Refinery up at the natural expansion. Scouts coming in as Svenson rushing in game number 1 with some disintegrators and finding a little bit of poke damage with the pit bulls here in game number 4. Unfortunately, not able to find a kill so far on a Harvester of Green Zero. Knocking down 1 to 2 Harvesters of Green Zero would be a great way to stunt the economy of Greenie, who has been pretty much a head-on economy in almost every single game. The longer it goes on, the better Green Zero looks versus Svenson. And it's Mass Pitbull versus Mass Pitbull for the start. It's going to be a 2-for-0 opening for Green Zero. He gets 2 kills on his opponent's Pitbulls, and that's a nice way to begin any kind of a match, especially when you've got double War Factory production as Green Zero, and your opponent went for a 4th refinery before that 2nd War Factory. Green Zero might actually be able to catch another Pitbull there as it transitions around the mountain and finally trading one back. Svenson gets a kill, but he has traded 4 or 5 Pitbulls for the 1 or maybe 2 that he has gotten from Green Zero. The numbers just don't work in Svenson's favor with these Pitbull trades thus far. But maybe Green Zero will back off the pressure and he won't commit in for so many attacks. Pitbull's backing up to the edge of the natural expansion, and behind this, I'm going to assume Green Zero is going for tech, getting his tech tree rounded out while keeping the pressure on the Svenson side of the map. And I like Svenson better when he's playing more aggressive, but in this game, it's been more about defending these Pitbulls, trying to keep an eye on Green Zero. And for now, Green Zero just trading back and forth, hoping that his second wave of pits in the middle of the map will find a little bit more damage and will maybe even find the damage that puts him ahead. Svenson, I would say it's perfect scout timing, but it's a little bit late to be realizing that this attack is coming. If he had spotted it a few seconds earlier, he would have had more time to prepare. He doesn't actually pull any harvesters, so I guess the Pitbulls are just going to commit into the attack, and Svenson leaves them all there. So that's going to be 1 dead harvester, and the question is, how much does Green Zero want to commit in for this? Because he can get more harvesters if he's willing to trade more Pitbulls for it. That's 2 dead harvesters, and a third one is on the list. The menu doesn't end, and we're eating good today as the third Harvey goes down, and it's 2 orcas on the deck, and these are orcas, but one goes down right from the beginning. And Svenson may have powerful aircraft, but they're not powerful when they're dead, and that's 2 dead on the deck. One didn't even fire a shot, as Svenson now realizes the damage that has been done. Green Zero is rocking 10 harvesters to the 6 of Svenson. Green Zero also floating 5, almost 6K during that attack. So he managed to get the damage done. And, well, we'll see if he's got any support powers to call in, because he may be able to burn through that cash real quick with a couple of 1 clicks. Another Pitbull goes down. Green Zero finds a couple of kills, and he might just be going Tech Center and Mortars if he wants. Oh, he already got them. They're right there. And the Pitbulls show up at the same time as the Orcas. That's 2 dead Orcas, as Svenson has lost 4 Orcas and only gotten a couple of kills for them. And GDI is happy to trade out those Pitbulls for Orcas pretty much any time, as well as a Marv coming out online. Couple of zone troopers inside, couple of engineers as well, as Green Zero is going to be moving forward with now a fully grown GDI tech tree. He's gone all the way to Marv, and he's calling in sniper teams as well. He's predicting that it's going to be Zocom infantry, and there they are. Tib field suits are a great upgrade for Zocom, and well, that's another dead Orca as the Pitbulls move in, and they're just hunting for any target that they can find. They're actually just going to go for the airfield. There's nothing here, but you might as well knock it down so they can't refuel as easily. And if they fire their shots, then it's just going to be some burning down Orcas slowly waiting for the tides to turn, as that's going to be a dead command post. As Svenson, he is losing the fight back home, and it's only 5 or 6 Pitbulls that's in his back door that's tearing down this base. On the other side, he's going to have to commit into the attack against the third base of Green Zeros. It's a lot of APCs. There are no harvesters there. It might just be a trap, as Green Zero is looking for the harvester kills, and he's getting chased by this infinite army of rockets. At least 1 harvester down, maybe more, as Green Zero might even escape with 5 Pitbulls on the front line. Well, that's not the favorite thing to see camping outside of your third base. The MCV under threat, and when you're down 1-2, this is the last thing you want to see in front of you. Svenson has it all on the line, and he's going to cross map. He's going to push out with everything that he's got. It's a lot of Pitbulls, it's a lot of rockets, and if you just go for the base trade, that might be your best chance at taking this game number 4, and this would be an amazing comeback if Svenson managed to pull it back. But oh, that's a specialty force. They are looking to specialize in putting Svenson's infantry in the dirt. That's sniper teams, that's APCs, and that's why watchtowers, and they're not even waiting for the watchtowers to take the brunt of the damage. They're moving out into the open ground. They're hoping to fight these rockets on open field, and that's where the rockets can actually trade a little bit more effectively, but the sniper teams are unopposed. Go ahead and shoot at them with pit bulls. That's the last thing you'd want to do if you wanted to kill them quickly. And the rockets trade great versus the APCs. The numbers don't lie because the rockets put them in the ground, but the snipers, those are what break the back of Svenson's army. The Marv isn't stopping in the south side, but the APCs get crushed in the north, and the sniper teams eventually get pushed back, but there's still 3 sniper teams. You know how many sniper teams there were at the start of the fight? There were 3 sniper teams! As Svenson taps out, he calls the GG, and the Marv rolls into his natural expansion, and that's the end of the game as Green Zero advances into round 2 of the upper bracket. And that brings us to round 2. It brings us to Tiberium Rift. In the top left-hand corner, playing the yellow nod, this is BartJones, here for game 1 of this best of 5.
And his opponent from the moment in the bottom right-hand corner of the map in the pink, playing the Steel Talons, this is Phoenix.
And a warm welcome to you, Korak. It is great to have you here on the channel. We have been chatting behind the scenes, and also you have been doing, somewhat surprisingly, more coverage of this tournament than I have been doing. And especially up to like when my Group A video launched, I put out the trailer for the event, and then you put out like 12 hours of content for the event before I got my first real video out. So I hope you've been enjoying the games, and thank you very much for covering Chrono Clash II.
It's definitely been pretty exciting for me to do it, and I've been blessed with a little bit of extra time, so I've been able to get these videos out a bit quicker on my end. I'm definitely going for a little bit more of quantity over quality on my side.
Yeah, that's my plan too. And if you guys haven't checked out Korak, he will be linked in the description, so go check him out. He's got a ton of coverage, not only of Chrono Clash 2 games, but you've got other tournaments as well. I believe the Extended Series Invitational you've got some coverage of. So if you want some Kane's Wrath action, check out Korak's channel. And I did just mispronounce your name, but I think people will figure it out anyways. Steel Talons versus Nod. Pretty macro-oriented openers right here at the beginning. Both players headed for that natural expansion. No funny business from either one.
BartJones doing a good job of keeping up the scouting, especially if he's going to be a little bit more aggressive, because even though he is the Nod faction, which is typically more of the sneaky faction, it's good for him to keep an eye on Steel Talons. Steel Talons, you don't really got to worry about too much early on, except for, you know, maybe if you're fighting Master Leaf and you get to see the flying MRTs, the rocket squads in them. So just seeing the transition and being prepared for it. And most importantly, if BartJones is going to do something sneaky and prepare a rush, maybe get an operations center or flame tanks or reckoners like that out there, having those scouts out will let him know where he can hit.
And in this case, we don't get the joys of goofy Steel Talons builds like flying MRTs. And we also don't get the terror of a flame rush from BartJones because he goes refinery first at the natural expansion. He doesn't even go straight into the second war factory right away. We do have some bikes crossing the map in the north. But overall, as you were saying, it's a very calm opener from both players. Third refinery's up, 8 harvesters apiece. No action for the first couple of minutes.
It does look like Phoenix has moves of a couple of Pipples and at least a singular MRT. He might be trying to go for a little bit of assault here, and it looks like BartJones is undefended, at least for the moment. He's only got a couple of Raider buggies here. No Scorpion tanks just quite yet. Pipples moving their way in, get a couple of pot shots off, but I think that there should be plenty of Raider buggies here for the damage. Does look like we do finally get a Scorpion tank making its way sort of back in there. The Mine Drop does pop off, killing the Scorpion tank. Pitbulls backing their way out, getting a couple of more shots on that Harvester, but not able to take it out as the Raider buggies do manage to push out the forces of Phoenix.
The unfortunate trade for Phoenix, not netting him very much, and he engaged with the Pitbulls before the MRTs had actually rocked up to the fight. So the first Pitbull died before the repair drones of the MRT had reached the front line. But on the other side of the map, it was a couple of attack bikes moving in for BartJones. He wasn't able to do much, and both players have climbed up to 9 harvesters. The early skirmish gets nothing on both sides of the map.
Phoenix actually already having a bit of a decent transition over here, having a couple of those missile squads, which can do quite well into these units, can soften up this bike and buggy combination. At the very least, it's going to deal with a couple of the raider buggies, but it doesn't look like Phoenix is actually paying attention to this, as he doesn't even take out a single raider buggy. There's a plenty of splash damage around, but he wasn't able to focus fire, so he was not watching his micro and macro up on the northern section.
The Raider Buggies get the kill and move on. Orca Strike on the other side of the map tags the operations center, but it is more Scorpions and more bikes and buggies. MRT does go down. Pitbull's going to be moving forward. First Hammerhead reveals itself. If BartJones didn't know about the airfield before from the Orca Strike, he definitely knows now. Another Pitbull goes down. Minor sloppy trades here between both players. And it looks like fresh upgrades on the Steel Talon side of the map. First couple of Scorpions rolling across the map as BartJones is looking to punish Phoenix's overextension into the middle. The MRT goes down, and 2 more caught on the wrong side of the mountain. Where are the Titans, man? But it's not Titans, it's straight into Mammoth tanks.
That is something that's really nice about seeing plays from BartJones overall, is he's pretty decent at tightening up his formations and not getting caught where a couple other players would be, kind of like how Phoenix was over there. And his transitions haven't been too bad. Right now, he's not doing as good with the Scorpion tanks. He did get the upgrade there for the Dozer to give them a little bit of extra armor. Stealth tank actually sneaked its way over on the northern side of the Tiberium, looking for something to snack on, but it looks like it's by itself. It does not have a partner just quite yet.
I can't believe he missed the MCV that was on the move. He did have one of the stealth tanks ready to go pretty much in the north, but he just didn't see that Phoenix's MCV was on the move. And yeah, we've got the Dozer blades, but no laser capacitors just yet. So these Scorpion tanks are about to go toe-to-toe with Mammoth tanks, and that is not going to be a fun time for the Scorps.
Phoenix is doing a pretty good job, I think, of spreading out his Mammoth tanks. He's got the tech advantage, at least so far on the field, with these Mammoth tanks moving their way in. Do have a couple of Venoms taking a couple of good pot shots off on them, but they're only going to be able to do so much to the Mammoth tanks overall. So Phoenix kind of, I think, has his time. He has this opportunity to branch out these different Mammoth tanks into different areas to cover a wider area, because they can take down so many of those units. It does look like he's building railguns in the background there for the Mammoth tanks, and BartJones also has teched up as well over inside his first natural expansion. The sneaky stealth tanks managed to get 1 kill on a harvester at the natural expansion. But on the other side of the map, it's going to be BartJones' main base that's under threat. Railguns still haven't finished, but the Mammoths will get eyes on a flame tank. So they will at least stop one sneaky flame tank from making its way across the map. A third Mammoth tank going through the middle, and it's going to be lasers galore from BartJones. He will at least chop down one of the Mammoth tanks. He gets 1 kill, but there are so many more Mammoth tanks from Phoenix. It's just about whether or not Phoenix can find the right angle. Rocket squads adding to the formation here for BartJones, helping to soften up, hopefully, those Mammoth tanks. Mammoth tanks have a little bit harder time dealing with the man spam, and it doesn't look like Phoenix has anything just quite yet really to deal with the man spam. So I would like to see BartJones dive into that just a little bit more. I'm not sure what the purpose of the Venoms are just quite yet, or what he's trying to do. Maybe he's just trying to pick on what he can see. Maybe he's trying to go for the MRTs. I'm not sure what they can do as far as that, and I'm really curious what the transition for BartJones is going to be for dealing with these Mammoth tanks. Couple of Scorpions into the back line. Phoenix will find an undefended main base. No, there is 1 Phoenix Mammoth tank here, so BartJones, he was happy for the first moment, and then he saw all of the Mammoths rolling towards his position.
Unfortunately for those Scorpion tanks, they're going to have to find a different place to hang out. Actually, could they kill themselves? Could they sacrifice themselves to get the tech center? That could be a great target to finally shut down this Mammoth tank production and potentially stop a Marv as well. The tier 3 goes down, and the Mammoths are so far away that they can't even return fire. A couple of MRTs swinging in, and the Scorpions will eventually be dealt with, but they're getting good value in the back line of Phoenix. BartJones finding value 10 minutes into the game.
He's usually pretty good at capitalizing on those. Even with this Titan moving its way in, they should still manage to get a decent amount of damage. It looks like they're going to focus on that Harvester instead. Body block there for the power plant, but I think that's actually going to hurt Phoenix here in this defense, but maybe he's worried about the War Factory. I don't think BartJones has the forces in order to take those out. BartJones does finally get pushed out, leaving only 2 remaining Scorpion tanks over in that northern right section of the map. Stealth tanks getting found out in the center of the map. If they're not careful, they are going to get taken down, but it doesn't look like Phoenix is paying attention to it. One stealth tank does get taken down as the Mammoth tanks move their way into BartJones' base. Stealth Bomber's taking a couple of really good shots off of the Mammoth tank. Mammoth tank does go down. Harvester getting targeted and destroyed there for BartJones. Railguns definitely helping out with that damage. Avatars making their way into the fight. BartJones is coming out strong with these units. They will do quite well into the Mammoth tanks, and he is padding with his stats with the Rocket Squads. Rocket Squads engaging plenty of these Mammoth tanks. Mammoth tanks do have their adaptive armor out and ready to go, but I think the concave is here for BartJones, and most importantly, BartJones has that disruption tower out on the front line and a Redeemer building in the background. One Avatar getting taken down, another Avatar getting taken down. Laser turrets out on the front line here for the defense, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Plenty of Rocket Squad popping their way out. Would be nice to see another Hand of Nod here for the defense, and there it is right on cue. Hand of Nod popping its way out. Rocket Squad soon to follow, but there's plenty of Wolverines here to deal with the units as another Avatar does get taken down.
BartJones making what defense he can. His avatars all fall, and if only this attack was a minute later, the Redeemer would have been ready, and that could have gone so much better for BartJones. He has finally dealt with the Mammoth tanks. He's at least cleared up the third base of Phoenix on the other side of the map. He has stopped the bleeding back home, and he has managed to do some damage on the other side of the map. It's not over for BartJones, but that might be the beginning of the end for Phoenix. His Mammoths had a good first run, but they couldn't be everywhere at once.
Phoenix was faring quite well, and I thought he was in quite the good spot there with all of his Mammoth tanks up and going, but I don't think he was able to get out the forces that he needed. I would have liked to see a couple more maybe hammerheads with AP ammo, maybe some ceramic armor or something like that to deal with the man spam that you felt was going to come from the Hand of Nod. It's not an uncommon strategy to transition into these avatars and pad your stats, pad your formations with man spam, especially when you're up against Wolverines.
And GG comes out. Bart manages to pull something out. That attack from Phoenix started out strong, and it was looking like it was going to crush, and then his forces got split up in all of those different directions, and the counterattack from Bart was devastating. So game number 1 goes to Bart. And of course, it's game 2. So it's time for Tournament Highlands, but it's also time for a switch up of the factions. You have to appreciate that Phoenix, he tried something out there with Steel Talons. It's not the most popular faction. It's not the most common faction. It didn't really work. So he's switching it up to a comfort pick. Although some players would say that this is a Nod favored map, but he goes Skrin, and Skrin is an extremely powerful faction. So right into it with game number 2. Phoenix is already making some adjustments to his game plan.
And so far in the Chrono Clash, overall, I haven't seen a lot of the vanilla factions quite as much. It's been a lot of Black Hand, a lot of Marked of Kane. There's been a couple of sprinkling here and there, but I also haven't seen very much of vanilla faction versus vanilla faction. It's always vanilla faction versus sub faction, and a couple of mirror matches mixed in as well. So I'm curious what Phoenix is thinking, what he thinks he can get out and going. Maybe he was doing like you were saying before, that he was just trying to mix something up and maybe subvert those expectations for Bart BartJones, but now he doesn't want to play around. He wants to prepare for more forces. First Seeker Tank is out, making its way over into the Tiberium field, taking a couple of pot shots off at the Harvester. BartJones doesn't have his response just quite yet, but it's nothing to write home about for the current moment.
Yeah, Phoenix has actually got more than half the health off of that Harvester. That's actually kind of surprising he was able to get that much damage done on that Harvester. Phoenix is one of those players that I don't associate with Skrin, but also anytime someone loses a game and then they switch it to Skrin, it's like, all right, I think I know what we're going to see. We're going to see some stasis shields. We're going to see some phase. We're going to see a fast Eradicator or like fast Mechapedes. I feel like I can see the writing on the wall for where the game goes, specifically in a series when someone loses a game and then switches to Skrin.
BartJones is probably definitely prepared for that, and he's definitely really practiced. I think he's one of the more practiced players out there in the Kane's Wrath community, and at least in my opinion. And I think one of his biggest strengths that I've really seen is he doesn't call in the game. He doesn't give the GG up willingly. You've got to fight for every inch, and he manages to pull a rabbit out of his hat quite often that it really surprises me, to be honest. And there's only a couple other players I've seen be able to do that exact same thing. A lot of everyone else seems to give up before he does, and he's able to pull victories out of the jaws of defeat.
And I mean, that's one of those things that in a more casual game, a couple of Seeker Tanks moving into the natural expansion, they do manage to tag one Scorpion Tank. Harvester down below half health, and this is a Lightning Spike committed into the attack as well. So this is a decent amount of cash rolling into this natural expansion. You want to get, and repair drones as well. So Phoenix really is committing into this attack. He wants to get some kind of value for all of this money that he is putting towards this Harvester kill. One Harvester will finally go down. Phoenix could have gotten that one a bit quicker, but BartJones was microing the other Harvesters, and so he just didn't have the opportunity. As I was saying, in a more casual game like Kane's Wrath, people are more willing to tap out early. Like, there is less on the line than, you know, a professional sports match where there's million-dollar contracts or multi-million-dollar events going on. And Kane's Wrath, people get used to, you know, taking it a little bit more easy, a little bit more casual, not playing as hardcore. And yeah, they do tap out and give up. And so if a player like BartJones is willing to go the extra mile, that can absolutely catch people off guard.
Mechapedes for Phoenix are out, making their way over to the Tiberium Spike in the south, accompanied by a Devourer tank with a little bit of Tiberium in the power-up. And we did get an Operations Center out here for BartJones, so BartJones might be trying to sneak something around on his opponent, maybe like a Flame Tank. Phoenix, I think, is kind of open for it, so if he's not careful, he could end up in an unfortunate position. Scorpion Tanks moving their way in on the Devourer tanks, and the Mechapedes facing where they need to face, macroing where they can micro, and destroying a couple of the Scorpion Tanks. Assault is beginning in earnest. Only one Devourer tank over here does join the fight, but it looks like BartJones was the only one to take any losses in that engagement. But he was able to capitalize on a bit of blue Tiberium, so that assault wasn't for nothing. He was trying to get something in it as well.
And with that early Harvester harass and Harvester kill, even though BartJones was up on refineries and up on Harvesters for a minute there, his economy hasn't actually been stronger than Phoenix's. And typically Skrin does have that bit of an economic edge from the slightly faster harvesting mechanics, but that was even more so than I was expecting. Mind Drop comes in, Mechapedes dodging it for now. Obelisk gets deployed as well. Phoenix loses one Mechapede right at that first shot, but the rest of the Mechapedes are safe for now. A couple of Raider buggies getting kicked off in the middle of the map. They're put in the dirt as the mothership flies over. The drone ship deploys on the front line, and BartJones will know about it, but will he be able to do anything to stop it? Scorpion Tanks rolling forward, just the Dozer Blades, no laser capacitors at the current moment, and the Mechapedes trading back and forth. They might actually catch this MCV. It's open and exposed. It's out in the open, and it takes only a little bit of damage before deploying. BartJones fast enough on his hotkeys to save the MCV.
MCV only sitting at half HP so far. What's really going to boil down to for these Mechapeds is how well they get microed. They should do quite well into these units. It does look like we got laser capacitors there for the Scorpion tanks. BartJones putting a lot of stock into those, trying everything he can to push these units out. Obelisk of Light out of the front line, taking a couple of pot shots off, but is just barely not going to be able to make it. We do have a couple of tripods out on the front line, but they are isolated, and they are going to get picked off here if they're not careful. One going down to half HP. Mechapede going down. BartJones having to reverse move and maybe get some much needed repairs.
The Mechapede's dancing dangerously close to death. That obelisk so ready to go, but never able to actually fire that shot. BartJones thought he had enough build radius, but it just was not quite enough. These Scorpion tanks getting sort of trimmed down one by one. They go down. Finally, he gets the kill. Then he's looking for the Mechapede. Goes down. Tripods are here to defend. Trade back 1 for 1, but a Nod player will take that any day of the week. If you can get one Mechapede for one Scorpion, a couple of these other Scorpions dangerously close to death. BartJones, he knows that the middle of the map is being taken, and this can turn into such a clumsy fight in the middle. Tournament Highlands is one of those maps that forces players into the middle, and BartJones, this might be where he drowns.
And Phoenix actually has been doing a good job in the background of grabbing blue Tiberium in both the north and the south. I'm not sure BartJones has been able to grab too much. We actually have a Black Hand Squad in a carryall making its way over to the Tiberium spike here for his opponent, for Phoenix. Phoenix might lose an early Tiberium spike, so maybe BartJones is expecting this to go later into the game, and so he wants to try to get that. We do have a lightning spike there on the front line, but it's going to go down just as quickly. Mechapede's moving their way in, and they should be able to take out this assault. They are going to move their way in and get a little bit of garrison out, and it looks like we're getting a bit of a minor skirmishing here. Lightning spike should go down here in a moment, but I think the Mechapede should do plenty of damage to the garrison units inside of there and take them out rather quickly.
If BartJones is able to compromise or capitalize on this, then that is going to be a huge problem for Phoenix. Okay, it doesn't look like he will really get anything done. That was such a funny little exchange here, and it might end up working against BartJones as the Mechapedes move towards the natural expansion. There's still a lot of cash here, a lot of Tiberium on the ground ready to be harvested, and the map is about to be split between avatars and tripods on different sides of the map. And everybody sort of disengages for the moment. The Mechapedes pull back. The Scorpion tanks are still refusing to close in with these avatars. They find one out on the fringes there, but there are a lot more tripod friends behind him. Laser capacitors of these Scorpions, they're good, but they're not that good.
Mechapede going down in the center as the Redeemer tries to take a little bit of land. We do get a Black Hand Squad going for this Harvester. Probably should be going for the structure instead, but BartJones not paying just amount of attention. He also was able to move up his construction yard to get himself a little bit more build order, probably prepping a Obelisk of Light in the background, or at the very least is set up for one. Devastator Warship out here are going to be good into those Obelisk of Light, since they are essentially the artillery there for Skrin. Harvester going down in the north. Mechapede's going down in the north as well. Venom's here for the defense. BartJones capitalizing on some of the mistakes there for Phoenix. Devastator Warship making its way into BartJones' base and then having to back its way out over time.
Phoenix's Mechapedes finally getting caught. 3 of them by those Scorpions. Well, 2 Scorpions do go down on exit, unfortunately, and this is still a massive tripod army. The Reckoner is going to need a Rage Gen to try and turn this fight around. Vertigo Bombers coming in, trying to provide some overwatch for these Scorpions. 0 tripods down. That could have been disaster for Phoenix, but it turns out just fine. Stasis Shield locking down the Redeemer in the middle of the map. A couple of avatars getting split onto the wrong side of that Tiberium rift, and that's going to be 2 dead avatars trapped against an infinite wall of lasers. The tripods are here to stay, and the invasion is here. It's lasers v lasers, and who's got the better turnout? Rage Gen not going to happen because the EMP locks down the Redeemer, and the tripods falling on one flank, but the Redeemer falling on the other. Phoenix turning this into a messy fight as the Vertigos come back in to support BartJones, and he's going to be able to get a couple of these tripods, but the fight rages on from left to right on all corners of this circular field. There is no hope that it would be a clean fight between these players, as even the Buzzer Swarm support power gets called in to cut down the rocket squads on the ground. The tripods march forward, but who's ever able to claim the husks may be the true winner of this fight. Another avatar falls, more Venoms coming in, nothing to shoot down the Venoms on the Skrin side, so it's going to be Vertigos, a fresh bombing run, a fresh 2 dead tripods, and the last couple of rocket squads can finish off the remaining tripod. So many engineers could be rushed to the front line to give a second life to either player.
A couple of engineers for BartJones are making their way over into those tripods, into one of the avatars. Phoenix trying to do everything he can, put that Buzzer Hive Squad to try and stop them, try to delay them. This Hand of Nod has been worth its weight in gold for BartJones. Has been able to make massive productions for units, and it's really helped him into the tripods. Tripods not doing the best into these units. Another tripod getting grabbed, followed by a third one here quite quickly. BartJones doing a fantastic job of turning what looked like defeat maybe into a bit of a victory here. Verto Bombers making their way in, taking a couple of good pot shots off on that tripod, taking it down, and it looks like Phoenix's forces have finally hit their anemic stage. He's got almost next to nothing over here in the center except for a couple of disintegrators.
Fresh plasma missile batteries to try and deal with the Vertigos, deal with the Venoms. It's descents onto the front line, ranking up to heroic status. These are hero boys of the alien invasion, and they are hoping that they can stop the stolen tripods. Vertigos commit into the attacks. Fresh engineers from the Phoenix side of the map, hoping to reclaim these husks once and for all. What was once ours, taken away, will be ours again, as BartJones and Phoenix throw everything that they've got at this fight, and it comes out to a big mess. You steal what's mine, I'll steal what's yours, says Phoenix as he claims the avatar, and by an inch, by almost nothing, he might just claim this game. I can't believe he did it. A messy, messy fight. And Phoenix goes from having the advantage to having the disadvantage to the advantage to disadvantage 3 times back and forth between these two players in one long fight. And game 3 sends us to the always wonderful Tiki Turmoil. You gotta love the Walrus Man in the middle of the map. But also, you gotta love the faction change. You lose a game and you go for Steel Talons. That is the strategy of the yellow player in the north. This is BartJones.
His opponent still for the moment in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, rocking the purple in the Skrin. This is Phoenix. Phoenix actually getting a couple of disintegrators out and ready to go. He's got, I think, 3 or 4 squads on each side. BartJones is going to notice the squad, at least on the right-hand side. Rifleman squad's moving their way in. They should be able to get a couple of good shots off on this before the disintegrators do take them out, but they're not going to win that engagement overall. Softening those targets will make a difference, though. This is turned into a bit of a rush here for Phoenix, at least for the Skrin faction. No upgrade, looks like, no nerve center or fast legs for them just quite yet, but they are continuing the assault nonetheless.
Yeah, it's not often that you see a vanilla Skrin player go for a disintegrator rush because, as you mentioned, they don't have those fast legs upgrades like Traveler 59, but here, Phoenix has gone for it, and it might actually get him a couple of Harvester kills. BartJones now realizing the extent of this, sells off a refinery, sells off a power plant. He knows this is going to be bad. The question is, how bad is it going to be? He's got those heavy Harvesters, but one of them is already down. A second one extremely low on health, and that's going to be 3 Harvesters in the dirt. They used to be driving on top of it, and now they're 6 feet under. The Wolverine shows up. Chomp, chomp goes his claws, and that's the end of the descent, but that's 3 dead Harvs.
That is probably one of the better rushes that I've seen so far in the Chrono Clash overall, getting those disintegrators out, especially without those fast legs. This is not one of the smaller maps. Like, it's not the biggest map in the world, but to make it with both units at the exact same time, both sets of squads on the exact same time, was definitely really interesting. BartJones also doing something a little curious. He's moving his MCV into the center of the map and maybe his way into Phoenix's base. Maybe he thinks he can press an advantage because Phoenix is going to be down a little bit on resources because of all of those disintegrators. I'm really curious to see what he's going to be able to pull out of his hat.
One player spent a ton of cash, but he denied the other player the ability to earn a bunch of cash. And in the end, Phoenix, even though he dropped a ton of money right at the beginning of the game, is of course in a much better position. And yeah, that MCV from BartJones, he says, we're crossing the map and we are going for it. These have been sloppy, action-packed games, and it's not stopping here. The slobber knocker continues as BartJones deploys his MCV, and if he can get 1 or 2 Titans across the map, which he can because he sells off his war factory back at home, and he is just going to commit into it full on. MRTs provide repairs, Wolverines have that anti-infantry, and the Titans can crush.
War Factory did come out for BartJones. He's going to probably get a couple of Titans, hopefully, out on the front line. No disintegrators just quite yet, although I think disintegrators would be quite well into this. The structures are pretty close. Not sure how much the Gunwalkers are going to be able to do. Watchtower doing a good amount of damage here, continuing the harassment on the Photon Cannon. Porter on the front line, probably a couple of disintegrators here baking down. Titan did make its way all the way across the map. Engineer going into the War Factory of BartJones. Phoenix may be able to pull one off over him if he's not careful. There it is, but it does get sold off right there at the end. It did delay him quite significantly, though. More and more Titans moving their way in. Plenty of Photon Cannons out still on the front line. Devour Tanks moving their way in. Those should be good into Titans if they can get their shots off.
The Photon Cannons delaying BartJones from ever doing anything. The sneaky Engineer stopping BartJones from making anything. And Phoenix has pulled off an almost perfect game here in game number 3. It's a best of 5, and he finds himself at match point.
One thing that we may have missed over there in the background is over in the top right-hand side of the map. Phoenix did drop a lightning spike down, I believe destroying that harvester over in the top right-hand corner as well. So not only was BartJones having to deal with the assault that he was engaging in there with Phoenix, but he was also still dealing with Phoenix in his back line, and that's probably what made him throw in the towel in that one. And like I said before, like, BartJones is one of those players, like, he frequently doesn't give up. So for you to make him call the GG, like, you really have gotten a good victory over him.
And we've had comfort on Tournament Highlands, but we'll have comfort here on Tournament Odyssey for game number 4. Match point for the boy in green, sticking with Skrin. Rain or shine, this is Phoenix.
And his opponent, still for the moment in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, going to yellow, sticking with Steel Talons. This is BartJones.
Barty Boy having a rough game number 3. And I feel like now it's about the mental game of being able to bounce back from that kind of a loss. That was a full shutdown by Phoenix, and he did not let BartJones play the game. Quite literally, his economy never got to a normal state. And for some players, that is well, I didn't get to even play the game, so that game doesn't even really count. Like, who cares? Let's just move on, go next. And other players, it is a little bit more mentally devastating to know that you got crushed in that way. So BartJones, now it's about the mental game of bouncing back in this moment to stabilize and not let this tilt you. And obviously, everyone is different. Some players, they tilt a bit more easily. And for BartJones' sake, I hope that he is a little bit more robust and able to bounce back from that crushing defeat in game number 3.
He definitely feels at home on Tournament Odyssey. This is one of the maps that he practices with Bike Rush and a couple other players as well. I've seen him go head-to-head with Futurama on this map plenty of times. Not that this map isn't popular overall, but this seems to be sort of his training ground a lot of times, and I don't really blame him. There's no blue Tiberium. There's no real EMP control centers that anyone really decides to grab, except for the one in the center, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone grab that in my history of casting. Really, it's just going to boil down to a knuckle-dragging knockout sort of fight, more traditional strategies bumping into each other, and no one's really playing anything that might subvert the expectations or really do any sort of rushes. I don't think we're going to get another Disintegrator rush from Phoenix. I think that subversion of expectations, BartJones was not prepared for. It did help him. Seeker Tanks actually moving their way into BartJones' base. Phoenix already has a good number of these out, ready to go. 4 of them out. Refinery is out. Low power mode did pop out. They powered it down to stop that Harvester from popping its way out. Watchtower out on the front line. Buzzer Squad's here for the scout. They might actually be able to catch one of these Harvesters if they're not careful. Harvester does turn its way around along with the MRTs. MRTs probably having a couple of rockets in them. Not sure where that 4th Seeker Tank ran its way off to. There it is. It's actually going to run its way into the Pitbull, into these units, and get sent to its doom.
An unfortunate trade of momentum from both players. MRTs were supposed to cross the map and go and harass Phoenix, and unfortunately, Phoenix's Seeker Tanks just got to BartJones' base a little bit faster, and BartJones had to turn around in the middle of the map to come back and defend it. Okay, second refinery is now online. BartJones' economy stabilizing and getting to a normal place where he was never allowed to go in the last game. Couple of pit bulls, couple of MRTs in the middle of the map, going to be meeting the Disintegrators, meeting the Gunwalkers there next to the useless EMP control center. And this is one of those moments where we should remind everyone that defensive towers are quite good. BartJones, he may or may not get this defensive tower, but more useful than the EMP control center that's central to this map is the 2 defensive towers that are on the high ground on both sides.
And those defensive towers do a lot of work the mid and early game, and they give a good amount of vision for the late game as well. They're good into Scorpion tanks. They're good into Gunwalkers, a little bit of infantry, pit bulls. So they're sort of good all-arounders, and they're just a pain to deal with.
Gunwalkers and Disintegrators being chased away by these MRTs. The pit bulls as well. Obviously terrible at hitting moving infantry units. And the dance between Phoenix and BartJones continues. In this game, a little bit more caution, a little bit more unwillingness to just throw yourself into the worst engagement imaginable. The Pitbull moves forward, the lightning spike comes out, and at the same time, there are a couple of Seeker Tanks sneaking their way into the back line. It's going to be Harvesters that are the target, and of course, MRTs are nowhere to be seen. They're off fighting somewhere else. It's more about the Rockheads who have now been spotted. The Seeker Tanks go down, but the scouting information that they have delivered to Phoenix is invaluable.
BartJones grabbing that T3, having the airfield. Of course, Phoenix seeing all of that. BartJones also winning the engagement on the secondary natural expansion here for Phoenix. He might be trying to do something that I normally see him do in plenty of his games, which he wants to capitalize a lot of times. He wants to capitalize on his opponent's secondary natural expansion, and I see him do that too often, where he'll move his MCV instead of to his secondary natural expansion. He'll cut off his opponent and send a couple of poultry forces to defend his secondary natural expansion, or at least buy him time. Techie, there is a T3 out here for Phoenix over on his first natural expansion. It looks like he might finally be moving into a secondary natural expansion. BartJones maybe not making that advancement like maybe I was predicting before, but he might be keeping an eye out for it for the current moment.
BartJones and Phoenix, they've had their fun of going for a bit of aggression, and then they wanted to stabilize, but unfortunately for BartJones, he realizes that he's a little bit too late. The expansion point goes down, but not before a plasma missile battery and a refinery come on up. They arrive, and the Storm Riders arrive at the natural of BartJones. BartJones getting so close to having a real victory there of slowing down the third and finding basically nothing.
Does look like Phoenix was paying attention to us, and he could hear us through the ether. He was able to grab that defensive tower. Macropeats moving their way in, getting a couple of really good shots off on the Hammerheads. One Hammerhead going down. Firehawk taking a couple of good shots here Mechapedes really in full effect here, but they don't have plenty of their segments. Mammoth Tank is going to be the transition over here as one does... Nope, it does manage to stay alive. Looks like that was just a segment getting taken out. I thought it got a headshot, but of course it did not. BartJones going full into Mammoth Tanks, already having 4 out and ready to go. I think what he's going to need to be able to do is pad everything here with these Wolverines. I think the Wolverines are going to be pretty important going forward because Phoenix always has that option of getting those Disintegrators out and ready to go.
Mechapedes versus MRTs, Wolverines, and Pitbulls in the middle of the map. Trying to avoid the Mammoth Tanks because, yeah, those Mammoth Tanks can kill Mechapedes incredibly quickly. Railguns being a pretty essential upgrade for any late-game Steel Talons army, and BartJones got it out quite quickly. Lightning Spike gets added on, a couple of Harvesters being tagged, and the Heavy Harvesters, well, they don't last forever, but neither do the Mechapedes, as another one does go down, and another Firehawk falls. Those Storm Riders giving some trouble. Oh, actually, the Storm Riders are what gets cleaned up, not the Firehawks. Meanwhile, on the left side of the map, it's going to be 4 Mammoth Tanks rolling into the 3rd base of Phoenix. A 5th Mammoth Tank rolling up the hill, and the Stasis Shield locks down everything. 1 Mammoth left on the outside, cold and dead.
That stasis field should pop here quite soon. Those tripods are moving their way in. Might get a couple of Disintegrators. The Disintegrators would have a good amount of time to make their way over to the Mammoth Tanks and get a couple of really good shots off. Phoenix doing a good job of surrounding them, and the engagement has begun. Adaptive armor is in full effect. Railguns are in full effect. 1 tripod does go down. 4 tripods remaining. More Mammoth Tanks moving their way in. 3 more coming in for the fray. BartJones is coming in strong. BartJones wants to win this fight. Firehawk making his way across the map, taking a couple of shots where it can, but it's going to get pushed out. The main goal is going to be on these Mammoth Tanks. Only 3 of them remaining, 2 left. Adaptive armor maybe not doing as much as he wanted. These Devourer Tanks were completely charged up. They did have plenty of time to that as the last remaining Mammoth Tank does get taken down. BartJones might be sending his units into the meat grinder, but he is reinforcing everything here with his MCV for better or worse.
Well, everything retreats down the hill, and the MCV finally gets the command of, oh, we are leaving this area. We are not continuing to fight this fight. That Stasis Shield can be an absolute game ender, and in this case, it gave the tripods so much extra time to reposition. 3 more tripods coming over from the natural to the 3rd. That engagement being saved, but BartJones isn't giving up.
Phoenix doing a pretty good job of keeping up with the economy. If you're watching on the UI, you can see that it looks like Phoenix is about 16K. BartJones has been about 2 to 3K behind. He is finally catching up a little bit here. Total resources gathered, Phoenix is slightly ahead, but I think it's really going to boil down to a real thing. T3 getting sniped over in the background of Phoenix. BartJones getting good grabs there with his Firehawks, almost missing it there over in the natural expansion. That's definitely going to hurt Phoenix where it definitely does sting.
And I have to assume the Eradicator Hexapod, the Warp Chasm, was on the way, and that has been slowed down. So if Phoenix wasn't going for it, well, he didn't have the opportunity. And oh no, he did have the Warp Chasm. It was already out, which means that was a canceled Eradicator. Rough times for Phoenix. He's had a number of W's in this game, but BartJones finally gets one over. The perfect timing on the snipe.
Tripod going into the secondary natural expansion here for BartJones, completely undefended, but he's actually able to find some purchase, getting a crush on 1, not 2 Harvesters. It does sort of blink out of existence there. I'm not sure where it went. I don't think it went down there. I'm not sure what I missed there, but he was able to get 2 Harvesters out rather quickly.
The Mastermind in the top left-hand corner of the map teleported that tripod away, and unfortunately there were no Corruptors to actually heal it back up to full, but the tripod is safe. You will be happy to know. And BartJones, well, he's had a minute to rebuild. That 13K per minute of income is being put to good use, and that use a whole fresh line of mammoth tanks. They're sparkling brand new, and they are looking fine as they roll up the hill. And this might be a little let's trade places as a couple of screen units walk into the third base of BartJones.
They did manage to kill 3 harvesters, but it looks like BartJones is getting some much-needed revenge as 2 go down right off the bat. Good, healthy splattering of these rifleman squads to kill the disintegrators, to kill some of the forces there. Pretty decent fire sale there. It looks like Phoenix is going to completely abandon this secondary natural expansion, try to get his harvesters out, but harvesters are going to run right into the mammoth tanks. Does look like the tripods might be able to make it out, but they are going to get destroyed left and right. Looks like that assault did finally slow down over on the secondary natural expansion for BartJones. He's got no harvesters left there harvesting, but he's got plenty of revenge on Phoenix.
There is just not a lot of cash left on the map that's under BartJones's control. Phoenix being so annoying, leaving these lightning spikes around the map as well, always managing to find a good spot to place one down. And I guess the good thing for BartJones is that he's got 45k of army. He doesn't need to build a whole lot to still be a threat in this game. Don't underestimate the mastermind. That guy can turn a game around, and don't underestimate a fresh tripod coming to the front line either. If the EMPs are good, this fight can definitely go in Phoenix's direction. Tripods trying to huddle up around the repair drones of the war factory. Mammoth tanks rolling forward, and that mastermind heads forward, takes a good couple of shots, but will end up running away. EMP lands from the shockwave artillery. 4 of the tripods getting locked down, and this will slow down Phoenix's army. The stasis shield may be difficult to stop, but so is shockwave artillery as the war factory falls, and the mammoth tanks have free range of Phoenix's natural expansion. Never able to find the right spot, and instead Phoenix getting chased into the corner, losing the tier 3, and the mammoth tanks just bullying these tripods time and time and time again. EMP lands as the grenadiers make an appearance for the first time perhaps in this event, and the mammoths wipe everything off the face of the map. It's the power of the steel talons which rolls over the alien invasion. There is nothing left for Phoenix.
BartJones doing a phenomenal job of doing what Steel Talons does, which he builds the snowball, he builds this armor, and just marches his way into someone's base. Steel Talons is one of those factions you do not want to leave alone, and if you capitalize on microing and keeping your units alive and keeping them forward, keeping them brawling, you can do exactly what BartJones is able to do here, where he was able to just march his units directly into the center of Phoenix base and set up camp and say, this is where I live now, good luck removing me.
Dread it, hide from it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same, and here in Tournament Los Angeles, Destiny is a Black Hand Mirror matchup. To finish off this series, the ace match will be a Black Hand Mirror, and kicking it off in the pink, playing Black Hand, this is Phoenix.
His opponent still for the moment in the bottom side of the map, rocking the yellow in the Black Hand as well. Give it up for BartJones.
We get here eventually. We try to avoid it, and yet we find it nonetheless. The Black Hand Mirror is here. And of course, the real question, Korak, is will it be a double War Factory all-in? Because I don't know how much Kane's Wrath you watched 10, 15 years ago in like the early 2010s, but this was the go-to tournament build, practice build, everything build for some players, like Bike Rush in particular, was a dirty double War Factory all-inner. And I'm glad to see that we have a little bit of variety today, even though both players are playing Black Hand.
So far, it's not looking like we're going to get that all-in just quite yet. Both players have been happy to set up their construction yards on both sides of the map. But I have seen already in the Chrono Clash, I have seen at least one player every so often do a rather quite substantial rush. UnderworldFox actually got one off pretty well too. I won't spoil who it was against, but he was able to get a decent man spam rush off with Black Hand Squad that worked out quite favorably for him.
Yeah, there were a couple of Black Hand Double War Factory all-ins in Group A as well, which you may have seen in your casting of the event. A couple of bikes swarming around Phoenix's main base. BartJones not getting much done. He will trade bike for bike pretty much, and maybe he will be able to escape with one bike. But we did see it on the Phoenix side of the map. He went second War Factory at the natural expansion. BartJones, on the other hand, he has gone refinery at the natural expansion. So BartJones' economy is much stronger than Phoenix's. But of course, as Phoenix is pouring all of his cash into a ton of units, then it could be that BartJones gets killed before his economy is ever able to be realized.
Bikes for Phoenix grouping over here in the first old main base of BartJones. BartJones getting a couple pot shots off on his Harvesters. One Harvester going down, one bike going down. A few bikes here for the defense. Harvesters are having to back their way out as a couple more of them do get taken down. One Harvester does get finally destroyed there. Another one is getting focused as it does get taken out over time. It looks like the production has definitely made a bit of gains here for Phoenix.
BartJones just had nothing. He put everything into economy, and he got completely blindsided by that attack. I kept expecting a couple of units to roll into the main base for defense for BartJones, and just nothing showed up. He had those extra Harvesters, and it's truly all that he had. Phoenix with 10k of army roaming around the map, finding the natural expansion, finding the Harvesters over there. What Harvester advantage do you have now, BartJones? The answer is none, as BartJones falls down to 2 Harvesters, a third spawning in with that refinery, but it is pretty much lights out, and Phoenix is looking like he is going to advance into the qualifying round. And yes, it is literally lights out as the GG comes out and BartJones taps out. He will exit to the lower bracket, and Phoenix coming through in Group D will go into the qualifying match. It's the one, it's the only, it's the original. Welcome to Tournament Rift yet again here in round 2, the Group D upper bracket. Once again, playing GDI. He's rocking green. This is Green Zero. And on the right side, fresh-faced from defeating UnderworldFox, this is Wildcom. It's not a GDI mirror, but it's close. It's Steel Talons. Steel Talons versus GDI. There are a couple of you folks in the comments who are eating good with this event. You have been loving all of the Steel Talons action, and it doesn't stop. It continues here in Group D. Wildcom, for at least one game, is going to be rocking the Steel Talons, and Titans are awesome. Wolverines are awesome as well. Railguns, always cool to see. And hey, behemoths aren't bad either. Would be, cooler if there was even more big, heavy, mechanized vehicles for the Steel Talons to make use of. But we'll have to be happy with our Titans, who are always a fan favorite. And does Wildcom suicide his Rifleman squad to get the kill on the Engineer? No, okay, I think he just tried to, and he was simply too late. He was looking somewhere else, did not realize that Green Zero had gotten the extra Engineer, that he had gone for that Tib spike in the south. But other than that, things are looking pretty normal for the 2 GDI members here. Steel Talons versus GDI. It's not a matchup we see that often, because Steel Talons we don't see that often. But in this event, it feels like we've seen quite a bit of them along with Zocom, as I mentioned before, and I'm here for it. I'm glad to see some more Steel Talons action. Black Hand has been fun. Marked of Kane has been fun. Even a couple of folks playing random in some games here and there. But I feel like the variety has been pretty high, at least in the games that I have seen, which I have not casted all of the matches. You'll have to check out Korak for some more action if you want to see how more of the group stage is turning out. But I feel like I've seen some good variety here, and maybe even kind of a low representation of the Skrin factions. But then in other series, you know, there's been pretty high representation of the Skrin factions. Guardian Cannon comes up, a couple of MRTs with some mine drops, with some rocket squads inside of them. They're here to fight. One MRT is down. Second one is going to commit hard to try and get the harvester, but the rockets go down inside of the MRT, and it's good night to this attack as Green Zero is going to push it back. Wildcom finds a little bit of damage, but he's hoping to get the stomp, get the crush with the Titan. No, he's not. He's hoping to run away with his life. One Titan, one MRT, and one reverse move bug that kills the MRT, and it's going to be Pit Bulls as the follow-up after that. Green Zero, he's pulling the Predator tanks back. He has gone for the middle of the map, straight for the contested field. His natural expansion is abandoned, and instead he goes for the middle of the map. Wildcom, playing a gentleman's game, decided to go for his expansion in the south. The natural is the place that you would expect a player to go, but in this case it didn't happen. And Wildcom, you better not be letting these harvesters... Okay, it looked like they were auto-migrating to the green field in the middle, and I was like, that is going to be death for you. Green Zero tried to steal the blue Tiberium, but Wildcom caught him. The Pit Bulls get the kill that counts the most, and now it's Wildcom who's going to try and steal that blue Tiberium. Predator tanks rolling up to the main base of Wildcom. They're going to find a power plant, but are they going to get more than that other than their own grave sites, which is what these Titans are hoping to bring them, hiding behind that refinery and making the Predator tanks fight through the defenses first, as those Titans can fire over the building, and that's two dead Predators right there on the front line, four of them backing into the corner, hoping to avoid the rockets, avoid the guns of those Titans, but maybe it'll be one more dead Predator tank as the rockets slam in and he slows down. The shot finds him, and it's going to be a Titan that claims the kill there as Wildcom heads to the middle of the map. Wildcom has managed to steal away some of that blue Tiberium from the south. Green Zero has seen this attack coming, and he can prepare for it. He's got rockets, he's got Preds, he's got even a Shatterer, but no AP ammo just yet. It's closing in on halfway done as we approach the 6-minute mark, and it's another dead Predator tank on the front line. Rockets and Titans versus rockets and Predator tanks. But Green Zero just wants to delay. He would like AP ammo. He would like maybe even some watchtowers out on the field. Great shots from these opening Shatterers. That's pretty much it. Yeah. The infantry just get busted by those Shatterers. There is just nothing left after those Shatterers fire off a volley. Orca's coming in. Can they find anything that really matters? That's going to be one dead Harvester, and they find the splash damage as well. That's two dead Harbs as the rockets are returning fire, and Wildcom will find a third, but he'll lose two in the trade. Meanwhile, Green Zero forms up on the front line. Wildcom having some problems with this rifleman squad as the barracks gets jumped on. There's no railguns here from either player just yet, and another Orca drops as he crosses over the front line. Mammoth tanks are here, and they're going to crush these Preds, but how much damage will be done by Green Zero before that happens? Not much, because Green Zero just backs off. He gets the refinery, he gets the kill that he wanted, and now it's going to be railguns almost finished up as another Mammoth tank rolls out onto the front line. And Wildcom, if he closes the distance, he will crush the army of Green Zero. But this is not the whole army of Green Zero. At least I hope this is the whole army of Green Zero. because he just lost it all as railguns finish up. That attack gets finished out, and Green Zero falls apart on the front line, but that's because he's expanding backwards, and he is going for that natural expansion. He has harvested up more than half this field. He has claimed that for himself, and an Orca comes in, but that'll be the last thing it ever does. It gets a kill! Another dead Harv as Green Zero just can't keep them alive, and Wildcom stealing more blue Tiberium, and those heavy harvesters can take a lot of fire from the Riflemen. Railguns don't do you much good when your MCV is dead, as Wildcom retreats away from the front line. He's getting chased by rockets because pure rocket spam is a powerful thing, and a couple of hammerheads going to be showing up. The APCs are going to be worked through quickly, and the hammerheads absorb a lot of damage. That's a lot of dead hammerheads, and now it's just rockets on the front line. A third hammerhead rolls up to the fight, and the rockets are going to have to avoid the crush. They don't move until it's too late as the mammoths grind everything down to the dirt. And Green Zero finds himself 20k down in army value. It's about these rockets holding the line, and an AA battery gets added on. The income advantage is with Wildcom, but he doesn't have much cash back at home, so he needs to make a statement, and he needs to make it last. 3 Wolverines on the front line. They're going to trade out against these rockets, and the mammoths are rolling up. 1 dead harvester on the front line, another dead harvester on the front line, as Green Zero can't hold the third base, but he can hold the natural expansion that he's got in the pocket back down there in the south. He may lose everything here on the front line, but he's got that to retreat back to, and the Rockets just need to trade out as many shots as they can versus this army. They got to slow it down, they got to weaken it, they got to take down as much as they can, and the damage seems to be spread across a lot of these mammoths. Not a single mammoth has gone down yet, but 3 of them are low on health, nearly dead as he survives. That mammoth pulls through the attack, and the entire base is wiped with hardly a Steel Talons unit going down. Some Wolverines got dropped into the dirt, but everything else has survived, and it's 8k of army versus 23k on the Wildcom side, and now Wildcom has claimed the middle of the map. That's going to be the only open Tiberium field that he's got, but he doesn't have any harvesters at it, and of course Green Zero, the delay tactics have worked somewhat, but have they worked enough? Because he doesn't have a war factory. He's got 2 barracks on the front line, the new front line, which is now in the south. The Wolverines lead the charge, and that's 2 dead Wolverines. A rifleman squad here as well, largely unopposed, as he's going to come on top of all of the forces of Green Zero, and he's just going to bum rush right into the front, into the barracks line of production there, as Wildcom gets perhaps the perfect scout, but he's also going to give away 2 Wolverines. So Wildcom sees exactly what Green Zero is about. What is this rig doing? That rig was supposed to join up with the army or something, but it just hasn't. And, well, I guess the Titan versus Rifleman squads. I don't want to be the Rifleman squad in that case. Green Zero goes for an airfield. Orca strike coming in. It's finally crossed the map, and it will basically tag nothing. It was meant to delete some of the infantry on the front line, but it was a little too little and a little too late for that. Repairs on the front line, courtesy of the rig, have finally caught up with the mammoths, and Wildcom, he had the better army, but he didn't want to move it all down to the south and risk losing the low health mammoth tanks versus those rockets, because as the mammoths try to close the distance, the rockets can burst them down 1, 2, 3, and now suddenly you've lost half or more of your mammoth force. Wildcom plays the safer option. He goes for the contested third field in the middle of the map. It's still half grown, and he's only deployed his first refinery now. But this does mean Green Zero is going to be attacking into him. Sniper teams would be nice, but he'll have to do with watchtowers and Wolverines, whatever he's got on the front line here for Wildcom. Nothing queued in the defensive structure tab, so maybe it'll be Riflemen and Wolverines on the front line. There's going to be the Riflemen coming to the front line. You got to make it happen when it's Steel Talons. You've got limited options, but it'll be Hammerheads, Wolverines, and Riflemen to cut down the forces of Green Zero. He's got 15k of rockets, but that's pretty much all he's got. Not much more behind it, and Green Zero fires every shot that he can, and now Wildcom doesn't have a lot of things that shoot up, but he's got mammoth tanks, and they may not be fast, but they can chase away these Hammerheads. Hammerheads low on health. They've cleaned up the Rifleman squads, and now they're going for the kill on the Wolverines. One slingshot to the front line, and these Mammoths haven't actually healed up all that much. They are tanky boys, being the fact that they are tanks, but they also are high health boys, and they are half health, which is still quite a bit of health, but only half health. Not quite where they would like to be. Seems like another Orca Strike getting called in here on this Tiberium Spike. Wildcom going to try and knock that down. No one has ever claimed this Tiberium Spike from in the south. Green Zero now looking to do that pretty late in the game. A single Grenadier squad may deny that, though, as Green Zero is going to be hoping to take control of that Tiberium Spike. And once again, the Wolverines are pushing in early, but maybe not in a wise way. The Mammoth tanks back off once again, and Wildcom just happy to play this one out very, very slowly. He doesn't actually want to commit into the attack, and Green Zero grabs the Tib Spike despite the fact that there was a Grenadier there to potentially stop that Engineer. Slingshots could also just go for the crush. Green Zero going to be grabbing more of this blue Tiberium, and it is Mammoth tanks swinging around the north side of the map. They could actually commit in here and kill the War Factory. I'm not sure how many Mammoth tanks he'd have to trade out to do that, but certainly a couple more rocket squads just being sent out by Green Zero. He has had the better economy for most of this game, but Wildcom was able to chase him off of the third. Hammerhead's going to be trading out versus these rockets, and I mean, they do have compo armor, so they do survive a little bit longer, and the slingshots are going to be coming in. They can't shoot down, but they can still eliminate the army and stop the rockets from being able to fire upon the Hammerheads. That's a full volley that gets off, but after that, the Hammerheads reign supreme. Green Zero, he has struggled and clawed and fought his way back from almost nothing after he lost his main, after he lost the base in the middle of the map, and he has thrown out wave after wave of rocket squads. That has been the one thing that he has built a ton of to try and survive in this game. Another Orca Strike coming in, not really going to do anything. Again, I think it was meant to tag some of those rockets coming out of those barracks, but it ends up just not really finding anything. And Green Zero happily sitting on 3 Tib Spikes, but he has harvested the entirety of this field. He has harvested pretty much all of the blue Tiberium, so he just doesn't have a lot of cash left on this map under his control. 2 engineers coming in from Wildcom. He's going to take back these spikes or take them for the first time, but no, he's going to be denied. Watchtower gets the kill. That's 1,000 credits down the drain, and Green Zero recycles it to make sure that he can get as much cash back as possible. A full load of blue Tiberium from the middle of the map, and Wildcom may have more fields under his control, but Green Zero has been keeping up in the income. Tib Spikes, blue Tiberium, and having the early middle of the map field have all led to Green Zero having slightly more total resources gathered, although it is truly just a slight amount more. Hammerhead's now going to be focusing down 1 harvester. They might get the second one, but they might have to trade out because this AA battery is on the edge of the base. Wildcom pumping the brakes here in game number 1, never wanting to commit into the attack. He seemingly wants to be sure that he will win the fight, but also then he made the mistake of sending his Wolverines ahead of the rest of the army like twice. 2 different times he did that, and for the current moment, he's happy to just choke Green Zero out, which isn't exactly working because Green Zero has slow-walked his MCV undefended, unfriended but unafraid, and now he's just going to get crushed by this Titan. Good night. That's a dead MCV one way or the other, and he gets the crush. That's what counts. Titans crushing units. That's what we're all here for. That's what we want to see. And Green Zero is going to make a stand. He's hoping the slingshots can knock down the hammerheads, but one guy has an MCV and one guy doesn't. Rildcom is looking to be secure in game number one. He's got one last attack to shove back, and then Green Zero is out of gas, and he's out of everything. Rocket squads in mass are here, and a lot of the army value for Rildcom is just retreating away from the front line. Riflemen coming out onto the front line. Watchtower deployed way out front where it can be easily shot down. But for the current moment, the MCV is just absorbing a lot of damage. It is a tank in itself. It's a bullet sponge because the rockets aren't going for the hammerheads who have swung down onto the right side, and they're gunning down those rockets. Double Watchtower on the ground, and it's the GG for Green Zero as Rildcom cuts down the army, and Green Zero just doesn't have anything left as the true GG comes out. And Green Zero taps out of game number one. Rildcom with the Steel Talons gets the early win. It's round two. It's game two, and Green Zero chooses Tournament Undergrounds as the map. It's a short map, even shorter by air, because of course your ground units traversing across this Tiberium field don't have the option of going the more fun route over the water, which is the same distance, but because you have that sort of dead space in the south there are some airfield rushes that can work out quite well on Tournament Undergrounds. It does tend to be a sort of rush-oriented map because it is so small, but we have over the years also seen our fair share of long, stretched-out epic games on this map. But the close spawns do tend to lead towards faster or aggressive games. Steel Talons can be good for that. One Titan in the right place does a massive amount of damage for your to your opponent. Gets the crush on those harvesters. Refinery out for Rildcom. I'm not sure what he cut, but Green Zero did go for additional scouts to get the tib spike in the middle of the map, and then also have enough riflemen left over to fully scout out Rildcom, and also plant a rifleman over at the natural expansion. So Green Zero gets pretty much perfect vision on what Rildcom is doing. The delayed second refinery in the main base was making me a little bit suspicious of what Green Zero might be doing, but I'm suspicious no more. I think this is the first time in this tournament that we're going to be seeing a non-rush game, that I'm going to be seeing a non-rush game on Tournament Undergrounds. The other games have turned into rushes. One player maybe wanting to play macro, but the other player wanting to play aggressive, and the result is very short games. This one is the first time in this event where I'm seeing both players want to play this one straight and normal, very macro oriented, and that worked out well for Rildcom in the last game. Green Zero took the early economic advantage, but he wasn't able to win the ground fights. His army was never able to go toe-to-toe with Rildcom. So Rildcom, even though he was down in cash, he played it out slow, he got the advantages where they really mattered, and he managed to get the win. So, play it out slow again. It worked once, maybe it'll work again. Rildcom going toe-to-toe with Green Zero and coming out ahead in the slow macro game. Now it's MRTs, a couple of rockets inside of them, going to be trying to walk across the map to contest. MRTs, of course, do have the repair, but they lack a bit of damage. So the repair is nice. Green Zero might try and dive on these reinforcements. He's got the Pitbull numbers, so he can trade very favorably, but when it's just one Pitbull firing at one Pitbull, then it's going to be a one-for-one trade. Green Zero really needs to close the distance and get the kills with the burst, with the volley of all of his Pitbulls at once. There's going to be a rocket squad popping out. Does he get into the building? He will manage to escape to that building, get a couple of extra shots off on these pit bulls, and Wildcom has been found out. He has a harvester full of blue Tiberium. He's going to try and make it over to his natural expansion, to the refineries that are placed there, but he just won't make it. Green Zero swarms, and Green Zero gets the kill. That's the one that matters most here at the 4.5 minute mark. That is what matters most. Orcas also matter quite a bit, and maybe this was the perfect distractionary force for Green Zero. He managed to distract Wildcom. Look over here, look over here, look over here, and now, well, he's actually going to be flying into a dangerous point, and he's going to be finding himself with a couple of less Orcas out on the field. Yep, 3 out of 4 go down. Green Zero delays his natural expansion, second refinery, to get that attack out, and instead he's going to find a little bit of damage and a little bit of pain. Pitbull v Pitbull, more reinforcements coming in for Wildcom. Green Zero doesn't want to stay around, but he's already overstayed his welcome. Once again, this rifleman squad in the building just keeps absorbing shots from those Pitbulls. Some of those Pitbulls might have actually been in range to kill off the pits of Green Zero a little bit faster, but instead they're spending their shots firing upon that rifleman. APC goes down, and it's undefended Pitbulls in the, or it's undefended harvesters in the main base. Green Zero is going to be losing one as Wildcom crosses the map slowly but steady and finds a kill. Trades back an APC as he exits out back to his own main base. Another Pitbull dead in the middle of the map, and Wildcom manages to escape with most of his pit bulls still intact. Couple of riflemen running through the Tiberium. No Tibfield suits here with Steel Talons and GDI. Oh, almost caught in transition. That harvester heading for the natural expansion of Wildcom doesn't quite make it all the way there. Green Zero doing a good job of keeping the focus on the Wildcom side of the map, which means that Wildcom's better unit count at various points in this game has been spent entirely defensively. And now Green Zero has AP ammo. He's got a bunch of APCs, so he's got a different kind of unit count, although it's not one that does close quarters well versus Titans. That's a dead Titan, only crushed one APC in his life. He was hoping for a couple more, and Green Zero heads right for the main base. Wildcom pulls the harvesters. He's got one that is still refining at the refinery, and then Mammoth Tank steps on out onto the field. A couple of Orcas show up, and they're going to help burst down this Mammoth Tank. Mines get dropped as well, and there's going to be one dead Mammoth, but it's APCs giving the sustain to Green Zero's forces. Mass APC, it's the name of the game here in game number 2 on Tournament Undergrounds. It's not a rush, but it's here to stay as an MRT gets targeted down as well. Upgraded power plant here on the edge of the base, undefended. One Mammoth Tank emerges, and it's going to be a while before the second one steps out, but as he does, railguns get added to his armament, and as the upgraded power plant goes down, it's time for these APCs to leave the base. They're going to try to escape over to the natural expansion of Wildcom, and Green Zero, he's going to try and trade out these units to do as much damage as he can, to get as much done as he can, because they look like they're trapped behind enemy lines. APCs swinging through. They're gonna, I guess, target down the tier 3. They're gonna try and do something. They don't have a lot of options here. Titans on one side, MRT and Mammoth on the other side, and that's a dead APC as he gets crushed by that Titan. Orcas come in, they find a slingshot, and they're trading blows with the slingy boy. Fire a volley off at the heavy harvester, but the repairs are there to save that harv. And Green Zero behind all of this has gotten a third base. He's up on the high ground. He has completed the northern journey. He is there ready and waiting for his third base to be fully online. Wildcom going for the sneaky engineer play along the north side of the map. He's looking to take over one of the Tiberium spikes. Green Zero still has the Tib spike in the south, and it's going to be very, very close. Never mind. It's not going to be close at all. I thought the engineer was going to go right for that tib spike and go for the capture. Green Zero, on the other hand, does get the capture. That engineer is right on the edge of vision here. Green Zero is going to be perhaps very frustrated when he realizes how close to discovering that engineer he was. But the engineer hasn't done anything yet. Not yet. Green Zero turns south with his army, looking to try and trap some of these units of Wildcom, which are just sort of spread out everywhere on the map. Wildcom has little pieces of army here and there, but he's not actually being able to group them together and get a big fight or any big damage done. Green Zero is just attacking, moving forward, and it's actually causing this army to converge, so maybe finally Wildcom will have one army together, one big force to try and do something in this fight. It's mass rocket squad, a couple of shatterers here as well. It's mammoth tanks onto the front line for Wildcom. It's the power of Steel Talons versus the power of GDI. Wolverines coming to the front line. No hammerheads to help assist with this fight. No mass rifleman squad to cut down the rockets. So it's going to be Wolverines versus rockets trading back and forth as one rocket squad goes heroic and they blast open these Wolverines. Wildcom has been defeated and Green Zero evens up the score 1-1. Tournament Undergrounds turns out to be a fair place to fight it out between GDI factions, and Green Zero manages to get the win. It took the air and the ground working together, but in the end, he got it done. The GDI versus Steel Talons action continues here in the Badlands. These are the hills, and it's once again a tight fight as both players take a win, one for the GDI and one for the Steel Talons. But at the end of all things, who will rule? Well, I know some of you out there, every chance you get, you say, Steel Talons rule. And they certainly did in game number 1, and they had a shot in game number 2, but Wildcom wasn't able to finish it out and make it happen. But it feels like both Green Zero and Wildcom are playing in pretty good shape, and they are very evenly matched thus far. Green Zero in the game number 1 going for what looked like it was going to be a really great aggressive but economy focused move, and then it ended up just not working out because he could never win a ground fight. His unit composition never was able to go toe to toe with the power of the Steel Talons. But then there in game number 2, some air units and then some fast expansions once again, leading to a mixed army. Lots of rockets able to get it done versus the Steel Talons. Wildcom spreading out his Steel Talons firepower, whereas in game number 1, Wildcom slowly rolled across the map, a wall of tanks encroaching on the territory and stomping everything in front of them. Game number 2, spread out. It's a loss for Steel Talons. What happens here on the Badlands when you've got a big natural expansion? You've got a gigantic field, and it's a short walk from the main to the natural to that big 7-3 field. This is a game where you can explode. This is a map where you can explode out on economy because of the blue Tiberium in the middle, because of the 3 Tiberium spikes that you've got, because of that big natural expansion. And Green Zero, he is leading the harvester count, but not necessarily leading the total resources gathered count, but it is so close between these two players that there isn't a realistic difference between their two amounts. It is, for all intents and purposes, an even game between two very similar factions. Once again, it's the MRTs here from Wildcom. Green Zero has gone for a couple of engineers inside of APCs somewhere on the map. There's at least one of them down there. Could be going for the EMP control center. Could also be trying to sneak around somewhere else and maybe steal a Tiberium spike. He's not going for the EMP control center. He is indeed going somewhere else, looking to do something else. And he will actually get caught, but this is almost kind of a useful catch. Both players see what the other one is up to, and why would there be a single APC heading along the southern edge of the map if not to do something sneaky? Did Wildcom not, like, actually notice? He hasn't sent anything to kill that. He didn't chase with the MRTs, which could have gotten the kill on that APC. Wildcom drove right past this, but he didn't actually see it on the minimap. He didn't actually confirm it with his eyes, so Green Zero might just get an engineer sneaking into the back line and finding something that he shouldn't. He's set to hold fire stance to not give away his position. He has to decide what he wants to do with this engineer. Is there anything queued up? The rifleman attacking this MCV might cue him into what's going on. There's no watchtower, but there is going to be an MCV that packs up, and there's a mine drop as well. Sells off the power plant, and the pit bulls drive straight into the mines. The engineer gets sniped, and that'll be the... No, he didn't get sniped. He got out just in time, but it still didn't matter, as everything still ended in the same way. Green Zero tries the sneaky play. He doesn't quite find it, but he does find a lot of pit bulls into the main base of Wildcom. Titans are here to defend. Harvester absorbs a couple of shots there, and the Titans can't close the distance to go for the crush, so it's going to be the pit bulls that reign supreme. The dogs can bite, and the Titans go down. But no, don't step that close. That's another Titan out onto the front line. Watchtower, low power mode for Wildcom. His crane trying to keep him on line, but he doesn't have AP ammo, so it's going to be a long fight for this Watchtower to actually kill off these pit bulls. Another Titan onto the front line. Another Titan getting blasted down to half health as Green Zero chases away the Harvesters and perhaps even cuts down the numbers just a little bit there. It's going to be an airfield for both players. It's going to be a command post for both players, and it's going to be a forgotten AP ammo for Wildcom. That is pretty much always a problem. It is almost never intended. APCs and MRTs going to be trading back blows 1, 2, 3. Another pit bull going down on the Green Zero side of the map, but at least he's got AP ammo locked and loaded. You need the AP ammo when you're going up against the Titans, because those armor-piercing rounds give you every bit of damage that you need. And okay, it's not real armor-piercing rounds, but still, versus Steel Talons, you need every bit of damage that you can find. Pitbull's happy to trade out against the Hammerheads, who knock them down, and it's more APCs to the front line. It's the mass APC of the GDI, and it's Titans against the Swarm, but it's a swarm of APCs, and this is one Titan who can't crush all of those APCs. Hammerheads find a couple of more kills, and the Titans chasing around the rock have finally found their way to the fight. They were too slow to catch up to the Pitbulls, but they're here just in time to fight the APCs. And the crush comes in. No, the Titan gets nothing there, as the Titan's closing the distance with Green Zero's APCs, but getting surprisingly few actual stompy stomps. A couple of mine drops will deter the stompy stomp, and never mind, the Titans just stomp right over the mines and see how much damage they can absorb. The answer, it's a surprising amount. Green Zero steps out onto the field with his MCV. His retreating APCs will be joined by the Hammerheads. And at the same time, it's the same move being made by Wildcom, but a few seconds earlier. As the Hammerheads fly over, they find one single slingshot, and that might actually be it. As the laser fence comes up around the command post, he's hoping to finally get his AP ammo, but he needs it to stick around for another minute before he can finally get that upgrade finished off. Green Zero amassing an army in the middle of the map. Both players with considerable army value out on the field, but it's not always equal. Green Zero has a decent number of APCs. I was going to say a ton, and he does have quite a few. So depending on how the fight goes, they might be able to line up nicely. Behemoths, on the other hand, they may not have huge numbers, but if they get sniped by the zone troopers, it won't matter. The hammerheads are here to gun down the zone troopers, and it's a race against time. The repair from the war factories fast enough, and the zone troopers jump to their death. The behemoths lay down suppressing fire, and the watchtower rains down. It's low damage, but still something on top of those rockets. It's a watchtower. Just add insult to injury as these rockets get clobbered by everything that the Steel Talons have. Green Zero isn't able to fight the ground army toe to toe, and once again we have like these awfully timed orca strikes. There's a reason why most players just send them on a refinery so that you do damage to the refinery, if nothing else, and maybe you tag a harvester at the same time. But there's going to be the mammoth tank on the front line and the commando trying to run into the behemoths. I'm not actually sure what the commando's hope is to do here, to jump jet into the behemoths and bomb them out one by one perhaps, but there's hammerheads on Overwatch, so it's going to be a tough fight to find for this commando who's hoping to be the hero of the GDI. And there's the jump jet forward, and that's one behemoth, two behemoths before he gets gunned down, and that's two dead boys. Sonic emitters on one side but never on the other, as it's going to be shockwave artillery firing off, and the zone troopers, they don't shoot up. The sonic emitter gets tagged, but everything else dodges away, and that's a lot of money for not a lot of effect. A couple of rocket squads fire off their shots, and AA battery gets deployed as well, and the hammerheads have to decide if they're going to commit into this attack for once and for all to try and get the kill. They sacrifice themselves, but they don't find the zone troopers. Engineers come out. Orca strike is a little too late. Did the engineer get inside? He got inside the behemoth. No, that was the worst possible case, and the juggernauts find the shot that counts. Green Zero, he may not have a ton of army value, but he's got the artillery, and that's sometimes what counts most of all. MRT's putting some damage out onto those harvesters, and well, one juggernaut is down. AA battery on the edge, but the hammerhead still gets a couple of shots off, knocks down one of those zone trooper squads, and it's watchtowers versus juggernauts. Not a fair fight normally, but the watchtowers are just being ignored by everyone. It's behemoth versus juggernaut, ranged at maximum as both sides shell from as far away as they possibly can. Orbital bombardment gonna hope to knock down a couple of engineers, gonna hope to knock down the husks. It's too late as the engineer already reclaims that juggernaut, and another juggernaut falls, and it's gonna be another volley from the behemoths that find the kill that counts most. The artillery wars are won on the side of Steel Talons. The mammoth tank steps forward, absorbs some damage, and buys some time for those behemoths to get the shots off. These hammerheads, they're just being sent in, it feels like almost randomly, by Wildcom, who is doing great with the behemoths. Sonic emitter gets an amazing shot, lines up on two of the behemoths, but won't get another chance. It's a harvester onto the front line, and Green Zero falling apart here late in the game. He lost the artillery war, but maybe he can win it with the hammerheads. The MCV was packed up and moving to the front line. The slingshots are a little bit late, but it's going to be the supersonic airstrike to knock them down. And the behemoths are ready to go once again toe-to-toe with these juggernauts, because guess what? It's like 7 versus 2, and it's a tap out. It's a GG as Green Zero makes it to the late game, but can't win the artillery war, and Wildcom goes up 2-1. We're getting our fill of the slow burn. We're getting our fill of the late game. Playing purple here on Winter Meltdown, up 2-1. This is Wildcom. Looking good versus the green GDI on the other hand. This is Green Zero. Steel Talons versus GDI. It's worked out well for Wildcom. The more ground focused that the game can be, the better it is for the Steel Talons. Green Zero has worked better the more stretched out the game is geography-wise, the further apart the ground army is, and the more his aircraft are able to be effective. Smaller pockets of units rather than a big wall. And those behemoths, I feel like, came out of nowhere at the end of the game there for Wildcom. It was like 1 or 2. Commando comes in, blasts them down, and then short while later he had 6 or 7, and they just never went away. And Wildcom, he wins that big long-range artillery fight. And it looks like we might be headed in that direction yet again, with both players favoring the slow burn macro-oriented play. That's a pretty typical thing here for GDI. A lot of players preferring to go towards that late game, towards Juggernauts and Sonic Emitters and a Marv. And on the Steel Talon side, you may not have Sonic Emitters, but you've got Behemoths to match the Juggernauts of your opponent. And of course, we haven't actually seen that many Marvs. The Marv harvesting, the Marvisting, could be a big factor here with the third base in the north and the south, or with the contested field in the middle of the map. A somewhat rare 7 Tiberium field map with the way that this one is laid out. Green Zero and Wildcom both getting riflemen into the opponent's base, and both digging a foxhole as well to get the extended scout on their opponent. And then, just to match a little bit further, we've got the garrisonable structures both taken at the natural expansion by both players. So Wildcom will be the first to strike. It's going to be a couple of pit bulls crossing the map, and they're going to be looking for one harvester. Oh, Green Zero is now responding with pretty much equal numbers, plus that watchtower, which was not targeting for just a moment there, and now is back online and targeting quite well. So it was going to be 4 pit bulls versus 3, but now it's 3 versus 3, and the watchtower kind of makes this a harder fight. Wildcom, in theory, would have had the army advantage, but he sort of lost it with the staggering of his units, although he may gain it back as he pops another pit bull there as it comes out onto the field. But it's another watchtower here to help defend, and Wildcom continues to just stream pit bulls across the map. For the current moment, he's got the numbers advantage versus Green Zero, and as long as Green Zero's forces stay split, a couple of pit bulls in the north and a couple in the south, Wildcom can jump on them and knock them down. But the watchtowers are another defensive tool for the GDI, and in this moment, Green Zero is going to be forcing Wildcom back. Wildcom decides to just give up and head home. He can trade against the pit bulls, but you can't really get too much more than that. If you commit in to kill the harvester, you're going to lose a lot of pit bulls in the exchange. And of course, in that moment, Green Zero can then collapse in with all of his forces. Wildcom adds on a second war factory. So if he wants to continue the pit bull spam, he wants to make sure that he's got a lot of pit bulls that he can put out onto the map, and the second war factory will help him out with that. But are both players going to be going mass pit bull all the way to the mortar stage, or will they try to split off and go for predator tanks, or go into some sneaky orcas along the side, try and get some AP ammo out so the watchtowers can help, or some mass APC to push away the pit bulls? For now, it's just mass pit bulls on both sides. Wildcom getting a couple of extra kills there. The stragglers trying to retreat, not able to fully escape there, as a double rifleman squad has just been as annoying as possible, and Wildcom gonna have to deal with that. It's another double airfield for Green Zero. AP ammo about halfway done for Green Zero. There's the command post. AP ammo about 10% done for Wildcom, and these rifleman squad just being so annoying for Green Zero. He's getting very consistent scouting on both the main and the natural. It's 9 harvesters to 9, both players equally matched in that way. And mass pit bull continues. Green Zero behind the scenes has cut that production, and he now sends out an orca strike. It looks like Green Zero was getting some upgrades from his double airfield, so no orcas just yet, but he will signal that he's got an airfield by sending the Orca strike across the map. So as soon as Wildcom sees that, he will sort of know what Green Zero has, but he won't know exactly because there's going to be the first Orca for Wildcom, and it gets spotted just in time. AP ammo nearly done for Wildcom. There around the 6.5 minute mark, it will finish up. There's the Firehawks. They're finally here. Stratofighter and Hardpoints should have both been upgraded, and the Tech Center is now online. So it's going to be Firehawks going for the cross-map play, and there they will transition up and over, dropping on the refinery. So they're here to snipe refineries. They're not going to try and cut down tech. They're not going to try and snipe the production. They're going for the economy. There's going to be the laser fence, and I have to imagine it's going to be some anti-air batteries being deployed as well to try and chip away at those Firehawks, because when they Stratofighter in, you got to catch them with the pit bulls, or you got to have just like mass anti-air defense and then hope that you can land the shots. Titans moving forward. It's once again mass APC. Railguns haven't finished up just yet, but there's railguns on the other side, courtesy of the zone troopers. Two Titans going down in the trade, and the rest of them will slowly walk their way away. And it is a nearly completed Marv on the Green Zero side of the map. Sells off one of his airfields. And, well, these Pitbull and Predator tank are going to try and chase down this Titan, stop it from retreating back to its main base. Wildcom not rebuilding the refinery at the natural expansion, instead deploying a refinery at the main, or at the third base. Wildcom commits in with a lot of pit bulls to the main base of Green Zero. Meanwhile, the Marv is, he's hoping to avoid the fight with the Marv. He's just striking a war factory, and now he's going to try and get out of town. Wildcom retreats all of the Titans away from the front line. He doesn't want to fight the Marv with no railguns. And Green Zero goes for a checkerboard pattern with the engineers and those zone troopers. Firehawks returning to base. APCs are here to guard the rest of the harvesters. The ones that remain will be kept safe. Rocket squads being deployed directly into APCs, but now the Titans will finally wrap around and get the kill on these APCs. The Predator tank as well going down, and the Marv just vacuuming up that Tiberium field in the middle of the map. Green Zero, he doesn't need to expand into the middle because he can just take all of that cash for himself. Now 10k up total resources gathered compared to Wildcom. Wildcom has the bigger army, but I really feel like he needs railguns to round this army out. He just doesn't have much damage output. Well, maybe if he has EMP. If he has EMP, then he can lock down the Marv and lock it in position so he can close the distance and then kill it off. Harvester's going to be crossing the map here directly into the Marv. One at least will pay the price for that. The other two might be able to escape. And Green Zero looking to take over more of the map. He hasn't gone for his expansion yet. His MCV will be there in about 10 seconds to deploy at that third base location. And Wildcom, despite the fact that he got to the third base quite quickly, he has never had a really amazing economy because he lost this refinery back here, and then he has just been shuffling harvesters around ever since. And a lot of them are just waiting outside on this refinery, and that's another dead refinery, so it's going to be more of a waiting room for these harvesters. Another dead war factory as well, as Wildcom, in theory, has like amazing harvesters and economy, but he just can't actually build anything with it. He doesn't have enough places for his harvesters to go. And Green Zero going to back off. No EMP to lock down this Marv, so these Titans are just going to have to try and trade out as many shots as they can get. They might actually just commit into the attack. and not worry about trying to lock down the Marv. Most of the Titans aren't even firing in this fight, so the Marv is slowly dying, but it is dying nonetheless. And now the RNG is very good, catching 6 of the Titans in a couple of shots there, and the rest of the Titans trying to close the distance, but 2 more go down to the Marv, and Green Zero, with no support for his Marv, is still trading out very well versus these Titans, and now ranking up once, but that might be the end of the Marv as the rockets come in. Now find the damage moments before the railguns of the zone troopers arrive, and the APCs cut down the rocket squads. The Titans trying to retreat, but that's it for most of the army of Wildcom. Green Zero trades out a Marv for pretty much all of the units of Wildcom, and Wildcom has been bombed out of the entire map. Pretty much everything has been taken away on the ground as Green Zero trashes the last of the army, and Wildcom, who never really established his third base well, now has nothing left. The GG gets called, and Green Zero sends us to the ace match. And we finally found it after all this time. We're back on Tournament Odyssey for game number 5. The decider, the ace match for this series. And for the first time, we have a faction switch up in the north, playing the purple, rocking Black Hand. This is Wildcom. Not able to make it happen with Steel Talons, so he's changing it up. Meanwhile, on the south side, sticking with GDI, it's Green Zero. Black Hand versus GDI. We've seen it a million times, but how is Wildcom going to respond, going from Steel Talons now to Black Hand? Does he really want to play late into the game? Does he really want to go against the Juggernauts and the Sonic Emitters of Green Zero? Or does he want to play a little fast and play aggressive with flames, with bikes? Okay, it is not a double War Factory MCV sell all in. If it is, it's getting scouted, but there we go. There's the refinery. MCV moves immediately. We are headed for a natural expansion. We still have to keep our eyes out for flame tanks. Classic Black Hand move. Somewhere around the 3 to 4 minute mark after your natural expansion is up a little bit, you get yourself an op center and 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 flame tanks, and you send them in every direction, north, south, through the middle. You just try to cause as much chaos, and typically they'll catch 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6 will manage to make it through, and sometimes we see it do game-ending damage. So just because the first couple of minutes have elapsed without any trickiness yet, doesn't mean we won't see something yet from the Black Hand player that is super, super aggressive. War Factory deploys, double power plant deploys, and now the MCV is going to be moving into a bit of a better position for that natural expansion refinery placement. Refinery gets deployed, but it gets powered down immediately by Green Zero. He doesn't want to lose any harvesters to just a couple of bikes harassing his natural. Instead, he's going to deploy some watchtowers, get some pit bulls out to make the defense a little bit easier. Both players evenly matched across this series, but now that it's Black Hand versus GDI, will the stability of Green Zero be able to carry him through, or will the switch up and variety of Wildcom finally knock Green Zero aside once and for all in this series? Bikes coming in. They've waited for the harvester to actually show up, and that's one volley. That's good damage. Second volley will get the kill, and the pit bulls are a little late to the fight, but they'll still get what they can as the bikes exit. There's 2 more dead, 3 more dead, 4 more dead. Can we make it 5 and 6? Pitbull trades back, but it's number 5 bike in the dirt. How many bikes do you want to trade for one harvester? I mean, if it's purely the cost of the harvester, then that was way too many bikes. But if it's the cost of the Tiberium as well and the slowdown of the economy, then that's a harder question to answer. But still, 6 bikes is a lot. That surely has to be more than the cost of the Tiberium and the harvester and the slowdown of the economy, because both players are on 9 harvesters now. But of course, Green Zero has double the army value because he's already killed off a ton of bikes. Where are the rockets? It's Cabal out of the barracks. And it's going to be the Pit Bulls looking to pick off another bike. And now it's just buggies trying to trade against these Pit Bulls. And they can trade okay, but they don't trade well. Scorpion Tank gets added into the mix. And now there's a Scorpion here to help fight against these Pit Bulls. And Green Zero, he doesn't have to accomplish a lot with these Pit Bulls, but if he can keep Rildcom on the Rildcom side of the map, then it means his harvesters are safe. And Green Zero may have been faster to the first refinery at the expansion, but Rildcom was faster to the second refinery at the expansion. And after all things, Green Zero is only up by 2 or 3K of total resources gathered, and everything else has leveled off. Green Zero still committing more and more and more into Pit Bulls. He loves the mass Pit Bull opener, and every player who goes against him knows this about him. It's been true for 10 years, and it's true here today. It's one of those standard things with pretty much all GDI players. They will go mass Pit Bull at some point. And Green Zero just does it maybe a little bit more consistently than some other GDI players. And Green Zero tends to not play Scrin and Nod nearly as much. He will stick with his GDI factions way more consistently than most other players. Rildcom grabs the defensive tower. Scorpion Tank goes down. And Rildcom has been able to produce a number of Scorpion Tanks. Quite a few Scorpion Tanks. And he never actually went triple War Factory, so this is all off of 2 War Factories. Behind that, he got a secret shrine. He also got an operations center. Green Zero, on the other hand, will finish up his AP ammo right there at the 6.5-minute mark. And that's just fine because the double airfield hammerhead really needs that AP ammo. Pit Bulls getting the scout through the base. There's a sell-off of the secret shrine. We got the Black Disciples, and that's all we need, seemingly, as it is going to be 1 dead Scorpion Tank on the north. But I think these Pit Bulls might be caught between a rock and a hard place. Maybe they can escape around the right side of the map. 1 Mantis does get spotted here, so Green Zero has been sniffed out one way or the other. Rildcom knows that it's going to be aircraft from Green Zero. There's a sell-off of the War Factory, but the Pit Bulls managed to find a couple of harvesters here. There's 1 dead, and the Scorpion Tank will absorb the other rockets there. But this is a lot of Pit Bulls here, so they can trade, especially when they kite away from these Scorpion Tanks, and the Pit Bulls are fighting 1 Scorpion Tank at a time, just the way they like it. Rildcom moving through the middle of the map with a couple of rocket squads, and it's going to be a flame tank down the left side for Rildcom towards the base of Green Zero. Pit Bulls getting separated out away from their friends, and they will also go down as many of the Pit Bulls die on the hill. But now it's going to be hammerheads over top. Mantis is here, gets targeted down. The Mantis goes down just like all of the infantry, and Green Zero doesn't respond to the flame tank over on the left side. It's an easy kill, but he's worried more about the Scorpions that have trapped his MCV, going for the surround, but they don't have the DPS high enough against the repair. With the hammerheads on Overwatch, it's going to be a burn down of the Scorpions, and that's a lot of dead Scorps, but that's a lot of stacked hammerheads, and if they take mass damage from the Mantis, it'll be a good day for the Black Hand. The stacked damage is good, but it's not great. The last couple of rockets smash 4 hammerheads stacked on top of each other, and more Scorps will go down. SAM sites deployed in readiness of these hammerheads, and the flame tank is still alive and kicking, going for a second burn on that tib spike way over on the left side of the map. Meanwhile, back at the natural expansion of Green Zero, he's got a 3rd up and running, but he might be losing his natural. He has harvested every bit of Tiberium from this field, so losing the natural is not the end of the world, but he would like to keep around that command post. Decoy Army going to be absorbing a little bit of damage there. Flame Tank is still alive on that left side, so keep that in mind as this army moves forward, and Green Zero looks for a bit of damage on the other side of the map, hunting harvesters with those pit bulls, but it's going to be a continued rocket rampage in the natural of Green Zero, knocking down that war factory, and this army looks powerful, but it's also a lot of decoys in the mix here, and this harvester is going to go for the crush, not going to get anything. Goodbye to the airfield, and it's up to the high ground for Green Zero as Wildcom pushes away the attacking forces on the left side. He's taken the expansion point, and he's gotten one refinery up there, up and running, active as he can be, but he can't keep a good number of harvesters out on the field as the pit bulls find another kill. No, they're going to commit in for it, and they will find it on the transition out from the natural expansion. They do get the kill as they all go down to the rockets of Wildcom. I don't know what this flame tank is doing. He's been around for a long time, and now he goes down. One pitbull still roaming around. We'll find another couple of shots there. He's just happy to just fire a couple of shots here or there and then wait for someone to actually end his life. More hammerheads showing up. Gonna get chased away by the SAM sites. Quad turret gets purchased by Wildcom, and the Mantises catch two at least as they transition across the map. Another Mantis shows up, and it's another dead Hammerhead. Another volley comes out, and it's two more for the dirt. It's a dead Hammerhead. It's a dead couple of flame tanks. How much will they get? Well, would have gotten a little more with Purifying Flame, but they'll get at least one refinery, but not the other. Down to a quarter HP. Both players just sending it across the map. They don't care what they lose. They only care what they kill. And it's going to be more APCs. They've found some low health harvesters from those pit bulls earlier on. And that's two more dead harvesters. Wildcom just can't keep them alive. Try as he might, expand as he will, but he can't find a way to keep his harvesters safe. And he just has to keep rebuilding them time and time and time again. SAM sites don't shoot down, and this is a dead expansion with a tier 3 in the background, and it's enough cash to finish this, whatever this is building. It's charged particle beams there for the Black Hand. It's rocket squads on the natural expansion of Green Zero. They've been parked there for a while. More decoy army, but where is the catalyst missile? It's nowhere to be found. That would have been a nice way to slam those harvesters. Obelisk gets deployed. It'll slowly but surely kill off these APCs, popping them one at a time. There's a second one that goes down as the rockets move out of the natural expansion, and there's going to be the sell-off of that refinery. Doesn't slam the harvesters, instead goes for the refinery, gets the kill, but it's another refinery deployed immediately in its place. Green Zero has so many harvesters full of Tiberium and nowhere to send them. Wildcom having a similar problem, but that's because he keeps losing refineries at his third base. He keeps losing harvesters all over the map, and Wildcom now turning back to the main base of Green Zero. He's going to be able to burn that down. 3 power plants and a war factory, but not a lot here to defend those units. APCs a little bit everywhere on the map, just doing what they can to attack and annoy Wildcom. Green Zero, on the other hand, going to be splitting his forces into every direction, it seems, and Wildcom splitting his damage across 3 different buildings at once. Eventually his infantry army will knock down these structures, trying to deny the build radius and kill off the refinery that matters most of all these structures. It's low power mode for Green Zero, loses the upgraded power plants, loses the little cluster in his original main base, and now the APCs will be getting pushed out and away from the high ground. The MCV slowly walking its way up that hill, and Wildcom is stabilizing late into the game. Green Zero finally puts his long line of harvesters to work, and he is rebuilding his nation on that high ground. Another harvester going down. Wildcom getting revenge for all the harvesters that died of his own earlier in the game. There's going to be an Orca Strike called in on the Conyard. The Conyard will survive, but it will give scouting for Green Zero all across the map. That Orca Strike will be able to see everything that is in that base, which might not actually be all that much to see. Wildcom is about to finish up a refinery and should deploy it right on cue. So I think Green Zero will actually see that and realize what is over there at the third base. Not a whole lot. Green Zero might actually have the infrastructure advantage, although I don't think that the tier 3, I guess, got sold off there by Wildcom or cleaned up by Green Zero. And that charged particle beam, it is paying big dividends for Wildcom. He has got the army advantage just in terms of pure numbers, but not necessarily composition. That's one thing you can't really account for, is he has got a lot of infantry. Mantis is going to catch another hammerhead. That's one hammerhead dead. That's a second one low, low, low. Good night, sweet prince, as that hammerhead crashes down onto the ground, and the hammerheads are nimble, so they manage to find an upgraded power plant in the back line of the Nod base. That's one down, and a second one is nearby. Ops center is also here. There's the laser fence. It'll give it a couple of extra seconds of survivability, but the entire rocket force is already moved out from this location, so the Mantis will chase away the hammerheads, and that is going to be it for that attack. Green Zero has another decoy army to knock down. Where's the one click to follow up? Okay, it's going to be selling off a couple of watchtowers as Green Zero wants a little bit more cash. Wildcom with 5K in the bank. He's got a lot of cash on hand. Green Zero has harvested more overall over the course of the game. And if he could retake his main and his natural, that's a lot of cash on the ground, ready and waiting to be grabbed. SAM sites and Shredder turrets just going to be fighting their way through these APCs. Northern power plant doesn't get sniped. Green Zero calls off his hammerheads to go somewhere else, and it's going to be the Firehawks once again, the hero unit of... I thought he had enough bombs there to knock down the refinery, but he doesn't. The laser fence saves it as those Firehawks manage to get off a bombing run, but not enough to kill off that refinery. Okay, there we go. We finally get the knockdown. 3 of the 4 Tiberium spikes have been eliminated. Harvester going for that Tiberium field that is slowly growing in that area. APCs trying to do battle with rockets and with shredder turrets, but it's easier to just fight the power plant that's open and exposed, defended by nothing, as this Mantis is getting slowly shot up by the harvesters of GDI. They've got the tiniest guns that you've ever seen, but they do still have guns as the Firehawks bomb out the barracks and they bomb out something else, maybe a power plant there as well. Couple of bikes, couple of buggies swarming across the map. They're going to be able to find one harvester, knock it down. AP ammo, long finished, and it will pop up with that watchtower, which gets pretty much immediately shut down by Wildcom. Green Zero losing an APC on the north side, and Wildcom now going to try and swarm the con yard, but the defensive tower getting a critical kill there. One shot, one kill. No Tib core for these bikes. We're late in the game, but Wildcom just hasn't had the cash, and another critical kill there as another bike explodes. Wildcom and Green Zero, both of them pretty low army counts all throughout this game. They are scrapping back and forth. Barely enough forces to scrape together an army, and they're doing it again and again. That APC so low on health takes another rocket, but still will survive. Okay, he won't survive. He's dead, and that guy is gone. And Green Zero steps out across the map. If his rockets can trade with those bikes, the bikes will be annihilated. The unit's value, the army value, can sometimes be deceiving in that way. Cabal's going to make short work of those rockets, but that's 2 dead bikes as Green Zero finds a number of free shots here against the Nod army. This is a lot of low health bikes as well, but they find one Firehawk and the rest Strato Fighter out to safety. More and more bikes across the map. Green Zero has reestablished his natural expansion down there on the low ground. And the Hammerheads find this broken up rocket army. Again, no Tib core on those bikes, so the bikes on the south side don't have the same punch and damage that they would the rockets. Well, they never get that Tib core upgrade no matter what. And the bikes will find a lot of undefended harvesters. Green Zero's economy is about to be sacked. He's just deployed his Reclamator hub. He needs the cash on hand for the Marv, and he loses a couple of harvesters there. He's down to just 2 versus the 6 of Wildcom. I don't think that harvester count is quite right, because there's 3 on screen right there and 2 over there. But Green Zero losing a number of harvesters in the fight. Another one goes down, and Green Zero, he's down to like 3 or 4 harvesters, but they're all consolidating over at the natural expansion. The refinery on the high ground lays empty. More Firehawk bombing runs. The same problem on the Wildcom side of the map. He's got a decent number of harvesters, but he keeps having them just stacked up at one single refinery because everything else has been bombed out, and there's so many harvesters just waiting to refine that Tiberium. Marv steps out onto the field. Zone Trooper jumps inside. Could be a barracks for a couple of engineers. There's going to be the barracks, engineer, or I don't even know if he has the tech still around. Yeah, he does still have the tech, so he can get out some Zone Troopers. I don't know if he wants to wait that long for them. It's going to be a Grenadier. He might actually be... Is he going EMP grenades? I guess not. But there's one engineer. Okay, there's the other engineer. I'm not sure what his hope for the Grenadiers are. And Wildcom is just getting bombed out of existence by these Firehawks. Green Zero, he has managed to slow down the pace of this game. He's managed to knock back the attack bike attacks, and he has just been able to extend the fight anywhere on the map with the help of those Firehawks. They are his artillery in this fight. He's got hammerheads, he's got Firehawks, and those are how he strikes anywhere on the map. Defensive tower finally gonna get knocked down. It has been a valiant fighter for both teams. Engineer grabbed the Tib Spike a little while ago, and now it'll finally get knocked down, so there are no Tib Spikes left on the map. Not often do we see all of the Tib Spikes eliminated, and Wildcom will be able to smash down one of those APCs. The rest of the army, he doesn't want to fight right now, and behind all of this, the Marv is making its way up to the high ground. It's trying to find the forces of Wildcom. Wildcom loses another harvester over there at his old natural expansion, and the hammerheads get clobbered by the attack bikes, and still 20 minutes into the game, no one has claimed the EMP control center as the APCs move back out across the map. The hammerheads find 1 kill, but there's still lots of harvesters present for Wildcom. Engineers inside of the Marv, 1 Grenadier squad and 1 Railgun squad as well. The Zone Troopers from the sold off Redeemer or Reclamator hub, as Green Zero's MCV has deployed all the way into the main base of Wildcom, and Wildcom has a huge swell of rocket squads. He's got a number of bikes as well. Green Zero is probably going to want to deploy some watchtowers to help him fight this out. Marv on the far side of the map. It's going to take a long time for the Marv to actually respond to this threat. He's not moving at all. Is Green Zero going to try and just fight this one out with pure APC? He can do it with the APCs on the ground. The Hammerhead's going to be providing some fire from above, knocking down a number of these rocket squads, and some of these might be decoy units as well. APC's backing off. It's nice to have the watchtowers tank some of the damage there as the hammerheads all go down, and the Marv is going to slowly make its way up the hill. Rifleman squad's going to be scouting, going up the hill first for the Marv, and that's a dead Mantis that gets sent to the front line. 1 heroic rocket on the side of Nod, and the bike's going to be swinging around the north side. Marv will decimate the base on the high ground, but these rockets are trading away with these watchtowers and APCs. There's the slow burn of the Black Hand forces as they just slowly make their way forward, knocking down everything in their path. Wildcom He may be losing the fight on the high ground, but he is winning the fight at his old main base. He's got the flames, he's got the rockets, and he's got the close quarters combat with Green Zero's MCV. There's going to be the body block from the barracks to extend out this fight a little bit longer. There are 3 watchtowers just pouring bullets into this rocket army, and Green Zero will lose his MCV as a 4th watchtower deploys. Almost every single one of these rockets is going to get gunned down. So many of the forces of Wildcom have been eliminated in this fight. He won, but it was costly as the bikes smash another harvester. They find another refinery, and they will knock that down. Wildcom has to sell off everything and retreat over to his MCV. Wildcom. Does he have enough cash to finish off? I assume this is a refinery. There's no tip spikes left, and Green Zero, as long as he has a Marv, he can still harvest. As long as he has Marv is... Oh, he has a war factory. He's already rebuilt the MCV. Green Zero is in a fine position. Wildcom with $1. Did he sell off the SAM site? Oh, he has $1 left and he can't build the refinery. He's 1 inch away from finishing the refinery, and he can't. He's got so much cash, but he can't do anything with it because it's all inside of a harvesters. And now he has to fight a Marv with this army. The MCV isn't even being called in. The Marv is just going in before the whole fight is even ready. And the watchtowers could make this an unfair fight, but this Marv is just going to it's just going to absorb so much damage. The Grenadier, it turned out to be a genius pick versus the Black Hand Man Spam. Rifleman coming in and the Marv kiting away from these rockets. Wildcom tragically $1 left in his bank account. 1 inch away from finishing that refinery. And he wasn't able to do it. No power plants, no barracks, no production, and Wildcom falls down to the lower bracket. A grueling best of 5 going the distance with a 25-minute banger on the end. Green Zero advances to the qualification match in the upper bracket of Group D. It's qualification time. It's finally time to see who will be the first seed out of Group D. It has been a furious couple of matches, but we still have one more best of 5 in the upper bracket. On the left side, playing the Skrin. Oh boy, going for a double portal descent rush right here in game number 1. This is Phoenix. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, playing his stock standard green GDI. This is Green Zero. GDI versus Skrin, 2 very powerful factions as far as play the game, macro, and get to a late big death ball army. Both of these factions can do that exact thing. However, that's not exactly what we're seeing here from Phoenix. Oh, he does get spotted in the north. Rifleman squad gets a couple of shots off against the disintegrators, so they have been spotted, but does Green Zero realize, I guess he's about to, does he realize that it's 2 groups of disintegrators, not just 1? It doesn't matter because it looks like these disintegrators are going to run right past the tip spike. They're actually going to attack the tip spike. So Phoenix is not going for harvesters, at least not initially. He's going just for the tip spikes. And if he gets 2 tip spikes, that does knock down 2/3 of Green Zero's Tiberium spikes right here in the beginning of the game. Second APC should be popping out here for Green Zero. First, no, it's another harvester coming out and a power plant. There's no watchtower here from Green Zero. He sells off the refinery, and that's a dead harvester as the disintegrators, the second batch, pass by the tip spike and still get a kill anyways. 2 tip spikes down, 1 harvester, 1 refinery, and another harvester low on health for Green Zero. Behind all of this, Phoenix has spent a ton of cash to make that happen, and at the end, he's currently up 1 refinery and 1 harvester. Now, Green Zero will be on equal footing in just a moment. And because he has only 1 refinery, he's not actually losing any mining time because that harvester can't refine anything anyways. It would just be waiting outside of that refinery. And there we finally have the next refinery up and going for Green Zero. And now he's actually ahead 1 harvester compared to Phoenix. But Phoenix has at least evened things up. He is on even footing. Maybe he's a little bit ahead. Maybe he's a little bit behind. Okay, he's not a little bit behind. He's a little bit ahead, but he's not game-winning ahead. It's not like just tap out and go next. Sometimes the descent rushes do enough damage that it's tap out and go next. Green Zero does still have a fighting chance, but Phoenix does have the economic advantage, and this refinery at the natural expansion is the perfect indicator of that. Phoenix already pretty much unloading his first load of Tiberium, and there's actually going to be a crane added on as well. Phoenix is so confident in his cash flow that he is going to be happy to deploy a crane. Not something that we see very often. Green Zero, he's got more disintegrators to worry about, and this is actually no response from the harvesters. This is no needed response from the harvesters. They don't actually have to run away. The APCs don't do anything. The APCs don't even show up for the fight. And Green Zero just chases away the disintegrators. That was, I guess, nothing really happening there. Mines deploy in the south. 1 seeker tank down, a couple of seekers, couple of gunwalkers. Phoenix has sent a couple of gunwalkers around the map, doing a bit of damage, doing a bit of scouting, doing a bit of poke and prod harassment, but not amounting to much. 4 seeker tanks and a gunwalker. Yeah, you can do a bit of damage with that, but probably versus a bunch of APCs, you're not going to get much done. Command post is out. AP ammo on the way. Double airfield. It can work quite well versus Scrin to go Firehawks, to snipe the tech, to snipe the structures, and everything that they're going for. There's going to be the nerve center and the technology assembler. Tier 2 and Tier 3 up and running. APC getting a couple of more shots off against these disintegrators, but there's even more disintegrators moving around the map. This portal in the north from Phoenix just seems to be producing disintegrators. Every minute or so, he produces another couple of squads. He sends them out on the map. And, well, this current group is not really doing anything. They're just hanging out back home. Phoenix, on the other hand, MCV moving forward. He has got quite high harvester saturation, 10 harvesters. And what was once a modest like 3,000 or 4,000 total resources advantage in terms of overall money harvested is now ballooned into $15,000 worth of additional credits harvested for Green Zero. Drone ship under a little bit of threat here, but APCs just don't kill buildings quickly. Tripod closing in, and disintegrators from the north. They're actually just getting shot up by the APCs. They're not even trying to trade. They're just running somewhere, getting murdered as okay, there's just 2 tier 3s coming in. Okay, it's the Warpgasm. So this is common if you expect to 1 harvester down. APC gets clobbered as well. Green Zero, he was behind on economy. Firehawk comes in, bombs basically nothing. One of these APCs going heroic. It's the rifleman inside of it, and another harvester gets eliminated. Green Zero's harvester count now at 6 versus the 10 of Phoenix, and Phoenix is now 30K ahead in overall money harvested. Green Zero struggling with the defense at the natural expansion, loses some additional harvesters at a time when it's not a good time to lose harvesters. And the double tier 3, Phoenix kind of styling on Green Zero here, spending the cash so that he has redundancy. So many times we have seen Scrin players, Mechapedes, get blasted. Huge shot from the Sonic Emitter, but he doesn't quite clip the heads. He doesn't quite annihilate any of those Mechapedes. And the tier 3, okay, yeah, it does get sold off there. So it has been many times that we have seen in a competitive game of Kane's Wrath, the Scrin, because they require the tier 3 to be present for the entire build time of the Eradicator Hexapod, if you snipe it, like with some Strato Fighter Firehawks, if you snipe that tier 3, you reset the timing of the Eradicator Hexapod. I think there was a game that, I don't know, it was Mass Relief or somebody played, where they reset an Eradicator Hexapod coming out 2 or 3 times. And each time, the Scrin player had to drop another $4 grand on the tech to try and get back to where they were. Sonic Emitter gets a massive shot off. That's one dead Mechapede, but there's also an Eradicator going to be pressuring the front door. The natural expansion is under threat, and this is a GDI army without many tank upgrades, with no Juggernauts, and without enough Sonic Emitters to hold the line. Green Zero sells off a little bit on the front line, and he's going to have to somehow make a miracle happen. 36k of army versus 16. The tap out comes out, and it's a GG. Go next. Green Zero puts up a fight, but from that first disintegrator attack in the beginning, was behind and was never able to catch back up. We might as well be playing Tib Wars with these faction choices. The best of 5 continues on to Winter Meltdown with a classic GDI versus Nod. In the north, this is Green Zero. And up 1-0, switching now to Nod. This is Phoenix. It would be something if Phoenix wins this game, and then for game 3, he plays GDI, just checking off all of the boxes for, like, what am I going to beat you with? But in this case, it might not actually be settled. Scrin, they can be a tricky faction. Nod, Green Zero, I feel like, is going to have a better handle on nice big map, his map choice as well. So we're going to be moving on to Winter Meltdown, and we'll just see what Green Zero is able to bust out. Kind of expecting to see a lot of pit bulls, but again, it could be a mass APC kind of build. Scouting with these buildings gives good vision on a couple of the main attack paths of the map, and he'll also be able to see the natural expansion timing quite easily. Green Zero going to be going for the same kind of natural expansion timing as Phoenix, so both players happy to play this one out more normal than that last game. There's going to be the scout for the confirmation. Doesn't quite see the 4th harvester showing up. If he's looking, he will see it right there, which will just sort of confirm the normalness of this game. And Green Zero himself now on to 5 harvesters. So very standard, very normal openings from both players so far. Green Zero never got to that late game GDI army. Never got to big hammerhead count, never got to juggernauts, never got to railguns. Although I feel like a lot of players have been skipping railguns. They don't go for it unless they really want to try and make the tanks work for them. They'll just be happy to have a couple of Predator tanks running around the map, not get railguns, and then instead spend that cash on more juggernauts, spend that cash on more sonic emitters, and of course, the Marv. The real railguns that you care about are the 2 zone troopers that garrison the front of the Marv. There's going to be a watchtower deployed, maybe a little bit in anticipation of those bikes attacking in, and then sells it off immediately. For now, Phoenix goes refinery, followed by a war factory at the natural expansion. All of the timings are turning up normal, and it's not too aggressive of posturing from Phoenix. He's not worried about going double War Factory right off the bat, or even going triple War Factory immediately. He's balancing it out with his economy, with his harvester production. Bikes and pit bulls going to be trading a little bit back and forth. Scorpion tanks coming out. There's also a hand of nod here from Phoenix, so he has diversified up his production structures a little. Sometimes the hand of nod is just so that they can produce laser cannons, but we'll see. Maybe the laser turrets are going to be the primary defense. Maybe he's going to build a couple of rocket squads. Scorpion tanks are out for Phoenix, and it's 3 bikes and a buggy heading back into the natural expansion. Green Zero has a watchtower, has a Predator tank ready to go, so he shouldn't lose anything to this. Refinery gets placed down, kind of a wonky spot, but not so bad that it's going to cause any real problems for Green Zero. And Phoenix now finally dislodging that rifleman from out of the building. Green Zero moves forward with a couple of pit bulls in the north, tags the buggy, knocks it down, but this is the early warning system that Phoenix needed. Nice number of Scorpion tanks respond, and it's going to be an easy defense for Phoenix. Operations Center coming up right there. Command post is already up and running. AP ammo a few seconds into the build cycle, so yeah, once again, they are very close to being mirrored, despite the fact that they are playing different factions. 9 harvesters for Green Zero, 5 6K ahead in income. Not a huge lead, but a comfortable lead. An additional 3,000 per minute over his opponent. And as long as that lead can stay up, then Green Zero is going to be enjoying a comfortable army advantage. But one misstep and that kind of a lead can disappear real quick. There's the tier 3. Could be laser capacitors with this many Scorpion tanks and not a lot of bikes. Laser capacitors are the most likely option for this Nod army. Could be going into something else, but you know, laser scorps are a powerful unit, and they are an excellent unit to spam when it's just going to be a ground war. Mammoth tanks making an appearance. A very calm first 6 minutes from both of these players. Green Zero establishes himself in the middle of the map, and it's going to be pit bulls trying to find an angle. They do manage to clip a couple of bikes, and the last one will escape for now. Laser capacitors should be, okay, it's a little over halfway done, so we still have a bit of time to wait. But Green Zero, he's got mammoth tanks heading to the middle, maybe even a fresh refinery right here on the front line for Green Zero. Scorpion tanks head up to the north. That is where Phoenix was sending his MCV. So Phoenix goes for the northern expansion, forming a line from his main base to his natural to his third. Is Phoenix just going to go for the back door? He's just ignoring this base that Green Zero is building in the middle of the map, and he is saying, you know what, I actually don't need to fight you there. I'm just gonna laser your back door. And it's railguns versus Scorps, lasers versus the GDI mechanized power, and it's not working out well for the Scorpions. Right from the beginning, the Mammoth tanks have the big advantage. The army values are close, but man, do Mammoth tanks chew through Scorpions. Green Zero's once small economic advantage has now grown to 12K, and a lot of that is represented here in the better army of Green Zero. Mine drop on top of the Mammoths, and the lasers are going to start surrounding these Mammoths. Predator tanks coming in from one side. Blackhand trying to help flame them down. Mines absorbing one Mammoth almost completely, and the Obelisk will get a couple of shots as more tanks pour in for the GDI. More avatars stomp in for the Nod. It's going to be a lot of dead units on both sides, but the Mammoth tank standing strong as Green Zero crushes the lasers of Nod. He eats up the mines, and he just doesn't care. A wall of tanks with reinforcements coming in. Vertigo bombers can maybe find some damage. Another Mammoth tank goes down, and the Predator tanks aren't lasting forever, but there's going to be the Shockwave artillery landing on the avatars, as do the Zone Troopers popping out of the drop squad and helping to knock down those avatars. Another Predator tank goes down. The forces of Phoenix are falling faster as the reinforcements come in from Green Zero, and the avatar is going to get popped. No, it's going to be the air tower getting sniped as the Vertigos make their last bombing run. and the Avatar tries to fist fight the Zone Troopers. Never a good idea for the Avatar, but it's a double obelisk. The tanks have been deleted. Everything in terms of infrastructure has gone down for Phoenix on the front line. But Green Zero's forces have finally paused. He hasn't sent in any more tanks. He didn't keep the assault up, and now engineers are going to show up to try and recapture these husks. Green Zero's powerful army hasn't been able to crush the base entirely, but he has managed to shut down the refinery, kill off the units, but now they've been reclaimed. The husks are back online, and it's 2 avatars on the front line. Phoenix cannot fight against the army of Green Zero just yet. That is 4 mammoth tanks with railguns and 1 avatar stolen from the Phoenix side of the map. Vertigo bombers could be a game changer here for Phoenix. If he gets the bombing runs, he can eliminate tank after tank without really fighting in a fair fight. Green Zero planted on that southern expansion field. A bunch of pit bulls looking to kill off harvesters. They're sent lazily and sloppily in the south to go for that Tiberium, and they're not going to find anything. Juggernaut's finally making an appearance, but it's going to be Vertigo bombers with an easy kill, and the supersonic airstrike knocks down 1. The other escapes. It's a trade of a 1-for-1. The Juggernaut goes down, but so does the Vertigo, and that's a sell-off of the orbital of the obelisk right away. Orbital bombardment, a possibility here for the remaining 1 clicks of Green Zero, and the mammoth tanks rolling forward. Phoenix is going to have to find something to stop these mammoths from rolling over his base. It's another mine drop. Why not get any 1 click that you can? It's another dead tank, but it's a dead MCV, and Green Zero is looking to even up the score 1-1. He doesn't want to go into game 3 down 0-2. He wants to make it a fair fight between these 2 in the upper bracket. It's been a slow burn of GDI power, but we got to the late game and we got to mechanized domination. 3 Juggernauts, 4 Juggernauts as the follow-up for Green Zero. And there's the tap out, the GG from Phoenix. He drops game number 2, and Green Zero evens up the score. And after 2 games, we are actually no closer to knowing who will be the first seed out of Group D, who will advance into the round of 8, and who will drop down to the lower bracket to have to fight from there. In the north, playing the green, it's Green Zero. GDI all the way. And in the south side, deciding that the faction wasn't the problem, let's try it all again. This is Phoenix. Phoenix sticks with Nod, gets a win with Scrin, loses with Nod, and then says, nope, Nod is the way to go. And well, we'll see how right or wrong he is. But both players even in score, and 1 player will have the momentum after this game. It will be the opportunity to take the first real lead in the series, be on match point for the remainder of the games, and the Raider buggy doesn't get the kill on the rifleman before they deploy the foxhole. Green Zero will have that additional scouting information from pretty close to the front door of Phoenix's base. Everything is looking normal as the MCV heads to the natural expansion for Phoenix. He never got the big bike buggy harassment swing. He never was able to knock down the harvesters of Green Zero. He just kind of played it slow and went to the late game. Green Zero got the better upgrades, had the better defensive position, and nothing really happened for Phoenix. He didn't try to go super heavy into the aggression. He wanted to play for the late game. And in the end, he was just a bit slower. The Nod forces were just a bit worse at it. And the upgrades of GDI are powerful. Vertigos are a nice answer. Vertigos are a good idea. Redeemer is also a potential nice answer. but neither one of those answers was enough. The Redeemer didn't come out, and the Vertigo Bombers didn't have enough time to execute their bombing runs. The Mammoth tanks were on the front door, and then once you have to choose between Mammoths, which are burning down your base, and where is this engineer going? Mammoths that are burning down your base, and Juggernauts that are going to knock down your base from afar, it is not a good choice to have only like 2 Vertigos at that point and be trying to pull that off. All right. Phoenix has decided to switch it up. He has denied some of the scouting, but he has also been posturing like it's going to be a normal game. He hasn't sold off his MCV, so this could just be a big focus on production. Burn, burn, burn that cash as you dump a bunch of bikes and buggies out onto the field. And this engineer is running for the hills. Green Zero is hoping to keep him safe. The bike buggy has rolled up to the natural expansion, and they now realize what is there. It's a barracks. It's a couple of rocket squads ready and waiting. Pitbull's going to be trading back and forth with these bikes, and Green Zero's defense is fine for now, but is it going to be fine when the reinforcements start rolling across? Another rocket squad goes down, and the bikes are now near enough to the harvesters that they can start popping shots. There's going to be the harvesters pulled off the line. War Factory deploys just in time. The repair is good. The Guardian Cannon is here. The power mode is low, and the War Factory dodging is perfect from the harvesters. All of the bikes low on health, nearly chasing that engineer off the map. But the bikes and the buggies are so low on health that Phoenix is 1 or 2 shots away from disaster. The buggies absorb the shots, but there goes a bike traded back 1 for 1 with the Pitbull. Predator tank is out, and the Predator tank can start popping those bikes very easily. Pitbull going for some light harassment, and the Rocket Squad gets 1. Not 2. Could have been 2, but it does get 1. The RNG wasn't quite good enough with the placement of those bikes, with the positioning of them. And of course, the follow-up from Phoenix, it is going to be double refinery. So like I said, the double War Factory start to the expansion isn't always an indicator that we are going to go crazy with an all-in. It was into 11 harvesters. Phoenix has more than enough harvesters for his 2 bases. He can long distance mine, he can go for the blue Tiberium, and I think that is what he is doing. 2 harvesters headed to that blue Tiberium, and the engineer is still alive somewhere on the map, looking for an opportunity, and the Pitbulls roll into the middle of the map. Phoenix has to abandon the blue Tiberium idea, and now Green Zero is going to swing through. Oh, he just goes to the north side of the ridge, and it ends up working out. Scorpion tanks and Pitbulls are going to be tangoing in the middle of the map, and it is going to be harvesters that get dived on. But no, the dive isn't good enough because the bikes and the Scorps are here. Another volley of rockets. It's a low health harvester, but it's still alive, and that's a lot of Pitbulls traded back for no dead harvesters. 1 Scorpion tank will be traded at the end of the exchange, but the harvesters make it to that blue Tiberium, and the reinforcements from Green Zero might be a little bit too slow, especially if they don't have stealth detection. 2-3 Pitbulls roll into the natural expansion of Phoenix, and for now, the harvesters at the blue Tiberium are safe. They have to have stealth. Okay, there is going to be the scan to reveal them, and Green Zero gets the perfect kill on 1, but the second will walk out of range of the scan. Oh no, he's not out of range of the scan. He finally stealths moments before disaster strikes. Phoenix manages to escape with a blue load of Tiberium. Bikes crossing the map, and the engineer is actually parked in the exact same spot. Mammoth Tank will meet these bikes out in the open, and Green Zero has found his economic advantage, the one that he was looking for in that last game. He has found it once again here in game number 3. After a rough start to the series with that loss in game 1, he has bounced back, and the Predator tanks may even get some free shots on this MCV. The transition, okay, he gets deployed in time. The transition to the third base can be a dangerous walk for any MCV, and Phoenix almost paid a price for it. MCV taking some damage, but it's not the end of the road. Green Zero would love to have railguns for these Predator tanks to go toe-to-toe with these laser Scorps, but he doesn't have it ready yet. MCV, oh, it just finished moments after it finishes up. Predator tanks are going to go down, though. Avatars, Scorpions, plus the Obelisk. It's a mean combination from Team Red, and GDI won't be able to fight it without Juggernauts and without Mammoth tanks. You're going to need a little bit more. There's going to be the Catalyst Missile, slams into the refinery, knocks it down, but that's a refinery on a dead field. There's not a lot of Tiberium left over there, so it's not the end of the world. It is a tough thing nonetheless, but it's not the end of the world. The stealth tank could cause a lot more problems, and that's going to be stacked up harvesters. That's going to be some massive splash damage while Predator tanks go down on one side of the map. It is 4 harvesters that take massive damage. 3 dead harves with 2 more low on health. That's a 4th dead harvester and only a rifleman squad to respawn. The watchtower will put out a little bit of damage, but the stealth tank doesn't need much to finish off that harv, and the engineer is still camped out there in the bottom side of the map. No sneaky capture for him, and now Phoenix, having dealt tremendous damage to the harvester count of Green Zero, has an opportunity to even up the economy and scream further ahead more than he already is. Phoenix going to have to push back this attack without taking too much damage. The Mammoth tanks are here, but they don't have Juggernaut support. Do they have EMP? I don't think Shockwave artillery is ready to go, so it's going to be Avatars pushing to the front line. 1 Obelisk goes down, but that last Mammoth tank just walked into his doom because this is way too many Avatars. That's a lot of Avatars stomping to the front line, and they may not be dual beam, but there's more than enough numbers there to push back the GDI and cross the map. I think if Phoenix realized the state that Green Zero is in, he would have just kept pushing, because it doesn't take that much infantry support to keep these Avatars alive. For the current moment, he actually turns north. I don't know that Phoenix realizes how much he could have just smashed the base of Green Zero right then and right there. He would have had to commit a few more forces into the attack, but Phoenix turns north, and he's actually just going to kind of extend the game out a little bit longer. Green Zero, maybe he'll try to respond to the north with his army, but Phoenix is not looking to rush into anything. He is playing this one out slow and steady. He has the advantage. He's had the economy advantage for a minute now, and he is 16,000 credits ahead. Green Zero has that 3rd base now well established, but the army advantage is on the Phoenix side. Stealth tanks can also slow things down for the GDI player if Phoenix manages to get some Tib Core stealth tanks into his opponent's back line. No Tib Core, and it hasn't even started upgrading either. So Phoenix has a real opportunity to just upgrade the damage of his stealth tanks and then just hit and run Green Zero until the end of time. I can't believe that Phoenix isn't pushing somewhere. He has such an advantage. Stealth tanks actually getting caught by the zone troopers, and they will fight them straight up 1-to-1 for just a moment, which is a terrible idea for the stealth tanks. They're never going to win that fight. And Phoenix is now forming up his entire army across the blue. MCV on the move as well. Somewhere. There it is. MCV on the move through the middle of the map. And Green Zero, he's gonna have to deal with this army at some point. I'm not sure what his plan is to deal with this army. I don't know that he needs to rush over to his main base. I feel like at this point the main base is gonna die anyways, and it's more about trying to deal with this army when you're in a strong position. Phoenix backs away. Very cautious, not wanting to give any advantage to his opponent, not wanting to give an opportunity for Green Zero to get back into this game. Army gets split up. That is so many avatars. I feel like even that small group of avatars over here, not counting the Redeemer, not counting the other units on the map, I feel like this group of avatars might just be able to win the game for Phoenix. If he pushes into the third of Green Zero, then I think Green Zero can hold the line there. But he's going to be able to knock down everything else that Green Zero has. Goodbye to the Tier 2, goodbye to the Tier 3 upgraded power plants as well. The main base and the natural are just going to be sacked. Mammoth tanks are responding. Okay, Green Zero has enough mammoths that he can knock down this avatar force, especially if he has some... yes, he does have the Space Command uplink. So with the help of some EMPs, he can absolutely knock down these avatars. But then you got to wonder, is it worth going in with the EMP versus these avatars and these mammoth tanks when, yep, the Redeemer calls out across the map? That's what you have to worry about. Green Zero eating up this entire third Tiberium field. He has evened things up considerably from where they were just a couple minutes ago. And now Mammoths are going to have to really test themselves versus these avatars, versus the Redeemer. And maybe Green Zero can divide and conquer here. Maybe he can roll up on these avatars and get the kill. The first couple of tanks do go down as they walk slowly up to the front line. A concave of avatars already fully loaded, blasting through these tanks. And this is not Phoenix's full strength. So as long as his reinforcements arrive in time, he doesn't necessarily lose this fight. Phase 1 goes to Green Zero, but are you ready for Phase 2 as Phoenix rolls in? There's going to be the Rage Gen popped off, and that's 2 dead tanks to start off Phase 2 of this attack. At the same time, Phoenix has mass rocket squads. He's got the Redeemer, he's got the Avatar, and he's got mass rocket squads as well. You need a little bit of everything to deal with this Phoenix army, and Green Zero just doesn't have it. He's got mammoth tanks. He can go toe-to-toe with the avatars, but you mix in the rockets, you mix in the stealth tanks, and suddenly Green Zero doesn't have enough. If it was just the avatars and the army got separated out like that, maybe Green Zero can crush one half of the army and then retreat back to his base and draw it out. But with the rocket squads, with the avatars as well, the Redeemer, everything coming forward, it's going to be a tough hold for Green Zero. Orca Strike comes in. That's no shockwave artillery, and the mammoth tanks come to the front line, getting up some repairs from that war factory, but it's just not enough. GG comes out as Phoenix loses virtually nothing in that second wave of the fight, and Green Zero forced to tap out. The slow play worked out on Tib Rift. Green Zero has one more chance to turn things around and knock Phoenix down. And that sends us to Tournament Undergrounds. We're sticking with vanilla factions yet again. Here as the screen, this is Phoenix. Meanwhile, on the right side, playing the GDI, give it up for Green Zero. Green Zero versus Phoenix. One kind of rushy game, and then it's been pretty standard ever since. Little bit of a push of bikes in that last game, but nothing too crazy. And then the late game brawl. I'm gonna get a bunch of tanks, you get a bunch of tanks, and let's duke it out in the middle of the map. And Phoenix getting the economic advantage, managing to find the bigger army as the game went on. Phoenix now going to be crossing a couple of descents on the glass top. Not a ton. I don't know, four disintegrator squads? That's not that many, all things considered. And I do think Green Zero did spot this. 3 rifleman squads going on the lookout. And the disintegrators are going to just move across that northern, the middle of the map. They move north of the main bases, but it's straight across the middle of the map. And for now, Green Zero is going to just hold it off with a couple of riflemen. Buzzers going to clear out some of the rifles, and all right, it's Tournament Undergrounds, and things are starting off very normal, but Phoenix is gonna make it spicy. MCV on the move. That's a bit early. There is a nerve center, and there is no second refinery from Phoenix. He is up 2-1, and he is willing to roll the dice. He says, we're either going to an ace match, or I'm going to knock you out. Either way, we're going to decide it inside of 5 minutes. One of these players will win, and one will pretty much lose. Even if the game straggles on beyond that, it's going to be pretty much decided within 5 minutes. The MCV on the move. The portal was sold off, so if he wants photon cannons, he's going to have to rebuild that. But the dev tanks are here. They are charged up, and they are ready to go. Green Zero didn't have maximum time to see this coming, but he had quite a bit of time to see this coming. So he was able to cut harvester production. He was able to slow things down a little bit. Predator tanks are out, jumping on the dev tanks, and dev tanks are just slow moving. There's the portal, maybe for descents, but definitely for the photon cannon. Guardian cannon is up. There's the low power on the watchtower to keep the lights on. Green Zero is going to have to spend some cash on power plants when he wants to be spending cash on units, on anything on the front line, really. Second Guardian cannon gets deployed. First photon cannon is up and running, and corruptors are here as well. It's not pure dev tanks, it's only 2 dev tanks, but they both got a corruptor, so the healing power of the war factory is offset. But that's going to be a dead dev tank right from the beginning. A dev tank gets exploded, and the double Guardian cannon is up against a double photon cannon. Riflemen come out onto the front line. No disintegrators really for them to shoot. I mean, 1 squad, but that's all there is. And Phoenix may have overplayed his hand. Green Zero loses a harvester. The damage is starting to come out. 3 photon cannons are powerful, and the dev tank didn't actually die. It healed back up to full. Phoenix hasn't overplayed his hand. He's still here and ready to go, but Green Zero carefully retreats 2 Predator tanks. He saves them, but it buys more time for Phoenix. 4 Guardian cannons on the front line. It's 3 harvesters to 2, and Phoenix doesn't need a lot of production as long as his corruptors can keep everything alive. Guardian cannons on the north, so Phoenix is going to try and engage on the south side of this field to make those Guardian cannons wasted cash. Predator tanks survive, dev tanks do as well, and Phoenix, he's trying to reform the attack. Oh, these harvesters are so close to death. Green Zero is about to have 0 economy. The Tib Spike got sniped earlier on, and Green Zero wasn't able to grab the Tib Spikes in the middle of the map. That's another dead Harv, and Green Zero is just about finished off. 1 Harv so close to death. Another one getting repairs at the War Factory. And the photon cannons have cut this field off, so Green Zero, he may not be dead, but he's got no money, and he's got no way to get more money. Harvesters are going to be sent to the front line, but it's such a dangerous place to be. I don't even know how Green Zero can hold this off now that he's lost control of this Tiberium field. He just has to go, go, go. Harvester's going to be moving in. Dev tanks get pushed back, but he's still alive, and the dev tank is still charged up. Disintegrators coming out at the last second, and now the harvesters are going to be completely exposed. That's 2 dead Harvs on the front line. They pull back. Can he save them? At the last second, Green Zero saves both of them, and that's just enough cash to keep going, but he gives away 1 Predator tank, 2 Predator tanks. He gives away his entire army, and now the dev tank is only opposed by the Guardian cannons, which are trying to provide overwatch over this refinery, but Green Zero hasn't gotten any money in so long. The GG comes out. He can't refine the Tiberium, and it is a critical mass on the other side. Photon cannons building up, and Phoenix skates into the playoffs. Meanwhile, Green Zero will drop down to the lower bracket. And we're here in round 2 of the lower bracket of Group D to see who will keep their tournament life alive, who will keep their hope alive to advance as the 2nd seed out of Group D, and who will be exiting the group. In the north, playing the Steel Talons, it's Wildcom. And in the south, playing the green, playing the nod, it's Peter. An extremely normal name, but have no fear. He does have some 3s in there to make it legally a gamer name. So you don't have to worry. We've got numbers in the names of both players. We're still all gamers here in Kane's Wrath. We may be way too late in life, but we're still sticking numbers in the middle of our names like it's 2007, which is depressingly close to 20 years ago now. Sorry to ruin your day, but yeah, we're all getting old, and I guess there's no way to stop it other than enjoying the time watching Kane's Wrath, courtesy of Chronosphere, who is presenting Chrono Clash. Big thanks to them. And this is big shovel time for WildCom. That's a pretty perfect spot to deploy a foxhole. You get perfect vision on the War Factory. If there's an operations center, if there's flame tanks, you will know about it. If it's a bunch of bikes, you'll know about it. If it's a bunch of scorps, you'll know about that. If it's just a bunch of harvs, you're gonna know about that as well. And for now, it is just harvesters. Peter goes for a 5th harvester, moves his MCV over to his expansion, and it is game 1 of the lower bracket, and both players have a nice, gentle handshake to say, let's head for the mid game. We don't need any early game shenanigans here, although I will call out that WildCom has grabbed this defensive tower, so if there's any lazy pathing of bikes, they will get one-tapped by that defensive tower, and that might shrink some of the attacking forces down a bit. Scorpion tank gonna push the rifleman away, but the rifleman able to escape very easily, and there is going to be the refineries on the natural expansion from both players. Blue Tiberium harvested away by WildCom in the north. Peter, a little bit later to the party, will be sending his Tiberium harvester over to grab that blue Tiberium. Whoever makes it through this still has a tough road ahead. Peter may eventually be meeting up with Green Zero there in the final match of the lower bracket. That is where this road ends. We already have one player waiting. Or it'll be the rematch, WildCom versus Green Zero, managing to make it through for the rematch. WildCom versus Green Zero was a pretty great series, so I would like to see a rematch of that, but it would also be awesome to see Peter rise up and upset WildCom here in the lower bracket. MRTs and Pitbulls going to be showing up, and there's the repair on the Foxhole. Not something you see very often. Sometimes the Steel Talons, the rigs, and the MRT repair drones repair surprising things. It's like when you see the repair drones of Skrin heal up some of their infantry units, like shock troopers getting healed up as they're attacking a base. A couple of Scorpion tanks going to be rolling into the natural expansion. Rocket squads a little bit too late. They could be jumping inside of those heavy harvesters to provide some extra firepower, but for now the Scorpion tanks are going to have an easy time pushing those harvs away. There's the Titan slowly walking its way up from the main base, but this is a lot of lost mining time for WildCom, as he has to pull almost every harvester off the line at the natural expansion. He is going to trade back. He gets 2 Scorpion tanks, so he loses some mining time but keeps the harvesters alive, and he gets 2 kills on Scorpion tanks. So overall, a fine trade for WildCom, but you know, you'd much rather have your harvesters actually working during that time instead of just doing nothing. So there is a little bit of damage done there by Peter to WildCom, and WildCom is ahead on economy, so slowing him down any little bit helps there. You don't want to let him just get away with it, but Peter really needed to kill probably 2 harvesters there to even things up. Not only because WildCom has an additional harvester, but he also just has more cash than Peter. Peter needs to catch up in the total resources gathered as well. Tip Spike gonna get knocked on here. Knock, knock, who's there? It's a bunch of guns and rockets as a couple of hammerheads get produced, and AP ammo has finished up for the Steel Talons player, so he's got that extra firepower. And for now, ooh, Harvester gonna get sniped here. This is what Peter needs to do. Nicely done there. He's gonna get a 1 hammerhead, maybe 2 and 3 hammerheads, as he's got that Tib infusion. These Nod fanatics are truly crazy. I guess they're not the fanatics, the units, but they are fanatical Nod individuals. As a now Harvester will be traded back. That's a 1-for-1 on the Harvs there. But the Hammerheads go down on the Steel Talons side. Wolverine gets eliminated. War Factory is here, and the Harvesters are going to have to be pulled off the line at the main base. There's a dead Flame Tank, though. Mammoth Tank finds the shots, finds the kill. That counts, and that's 1 dead Flame Tank who is trying to be a sneaky boy and won't be able to. Double Harvester auto-harvesting from the main base to the old Tiberium spike, and they get eliminated. So as Wildcom is going for his 3rd base, as he is living the Crane MCV life, as he is getting railguns, he also gets 2 Harvester kills there outside the main base of Peter. Wildcom retreats away from the front line. Scorpion tanks moving forward. Peter doesn't have his laser capacitor upgrade, so we'll see if he's able to match toe-to-toe the rail guns of the Steel Talons. 1 Mammoth Tank has shown up to the fight, but this is a lot of rockets, and the Mammoth Tank gets kind of cut off by his own refinery there as the Watchtower gets clobbered and the rockets continue to push forward. Peter, he's got an army, and he needs to keep cutting down these Steel Talons forces. Hammerhead coming in. Watchtower's buying a lot of time for Wildcom, and as the Avatar goes down, it can be reclaimed. The husk can be recovered by either player, and the hallucinogenic grenades causing problems for these rifleman squads, but so is the Harvester going for the crush. That's a lot of dead rockets on the ground as the Wolverines sweep up the rest. Peter throws away most of his army in that fight. He still has a Redeemer. He's got an Engineer on standby as well, ready to go, and he has got both of the upgrades from the Secret Shrine, but he's keeping it around for now. Stealth tanks also out on the field. Orca Strike going to be moving over somewhere. Oh, he's just going for the MCV. He dropped the beacon right in the middle of the MCV, and that's a bombing run that doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does get a bit of scouting. It does reveal what's going on, and the Mammoth Tank is going to get a crush on both stealth tanks. Lucky boy, as the obelisk gets dropped, and this Mammoth Tank is going to try and drop the obelisk in a different way. Drop kick the obelisk into next week as the Mammoth Tank goes toe-to-toe with the obelisk, and 1 more shot. No, 2 more shots will do it. The obelisk getting close to winning that fight, but the kill of the double stealth tank plus the obelisk means that Mammoth Tank can retire in comfort. He has done well for GDI. He has done well to put down the Nod rebels. And well, retirement was short from the time that laser blasted him until the husk exploded. That was his retirement package. And as it turns out, it wasn't a very good one. Hammerheads show up, but so do some rockets, and it'll be a trade of hammerheads for rockets. 1 hammerhead going down, and the SAM sites are going to get a Tib core upgrade, blasting those hammerheads. They claim another one as Wildcom has the big economy advantage. 20k total resources gathered more than his opponent. Rage Gen fires off, knocks down a couple of units, but there's going to be the shockwave artillery, the return fire, and it's all hands to the deck. All points converge, but there's just not a lot of damage here. That's throwing a shockwave artillery out into the middle of nowhere just for everyone else to show up late. EMP grenades from the Grenadiers will help lock down this Marv, and the Behemoths load up and lock in. There's the shots that'll kill, but they miss. They go wide. It's up to the Mammoth Tanks who close the distance, and that's a dead Redeemer on the front door of the Nod. Peter has been behind for a while, but it's becoming painfully obvious how far behind as he loses the Redeemer alone, naked and afraid, surrounded by no one but his enemies. It's partially because Peter just doesn't have many units to put out on the map, so it's not like Peter was thinking the ideal strategy is to not support his Redeemer. He just doesn't have anything to support it with. He's run out of cash. He has spent himself into a corner, and his third base was so much slower than Wildcom's that Wildcom has the big army advantage, and that's a great way to start off any diplomatic situation, with the big stick advantage. Mine drop comes in. Maybe this will be 2 dead behemoths, but what else can you get for it? There's a little bit of stealth reveal and a little bit of mines being cleared out. As the main base gets leveled, it's going to be ready for someone else to move into this spot. And Peter, he has to pull a real rabbit out of his hat to make this magic trick work. Otherwise, he's going to be disappearing into game number 2, and Wildcom will make a 0 turn into a 1. It's the slow march of the Steel Talons. It feels like the inevitability of a win for Wildcom as the entire map washes over in purple, and there's just a great convergence towards the third base of Peter. 50k of army versus the 10k of Peter. It is not a pretty sight when you're a Nod fanboy to see this much firepower headed your way. The first act of this fight will be the orbital bombardment, followed up by the supersonic airstrike, and now everything else. The kitchen sink is coming along. The MCV was even packed along, but it doesn't even need to deploy because the behemoths, the mammoths, and the infantry make short work of everything on the front line and the back. There's nothing that's safe from the power of the Steel Talons as Peter drops out of game number 1. And that sends us to Tournament Crater for game number 2. In the north, playing the GDI, it's Wildcom. Feeling good, up 1-0 versus the Nod in the south. This is Peter. Peter versus Wildcom, but it's GDI versus Nod. This is where it all began with Command & Conquer. GDI versus Nod, this time on Tournament Crater. We've seen this map a couple of times in this tournament as well. An extremely memorable game if you did not see Assassin Spy and Dimitri on this map. It was an absolute incredible game to witness, and now we've got it again here with the lava featuring with a GDI versus Nod combo and EMPs grabbed by both players. Nicely done by them. Nice short walk to your natural expansion, and it makes a comfortable place for a game number 2. You can rush, you can go for some aggressive plays, but it's also just easy to get up your natural expansion. It's a comfortable map for pretty much every faction. Everyone should be happy on this map. You get your 2 bases, you get rocking and rolling. It's a little bit slow for Peter. That second refinery and Harvester number 4 is delayed even further. He is really pumping out the bikes in this case. I feel like his second refinery was crazy delayed, even all things considered. It should have been out sooner than that. He is going to have a lot of ground to make up. In that case, it's currently 3 Harvesters to 5. This is a terrible start for Peter. So it's another bike. It's another bike. Okay, he needs to kill 2 Harvesters for sure. Maybe 3 Harvesters to really solidify this game. what is he going to even do here? The bikes are just now crossing the map. Fortunately, Wildcom hasn't spotted this until now. He will have vision on it. Whether or not he actually sees it, you know, obviously stuff can pass through vision without you knowing. Watchtower's not queued up. We do have a couple of APCs and we do have some pit bulls. Okay, Wildcom really was not expecting this. He is not ready for it either. Bikes are going to get one volley off, and then they're going to start trading versus the pit bulls, and this is not what you want. The rig deploys immediately. The bikes don't even get the big smash on the rig, and the RNG is good. The rig targets a bike that travels away, gets the kill on that, and then it gets free damage on the bike that got left behind. Now, on the other side of the map, Peter's going to have to kill basically all of the harvesters of his opponent. If he loses this harvester here to these APCs, one more volley will do it. Orcas show up as well. That's a dead harvester, and this is now an Orca as well, camping on top of this natural expansion. It's hard to imagine a worse start for a Nod player versus GDI in this position. You were down 0-1 in a best of 5, and this is how the game opens. It's always recoverable. You can turn this around, but this is just a miserable spot to be starting from if you're the Nod player. Here's the EMP. It does catch all of the units, but can the bikes do anything with this window? They're actually going to trade out against the pit bull, so they don't even try to dive on the harvester, which obviously the harvester has a lot more health, so they're going for the guaranteed kills on the pit bull, but they're going to trade out all of the bikes for it. So it ends up just being kind of guaranteed damage for both players. And this harvester takes a lot of damage. There's the stealth reveal. The harvs will go for the crush as well. And the scorpion tank might get the kills that matter, but he's also going to lose a lot of health to do it. And these harvs are being brought off the line, going to transfer down to the natural expansion. And the rig is actually setting up on the natural expansion. Double Guardian Cannon. If he could get a little bit closer, he could actually kill that harvester as it refines the Tiberium. And it's not a brilliant start for Wildcom, but it is so much better of a start for Wildcom than it is for Peter. And now the Pitbull is going to be moving in. There is a low health harvester in here as well, and that harvester is already dead. Laser turret gets deployed, and Wildcom is going to find another kill. He just can't stop killing harvesters. He loves it too much. And now the laser turret is here, but so is the hammerhead. There was an Orca earlier on the map out here, so that might also swing back in. And Wildcom is owning the natural expansion of his opponent. It is 11 harvesters to 5. It's a bad day to be playing Nod here on Tournament Crater. And even as this attack sort of falls apart at the end, the damage has already been done. Wildcom can play this one out straightforward from here and will just grow and grow in his advantage in this game. Peter is going to have to play defensive, not Nod's strongest suit, pure defense, but it can work. We can see a GDI player throw a lead away, and he's up to tier 3, so he has the option of going for lasers. He can go for Tib Core missiles. He could even try and get out a Redeemer to be a bullet sponge, and there's going to be the scan to reveal it's one Orca, so he really doesn't have much damage output, but I guess he will eventually knock down. No, he doesn't actually have enough rockets to knock down the harvester. It was at full health, so he's just going to retreat away, and well, that was just sort of not much happening. Wildcom behind this goes for 2 Tiberium harvesters full of blue tib, and I don't know that Peter has taken any of his blue tib yet, but he is going at least 1 harvester over there. Seed Tiberium comes in as well, so he has the chemical plant up and running, and all right, Peter's in an okay spot, but he does need to find a way to defeat 13k worth of army with only 3k worth of army, and this is where the defense needs to come in. Wildcom needs to keep things rolling with a 3rd base. He might even be able to double expand, and he might even catch this blue Tiberium harvester. It's right on the edge of range there, and he does find it. EMP lands, but it hits the harvester. I don't know who fired that off because Wildcom pulled back his pit bulls. And that's a dead harvester. Another one down in the dirt. 13 harves to 6. It's a bad day to be a Nod harvester because you just don't have a lot of friends. Lasers finish up. Railguns not quite halfway done for the GDI. And there is going to be the catalyst missile firing off. It finds a harvester. It does some damage to the harvesters. It kills a refinery. And there's going to be the MCV ready to go. He doesn't even have anything with this MCV. He's just moving across the map. And, okay, there's the Reclamator hub. And Peter has been defeated. It was a bit of a slow mover, but a one-sided game. Wildcom started with the advantage as Peter tried to go aggressive, and it didn't work out. And from that point forward, Wildcom was ahead, and he just stayed ahead further and further. And that'll do it for game number 2. And if it is to be the last game, let it be on Tournament Highlands. Confucius said that once, and looking to confuse his enemy, this is Wildcom. Meanwhile, fighting for his life in this lower bracket and also in this best of 5, this is Peter. I hope you're tired of GDI factions versus Nod factions, because this is Nod versus Blackhand. Who's ready for it? Could be an infinite flame fest. It could be stealth versus non-stealth. It could be Confessor Cabals on both sides of the map. But it also could just be a very normal macro-oriented game or a one-base tech sort of thing from either player. They're both playing those slippery Nod factions, and I'm not sure about Wildcom, but some players in this position, when they're up 2-0, when they feel like they're better than their opponent, they're going to hit them hard and fast in game number 2. They're going to go ultra aggressive. They're going to go for a second war factory, but it's a second refinery. Wildcom is not doing that, but guess who is? This boy is named Peter, and okay, he's not actually selling his MCV, so never mind. Let's all just chill out. There's 2 war factories, but he is not selling his MCV. He is going across the map, and he's going to try and put some pressure on his opponent. Hand of Nod should be added on here for Wildcom. It depends on how much he wants to respond to this, if he believes that it is going to be a big threat or not. Wildcom is the one playing Blackhand, and there's going to be the Hand of Nod. So Peter doesn't have the bonus damage from Confessor Cabals or anything like that helping out his bikes. One Scorpion is going to get knocked down. Okay, there it goes. It finally falls, and the second volley comes in as another Scorpion tank gets produced. That's one more tank down. The Harvesters are fine for now, and there's going to be the laser turret to help this defense a little bit faster. Kill on that bike. Their rockets get added into the mix, and Peter is probably done now. He needs to back on off, and there's going to be the sell-off of the War Factory. The MCV is still here for Peter. Wildcom has held the first wave of the attack. There is still a decent number of bikes out here on the map for Peter, but the longer the game goes on, the harder it is to find the perfect angle, to find the perfect window with rockets and scorpions and laser turrets ready to go. It gets harder and harder with every moment that goes on. Wildcom, he's not moving his MCV, so it's not a fast move to the natural to try and restabilize things. For now, he might just be going one base tech since he's had to kind of pivot into this somewhat awkward position. It's building slow, whatever it is, so it might be a second war factory here on the front lines, and then, yeah, now he can follow up with the ops center, or he can just move his MCV over to the natural expansion. There's going to be this second refinery on the main base, and Wildcom has... He's actually skipped his 5th harvester for now. Bikes over here at the Tib Spike. Hopefully I didn't miss any harvester kills down here. But the bikes will get the kill on the Tib Spike, and that's a nice move for Peter. One of those little tiny advantages that you can get, killing off your opponent's Tib Spike while maintaining your own. Blue Tiberium being stolen here by Peter. Wildcom gets eyes on it, but I'm not sure that he actually has any units to be able to punish this. The Cabal Squad is nice, but it's not kill a Harvester kind of nice. A couple of bikes are going to chase this Harvester down, and Peter, he's left the area, but he's still nearby. Bikes are going to take a little bit of damage from the building, and the reinforcements coming in from Peter will save his Blue Tiberium Harvester. At the same time, a couple of Scorpions moving in on the south side. Wildcom looking to create some space by doing some damage at the natural expansion, and Peter trades his bikes for a guaranteed Blue Tiberium Refine. So there's no stealth detection for these tanks, so they can't see the Harvester until it docks. They have to wait for the bikes to show up, or they have to wait for it to dock, and Peter sends him home early to get that Tiberium out a little bit quicker. Bike's gonna move in. Back to the main base goes Wildcom. He's looking for an opening. He's looking for an opportunity, and for now, he doesn't find anything. Peter going for the ops center. He has now kind of just fully stabilized. He doesn't quite have his economy where he wants it. He's missing that 4th refinery, but he has 8 harvesters, so he's got a good harvester count. The 4th refinery would make it 9 harvesters as well. And Wildcom, he has now kind of stabilized as well. We're transitioning to the 6-minute mark, and both players are behind from where they would like to be if they'd been allowed to play a bit more greedy and a bit less aggressive and defensive. Then if they didn't have to dedicate so many resources to attacking and defending at various points, then they would be a little bit further along in the tech tree. More Scorpions are better. If you got twice as many Scorps of your opponent, you're just gonna win. Harvester getting targeted as well. Peter making the wise decision to not fight it out with the Scorpions, but instead snipe the Harvester. And Wildcom, he's got a comfortable Harvester count. Not quite as comfortable as Peter. There's going to be a sell-off of 1 power plant. And these tanks can actually commit into this attack and get the War Factory if they want. They're instead going for the power plants for now. But Peter also has the numbers advantage, so Wildcom is hesitant to engage. There's another power plant down. Low power mode for Wildcom. He's at 85 out of 40, which is a difficult amount of power to get out of. You're going to have to build multiple power plants to get out of that hole. The War Factory stays alive. It takes a couple of shots there, but I guess just retreat and kill the Tib Spike. Maybe that's the only damage that Peter is looking for. Harvester goes down. Dozer blades being added on to these Scorpion tanks a little while ago, and that's the advantage that Peter has over Wildcom. A very distinct change of pace in multiple ways from game 1 and 2 into game 3. Peter is looking fine as he is solid in this game number 3. Scorpion tanks chasing Scorps across the map. Reinforcements coming in for Peter, and he will push Wildcom away for now. There's going to be the completion of the mid-tier tech. Operations Center and the Secret Shrine both around, and it is going to be Black Disciples for Wildcom. So he's finally completed those infantry upgrades, and he's going to be happy about that. Black Hand Harvesters can't hide. They can't hide from the Scorpion tanks, and they can't hide from anything. Lasers finish up, and this is where Peter has a huge advantage now. It's Dozer Blade v Dozer Blade, but it is lasers v cannons, and that is not good for the Black Hand. You need the rockets to offset that, or you need to go to the next step to purifiers to beat the Scorps. It is mass Scorpion here for Peter. He is using his bigger economy to just push out more units. He's pushing into a lot of rockets, so the crush is going to be critical here as he goes for the kill on those rockets. He rolls over the army of Wildcom, but he maybe commits too far into it. The reinforcements come in. That's a big group of tanks, and it's Panic Fanatics here from Wildcom to try to save the day, and Peter is just going everywhere. I'm going to attack you as you transition to the 3rd. I'm going to go into your main base. I'm going to go deep at the natural, and now I'm just going in any direction that I can. Harvester gets picked off. Wildcom is still okay on the Harvester count, but he wants to get rid of these tanks. He's not dropping obelisks. Instead, it's going to be a hand of Nod to produce nothing as he is low on cash, and these Raider buggies are now rolling up to the fight. Wildcom has sort of just run out of steam, run out of units, and he can't quickly stop these Scorps. The crush is too good. The rockets are too stacked, and that's another hand of Nod, but can he even produce from all of these hands of Nod or not? It seems like the answer is now. The laser turrets might be the salvation of Wildcom, as they seem to be the most effective part of his arsenal. Another Harvester goes down to just 6 for Wildcom, as another gets melted down. Scrap metal and recycling, that's the name of the game for Peter, as he's turning Nod units back into dirt and metal, back into the raw materials from whence they came, and it's more and more dead Harvesters. Peter has decided the thing that I want most in the world is to kill your Harvesters. So even as the reinforcements come in, they're just getting bottlenecked into rocket fire as all of the Harvesters go down one after the other, and Peter does it. He puts a point on the board. He stops this from being a clean sweep, and he kicks off the comeback. And welcome back to the Badlands for game number 4. It's a desolate land for the next match. Rocking the Nod with a win. This is Peter. Switching over to Skrin to go for game number 4. This is Wildcom. No GDI, no Nod. It is alien firepower for Wildcom to try and win this out. But is he hoping to just play for the super big army, the super death ball, or does he want to try and go for something a little bit faster paced? The answer seems to be we're heading to the late game. We're at least not opening with any kind of disintegrator rush, and he has chosen Skrin over Traveler 59. So if you want to go for that rush, Traveler 59 tends to be the better option. But if you want the stasis shield to activate at a moment's notice, then you go with Skrin. That is one of the biggest differences between the two factions, is the presence of that stasis shield. It is such an incredibly powerful one-click. It does have a cost associated with it, but I think every player would agree that it is very powerful, if not overpowered. The cost that it earns is oftentimes way less than the value you get out of it. It is an absolute game changer. Whereas Traveler 59, you got that temporal wormhole, you got the slow field, which slows things down. So we'll see how Peter chooses to deal with it. He's not going aggressive. He has opted for nothing too crazy so far. He's up to 5 Harvesters. He's looking very calm and composed. He gets his scouts out on the map, taking a little look around, and now he will potentially have a Seeker Tank and a Gunwalker to deal with, a Lightning Spike as well. Peter freezing his production for now. Is he just going laser turret? I was kind of expecting the hand of Nod to just be for the laser turret, and it was. The laser turret gets canceled there as Wildcom puts on the lightest bit of pressure and is actually going to find a Scorpion Tank kill for it. He does lose a Seeker Tank in the return, but this is also just delaying the expansion by so much. No Harvesters can be really produced or transferred over to this natural expansion until this attacking force is pushed back, and this is very annoying for Peter. He's now on the verge of low power. If he loses another power plant, it will be lights out for the Nod player, and he's actually losing another Scorpion. All right, he's confident that he can hold this. Another Scorpion low on health, and the Lightning Spike gets it right there. The Harvester isn't powered down, and that's going to be a dead hard. Peter regretting that refinery timing. He could have held it. He could have deployed it and powered it down immediately, and that's just it. It's over. It's GG. Wildcom advances 3-1 versus Peter. And Wildcom will advance all the way into the deciding match. It was going to be versus BartJones, and then BartJones just forfeit out of the tournament. So it will be WildCom advancing into the match versus Green Zero. The rematch is going to happen, and let's jump into those games. And it's time for the final qualification match. We will kick it off on Winter Meltdown with a GDI mirror in the north. This is WildCom.
His opponent from the moment over the bottom left-hand corner on the of the map in the pink, rocking the GDI. Give it up for Green Zero.
It's happened again, except for this time I did it intentionally. Because Green Zero's name involves a color, I have recolored him sort of permanently in Battle Scry to always be green. So people can enjoy both my video and your video, Korak, because it'll be a different experience. You get to see Green Zero as green on my channel and as whatever random color he gets selected as on Korak's channel.
The same match, just with a new color.
And we could do that infinitely, just casting one game over and over. But we have the final best of 5 of Group D. It has been a long road to get here from Group A all the way through Group D. Double elimination, 32 players, best of 5s all the way down. The last time these two players met, WildCom and Green Zero, it was a banger of a series. The full 5 games, lots of GDI, lots of macro, and lots of everything in the GDI arsenal. And I'm expecting no less from them here, kicking it off on Winter Meltdown.
I keep waiting to see which one of these players is going to start off with their skirmishing phase, but it looks like so far everybody's just sticking with their guns, maybe going for a slow eco build, you know, playing a little bit slow and steady. It sounds like these players have fought each other quite some time, and we're getting pretty far into the tournament overall. So they're probably trying to be more cautious. At least that's what I've observed so far, is the further and further we get into the tournament and the more games that each of these players run into, the more cautious a lot of them seem to be playing, or sometimes the opposite effect, the more desperate some of them will be playing.
And on the other hand, I'm basically the opposite, because as we've gotten deeper into the tournament, I've now casted dozens and dozens of games. We're at like 40 or 50 replays. You've casted even more, so now I just want everybody to rush. I'm like, let's double War Factory MCV sell both players, just get it done in 2.5 minutes. Let's not go for 25 minutes after we've casted 40 replays of this event. But you're right. It's macro-oriented openers for both players. We're up to 8 and 7 harvesters from WildCom and Green Zero, respectively. The double War Factory is here, but it is well supported with a robust economy underneath it.
Does look like we got our first little set of pit bulls, at least for Green Zero over on the left-hand side. He's finally moving his way into the center of the map, looking for something to snack on, looking for some tasty, tasty harvesters to go for. It's really going to boil down to if his opponent's going to have a hole in his armor before this even really starts. But, of course, there's already the buildings down here intercepting the pit bulls, so WildCom's going to know what is coming right down Main Street, which, of course, is going to be a pit bull. A little bit of a missed micro there, I feel, for a couple of those pit bulls. They took a couple of unnecessary shots where I didn't feel they needed to before the fight had even begun. And WildCom's actually strangely pushing out his opponent with just a couple of APCs, but he probably doesn't know what's in the background. We have Fog of War obviously revealed, so we can see a lot more on our end.
Command post up for both players, and you're right, the early skirmishes are just still very cautious. If you can even call them early skirmishes, they are just so cautious between these two players. Mines being dodged in the south. WildCom trying to be sneaky by deploying some stealthy mines, but they get spotted out. Both players with command post, and neither one of them rushing AP ammo just yet. We do have the APCs, so AP ammo would be nice. Watchtowers as well, but both players are putting on pause. Maybe they'll go for airfield, or maybe they'll go for tier 3.
Well, and it's not like this is GDI into Steel Talons, which I've seen a handful of times making their way in, where they have the MRTs to continue doing those skirmishes, you know, where they can pop in a couple of rocket squads. They can be a bit more aggressive, I guess, with it. And it doesn't look like we're even getting any upgrades yet, really at all for the pit bulls. It looks like they're just happy to stick with that. Railcom's definitely got a bit more predator tank heavy and a few more APCs. I think he's got significantly less pit bulls, so maybe he just doesn't have faith in the pit bull fight and he just wants to rush it into that. Really only time will tell that. Green Zero keeps taking a bunch of these little bitty pot shots. It really just feels like, once again, nobody's rushing. Some of these units feel like they're just showing up so they don't get fined.
They don't want to get some kind of non-compliance fine, but we do have the first real strike coming out. Orca's going to be moving into Green Zero's natural expansion. That's one dead Harv, a couple of APCs here to guard against the attack, and the Predator tanks are going to walk right into the mines, but they're absorbing the shots. They're body blocking so the Orcas can get number 2 and maybe even Harvester number 3 as Green Zero taps on the Orcas and knocks them down, but not before losing the Harvs.
First blood definitely truly went to Railcom, and that was our first actual engagement that we got to see with those Orcas, with those, it was really great control for all of that, but he might actually be on his back foot now because there's plenty of pit bulls here for him to lose all 4 of these Predators, and it may not seem like a lot of units, but losing those units this early on in the game will make a difference, especially with how slow the productions for both sides are happening. Railcom actually, while this engagement is happening, is moving into the center of the map. Not sure if he's going for dead center or if he's going for the bottom. We'll get to see here in a moment. Another Harvester for Railcom, gonna get targeted, gonna go down. It looks like Green Zero's gonna get a little much needed revenge as the Mammoth tanks move their way in, taking a couple of shots off of the pit bull. One Harvester does go down, but the others are safe. More Mammoth tanks moving into the center of the map. It's gonna turn into a slugfest over the center.
And the first epic is out. Railcom heading for the center. Laser fence is deployed. Both players with railguns upgraded. And GDI versus GDI. It's the battle of the tanks. Rockets coming out for Railcom. He's going to try and hold the middle of the map. He's going to try and hold this MCV position, but that's a dead MCV. And Green Zero holds the middle for now. Marv rolling up. And Marv is going to have to back off. Who's going to be the first person to drop a one-click? There's going to be the scan. That's going to be the Shockwave Artillery. Green Zero gets the catch on the Railcom Marv, and he rolls into position. One dead MCV, one dead Marv. Super tank or base, take your pick, because Green Zero's rolling over everything.
It's definitely not just a bit of brute force. This is chest with fist. He did not tech up whatsoever, but he went pure Mammoth tanks, and it seemed to work out quite well for him. He's finally taken a couple of losses over here in the center, losing these Mammoth tanks, but these Mammoth tanks have definitely held their own. These Mammoth tanks have definitely found their own value, destroying that MCV, destroying that previous epic unit, and I'm not sure if we have a Marv yet over on Green Zero's side. He hasn't even, it doesn't look like he's even wasted the money on it just quite yet.
He certainly has not, and this is becoming a bit problematic for Green Zero because he spent his entire army rolling over that force, but now he's got nothing left to stop the now 2 Mammoth tanks. The somewhat paltry force from Railcom. All right, there's the Sonic Emitter. Railcom with a fresh MCV onto the front line. Couple of Zone Troopers as well. Orca Strike comes in, but it's a big miss because it's already been destroyed. And now a fresh MCV plus a fresh Mammoth tank from the side of Green Zero. Railguns from everywhere, but it's the Zone Troopers that are the unmatched damage on the side of Railcom. A dead MCV is going to adorn both players as GDI versus GDI. It's about those big powerhouse units, and they are slow to reinforce when they are coming from the outside of the map, heading for the dead center.
Railcom finally gaining a little bit of a foothold in the center, pushing out Green Zero entirely. I definitely thought it was not, I definitely didn't think it was going to go that way whatsoever, but something we kind of missed over in the background while all the action was happening in the center is just 2 APCs made their way into Green Zero's base, deployed a couple of rocket troopers, and were just absolutely pestering that old main base, destroying a couple of that here and there, so I'm sure Green Zero was distracted by that as well, on top of losing all of that cash there in the center.
And now we've remained with these small fights all throughout the game. We haven't gotten the big army versus the big army. Wildcom's army was a little bit late to the middle, and then by the time it rolled up, Green Zero's force was depleted, and it's just been both players smacking each other, but in pretty one-sided ways, one after the other. Green Zero needs to stop this engineer from stealing his tech, and he will. He gets the snipe by selling off an upgraded power plant. It is a cost, but one that he pays gladly to keep control of that tier 3.
In the background, he was also sneaking another unit, another ox cart with an engineer into the Tiberium spike of Green Zero, trying to capitalize on what economic gains he can get and stop his opponent, of course, from getting a couple of that cash in the bank as well. So all those little bitty actions will make a difference, and over time, that engineer will eventually pay for itself. Another mammoth tank over here in the center, gonna get caught out. It's got that railgun ammo, but it doesn't matter if it can't shoot up to that orca.
3 mammoths rolling through the middle of the map. Wildcom, for the second time, is now going to take over the center, and Green Zero is not here to oppose him. It's 20k of army versus just 10. Let's see if the orcas can make some magic happen, because Green Zero's second MCV is under threat. There's 2 mammoth tanks remaining, but the orcas have spent their shots, so now it's up to the rocket squads to blast down these mammoths. And if you knock down one mammoth, can you stop the others? More reinforcements coming in for Wildcom. It's going to be a hammerhead in the skies, knocking down those rockets. But the orcas have refueled, rearmed, and they're ready to go. It's round 2, baby. And the laser fence holds strong against the mammoth tank. Orca's getting chased away. AA battery on top of the hammerhead, so that's going to be 2 dead hammerheads, but it just takes so long. The Orca's trying to stay off the deck so they can get back in the fight, and Wildcom slowly but surely brings a second mammoth to this fight. Refueling and rearming, that's the name of the game for the orcas. As soon as they knock down a mammoth, there's another one ready to go to take its place. It's another dead MCV, and Green Zero has also lost his tech. So it's not much left on the Wildcom side of the map, but it's more than Green Zero has. Both players are nearly down and out, but Wildcom actually getting caught by a hammerhead in the south. His small attacking infantry force gets cut down.
Small victories can make a big difference here, but I don't see how Green Zero is going to recover from this. If anyone's going to do it, though, it is going to be Green Zero. I've heard him been called the GDI King before, but it looks like right now Wildcom's gunning for his title, gunning for his deal. A couple orcas moving their way in. They're going to take a couple of shots from the AA battery. He's going to go for these harvesters. Are going to get a couple here and there, but I'm not sure he wants these trades because Wildcom has so much more resources on than Green Zero. Every one of these losses is going to cost Green Zero so much more than his opponents. Much like in chess, this is Wildcom's time to trade. He can afford it as long as he can keep Green Zero out of the center of the map, both the north and the south. He can just continue on with his chokehold, continue increasing his economic gains. He's already got almost 20k in the bank, total resources gathered on Green Zero.
And if I'm reading this correctly, Green Zero doesn't have an MCV and doesn't have a war factory, so Wildcom just needs to sit back and not throw the game away. The only way that Green Zero wins this game is if Wildcom throws it right into his hand, and at this point, I don't think Wildcom is going to do that. He'd have to unplug his own network cable, and that'll be the tap out. That'll be the GG as Green Zero leaves game number 1, and Wildcom gets the slow, steady victory on Winter Meltdown. And the tiny forklift will be witness to the epic battle that will unfold on Tournament Undergrounds between Green Zero and Wildcom. Wildcom starting out slow and steady in game number 1, managing to get the win, but for a lot of that game, Green Zero was on equal footing. So while the score is 1-0, there were definitely portions of that game where either player could have taken it.
Green Zero, maybe you're predicting a little bit of a longer game on this map, although typically I only see this game make it to about the natural deal over there.
Oh boy, you may be thinking that Green Zero wants a short game, but I know someone who doesn't want, or Green Zero wants a long game, but I know someone who doesn't want a long game, and that is Wildcom. He wants to either make this a 1-1 or a 2-0, and he wants it to happen quick, and Green Zero gets eyes on it right away.
Definitely trying a bit of sneakiness here and there. Wildcom moving a couple, I think that's an engineer inside that ox cart.
Yeah, and Green Zero spots the tech, and then he spots the tech switch. So this couldn't have gone worse for Wildcom. He wasn't able to deny the scout. I guess he's gonna stop the MCV from doing something, but not really anything. Yeah, the watchtower gets deployed, so Wildcom has just shot himself in the foot. And then his opponent walked up and saw him shoot himself in the foot. So then Wildcom was like, but I'm going to bandage this foot up. And in the meantime, he accidentally shot himself in the other foot. So it's really just gone very poorly for Wildcom here in game number 2. Green Zero, it is his game to take.
Watchtower out here for the defense. Couple of pitbulls here should do quite well into the Hammerhead. Hammerhead automatically has to back its way out. Looks like he's not even going for the Harvesters. I feel like that would be better, but maybe he just thinks that his opponent spent too much money on these Hammerheads and wants to chase them down as quickly as possible because they're still going after it despite being left in the dust over there.
Yeah, Green Zero just kind of runs past that Harvester and Refinery at the main base. He is going to move his MCV over to the expansion. I did expect Green Zero to try and dive on the MCV of Wildcom to annoy it with the pit bulls and try and get as much damage as he could. He is doing that now. He'll get 2 volleys before it deploys. And yeah, the Hammerhead took some damage out there in the middle of the map. And Wildcom at least has 3 Tiberium spikes under his control. That's sort of the one thing going for him at this point.
He's taken probably a bit of unnecessary damage on this side, but I think losing those pit bulls is probably going to hurt Green Zero more than it did Wildcom in that fight. Hammerhead finally making another appearance, making its way over to Green Zero's base, only to turn around immediately, still smoking its way into the center of the map. Hopefully it doesn't get caught by if there's any remaining pit bulls. I didn't get catch that just quite yet.
Ooh, he's at least going to tag Green Zero's Harvester, so this Hammerhead, he's had a rough life, but maybe he can redeem himself by hurting Green Zero's Hammerhead. There's also a Predator tank slowly making its way over there. Both players going to try and stabilize on that natural expansion, and Green Zero did not retreat this Harvester away, so it is going to take quite a bit of damage. I think it can outrun the Predator tank, so we have no problems there, but Green Zero taking perhaps a bit unnecessary damage. In the end, he's going to be fine. He has the economic advantage in this game, but can he hold on to that as Wildcom has gone heavy into the Harvesters and into the natural expansion?
Both players kind of hobbling around just a little bit. Probably one of the more sloppy performances from both players that I've seen in some time. Both these players are typically pretty buttoned up for the most part, but that has not been the case this time. Maybe they're getting a little bit of fatigue on their end as well with all of the games that keep coming, and just some of the length of the games have gone on over and over. Like I've seen like 20 and 30-minute games pretty regularly. When my experience with Kane's Wrath is most of these matches, most of these rounds are over in like 8 to 9 minutes.
Well, Green Zero is going to try and make that happen here as a bunch of Orcas show up to the main base, and that's good volleys, good damage, good kill. He's going for the good game as he fires off at the APC and knocks it down. A couple of Predator tanks going to absorb a couple of more rockets from those Orcas, and Green Zero sends one lonely Orca. He was late to the party, he's late to the fight, and he is late to his own grave. Or maybe early to his own grave is more apt, as Green Zero, he didn't go for the airfield first, he went for the airfield second, and he did it better.
That does definitely explain the lull in his forces, although even with building all those orcas in the background, he still had a good number of pit-bulls here and there to go. Predator tanks just sort of rolling their way directly into their doom. Once again, they cannot shoot up, so they're going to have such a hard time dealing with all of this, and they're just going to kind of die for free. APC's a little bit better at shooting up, but I'm not sure they have rocket squads in them, which is what they really need, and orcas are already going their way back home, spending all of their ammunition, spending everything they have, and going for a little bit of repairs while Green Zero occupies a couple of the forces with a few of his Predator tanks. It's really looking up for Green Zero in this one, at least for the current moment.
Wildcom had caught up to Green Zero in the harvester count, and then he lost 4 harvesters. And now he is spending his time, he is spending his money rebuilding those harvesters, getting back now up to 6. Maybe he'll try and climb all the way back up to 8. But Green Zero, he has transitioned well into this sort of mid-game, mostly Orca-focused force, and it feels like he just has maximum control over the game, maximum control over the map. He will lose a couple of Orcas here as the APCs and the AA batteries manage to find some damage, but that's a small price to pay for the amount of control that he's gained in this game.
The one saving grace that Wildcom has is, at the very least, Green Zero's forces aren't entirely massive. It's enough to definitely pressure him and have a bunch of issues here, but I feel like he could slap a barracks down on the front line to deal with most of this. Most of the APCs are already gone on his side. They do have those AP ammo, but everything that's left is just these tanks. There are the rocket squads right on cue, making their way in to save the base and hopefully save some of the harvesters. Most of the harvesters did back their way out. Rocket squads, cavalry, slow moving cavalry going for the tanks. Those orcas would be pretty helpful here, but it looks like they've found another target. They're heading over to the northern expansion, but there's rocket squads here ready for them to go as well. AA battery as well, but it doesn't matter. Green Zero does not care. He's going to go for the harvester anyways and get a kill. Only one orca going down. A little bit of splash damage here and there as he continues the assault, going for yet another harvester. There's going to be a second harvester going down. It looks like it's one orca per harvester.
Green Zero tags the next harvester at the natural, and he gets the kill confirmed. One orca will escape the fight, battered and bruised. Behind all of this, Wildcom has said, well, if I'm losing harvesters, I'm just going to make more as he expands up to his third base. As he goes for that high ground expansion, he will manage to deploy at least one refinery there. And he, despite losing so many harvesters, and he hasn't yet fully harvested his main base, he is just continuing to progress in this game, going for a third base, now moving out into the middle of the map. Wildcom, despite the disastrous opening, has rallied his forces, and he is still going to try and put on a fight. He's going to fight until the bitter end in this game.
And he's really beginning to turn a lot of these fights around. I think people underestimate the power of a lot of this man spam, even for GDI, even though they're more expensive for GDI. When you're behind and you have a bit more issues with a couple of these fights, they can be a good bulwark to buy yourself some time, but they're not going to be super great into those snipers who have just been able to snipe so many of those rockets. I think there was like 8 rocket squads left, and now there's only 3 or 4 of them left, at least in that first initial pack, and Wildcom's now completely in retreat with Green Zero following in suit with his mammoth tanks, with his railguns. So it looks like Green Zero slowed things down just a little bit to get those railguns out, to get those mammoth tanks out, and now he's got armor on the front doorstep. However, the rocket squads can do quite a significant number of damage to it, but he is padding his stats not only with these snipers, but with a good number of rifleman squads here, hopefully to deal with a couple of these units. But APCs are definitely pretty good at dealing with that as assault does begin. Mammoth tanks do move their way in. Does look like he's going to try to move fully into his base as much as he can. A couple of harvesters might get caught in the crossfire if they're not careful. Pretty good concave here for the forces. Everything's going to be focusing on these mammoth tanks. These mammoth tanks need to go down as quickly as possible. A couple of foxholes going up to protect the units. They need to pick down. They need to thin those numbers of those rocket squads, because that's the only answer to these mammoth tanks. Mammoth tanks continuing their roll on their way in. Rocket squads versus mammoth tanks in the north, but there's not enough for the south to deal with that. One harvester going down here rather quickly. Wildcom's forces are just beginning to dwindle. He's almost out of the fight in the north. He has next to nothing left up here.
When mammoths roll into your third and they don't even have to shoot the harvesters because they're just rolling over top of them, you know you're in a bad state. It was a tough uphill battle and it wasn't over until the Mammoths rolled uphill, and that's when Green Zero had the final piece of the pie and was able to execute Wildcom and even the score 1-1. I've had it with these GDI mirrors, says Wildcom. I believe in the power of lasers. I believe in lights to bring death to my opponent, I guess. I'm not sure what else you could hope for the lasers of Skrin to bring to your opponent, but Wildcom is feeling like that is the way to victory. He chooses Badlands Hills, and he chooses the lasers of Skrin to light the way to victory. This is very reminiscent of what Phoenix did versus Green Zero on this map. Double pockets of descents, one in the north, one directly across the map, and I mean, it ended up working out. Phoenix did win that game, but maybe Green Zero has learned how to beat it.
He does have a foxhole in the north at the very least, but it's only going to slow down those descents ever so slightly. And I think there's 5 of them in total, 5 in the north, 5 in the south. Wildcom going for a little bit of the free victory, going for all of these tip spikes. So maybe he's trying to push this out into a later game, or maybe just get those early advantages, cost his opponent as much money as he possibly can. Maybe not confident in his ability to go for maybe some of these buildings or harvesters, just going for these soft targets instead. APC is going to mop up a good chunk of these guys, but the Descents can get close enough and destroy the APC if they're not careful, and there's a Rifleman squad in there as well. It does look like it does finally go down, which means those units are free to make it over to the other Tiberium spike. If they can get that one, that's definitely going to help their value. That's definitely going to help them out in the long run.
Yeah, smashing all 3 of the Tib spikes would be a fantastic opener for Wildcom. He has spent an enormous amount of money in the opening couple of minutes putting these disintegrators out onto the map. So getting the value back by killing those Tib spikes is crucial. As you mentioned, he just completely ignored the harvesters, and that's basically what Phoenix did as well. Phoenix's first move was to go for the Tib spikes, and then Phoenix was able to follow up with a harvester kill. But in this case, Wildcom instead gets the kill on all 3 Tib spikes. So a little of this and a little of that. Green Zero is going to be fighting his way back in the economy. Skrin typically has a bit of a faster economy than GDI or Nod, and without the Tib spikes, that can just snowball for Wildcom.
And it looks like he's sticking in there so far. It's 5.4 to about 5.6 or so. I think that will grow exponentially over time, losing, like you said before, all 3 of those spikes. But Green Zero is definitely capable of coming back from it, and he is a pretty stalwart player in his defense and in his comebacks. I think Wildcom's probably a little bit better in that regards, but I think the primary difference, and we got to see it last round as well, was that Green Zero seems to have the better transition. He seems like he's always got that plan in mind. What am I going to move into next? What is he going to do? He's always pretty good at predicting his opponent. Even though he wasn't able to stop those ascents, he did put his scouts in the right place at the right time. But they just weren't enough to stop 5 descents on both sides. And descents actually trying to get a little bit more value over on the right-hand side of the map, going down for a power plant. Power plant about half HP. Wildcom actually building a foundry. Maybe that's why his economy went down over on that left side on that natural expansion, trying to get a little more build power. Power plant does finally go down over on the right-hand side, increasing the value of those already very valuable descents even more so.
Green Zero goes for the air. AP ammo about halfway done, and he's going to try for a sneaky engineer as well. We've seen this a couple of times with Green Zero. It doesn't always work out, but perhaps it will. The old Tib spike steal via the Ox transport.
And it's going to be 3 engineers and 3 ox carts for the 3 different Tiberium spikes. The Gunwalkers don't look like they're in position really to deal with them, and those are making their way across the map pretty quickly. There are going to be a couple of descents here, and those might actually be able to catch him. He might just sort of catch it due to blind luck. Devourer is going to see the first set, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it there over to this one. Oxcart does turn around, And it looks like it's going to turn into this ring around the rosy where Green Zero just can't make his way in. He did send a Hammerhead over here for the reinforcements, and it looks like the descents did go down, but still, he hasn't been able to find anything to grab. Maybe he'll decide to turn around and go for those EMP control centers. He did grab one. Maybe his goal next is to get those defensive towers. He could grab the one in the north as well. I'm not sure what actually grabbing 2 EMP control centers does for you, if anything at all.
Dev tank goes down, so Green Zero's Hammerhead does finally find some additional damage after cleaning up a couple of those descents. And yeah, you're right, Green Zero has struggled to find a place, a home for these engineers. But at least I think they'll scout this double war factory on the front line. Green Zero desperately needs to find out about that double war factory, and there is Hammerhead's will spot it. Gunwalker dangerously close to killing off one of those Ox transports, but they survive. For now, all 3 engineers are safe, one inside of the EMP control center and the other 2 are still alive. Wildcom has powered up that eco. You mentioned how close it was earlier, but Wildcom has rolled this into a almost 20k income advantage for himself.
Although that could turn around quickly if he keeps losing harvesters after harvester. Yeah, that's going to be a third one going down in about a minute or so from one another. The other one having a full load of blue Tiberium, trying to make it over to the Skrin warp spheres, but just not quite able to move it. A little bit of armor over here in the south. The answer is definitely here for it, but it's a little far away. It looks like Green Zero is going to go for the throat, going to go for the economy, get some much-needed revenge, and take out at least one of those Tiberium spikes. And indeed, it does go down. Devourer tank does need to back its way out. This is the danger zone for it, but maybe it's just trying to bait for that tripod. Tripod's gonna have a hard time keeping up with this, and it's definitely gonna have an even harder time dealing with these AP ammo Hammerheads.
The tripods, if they could just close the distance with that darn annoying ground army, they could smash it, but they just keep kiting away. We did also just hear the call of the Marv. We have one epic unit out on the map, the first of the epics in this game to emerge. Tier 3 is up for the Skrin, and it has been for a little while, so I'm surprised we haven't seen a Warp Chasm yet. And this is the double Tier 3. This is the I'm afraid of Firehawks move for Skrin. You go double Tier 3. He's got the super-powered economy, so he can afford it. He's up now 22k over his opponent.
Shields are up for the upgrade for the tripods. He's got a couple of nice one of those. I think he's going to need to strengthen his Gunwalker numbers. Those are going to be pretty decent for dealing with a lot of these Hammerheads. Speaking of Hammerheads making their way in, doesn't look like we've got a Radical Hexapod building its way over in the south. Tripods trying to position, building a nice line there in the center. Marv's going to be a good answer for that. Sonic Emitter's going to be a good answer for that. But the real answer is really going to be these Juggernauts. He needs to get more and more Juggernauts out, and he needs to get something to take up the front line. But the shields will go down a little bit here and there, and it's going to be small skirmishing as Wildcom just sort of moves his way into Green Zero's base. Green Zero doesn't have a crazy amount to contest, but he can lose everything rather quickly if he's not careful. And that EMP is still cooking in the background, and there it does. It goes right off just as the other one click happens just as quickly, only hitting a couple of them. Oh, unfortunately, Marv does almost maybe make it out. It looks like about halfway, trying to skirt around that one click. The one Juggernaut does get grabbed. As soon as that one click is up, it should die to the tripods just as quickly. Tripods going full sin for that Marv. They want it. That is their payday, and they're trying everything they can to go for it. Marv getting so close, and they do indeed take it down, but at the cost of every single one of those tripods.
What will you pay for victory? In Wildcom case, it's every tripod, and he just hopes that the husks don't get recovered. He's already spent the Buzzer Swarm support power, so he's already used that one click, and that's the GG. Wildcom hands over 6 husks to Green Zero as Green Zero wipes out the main base and was about to make his way up the back door into the natural. Green Zero goes up 2-1 versus Ryle. And now with the momentum on Mountain Pass, sticking with GDI, playing green, this is Green Zero.
His opponent for the moment in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, wearing his 2 gloves, the left one saying purple and the right one saying Skrin. This is Wildcom.
Skrin didn't work out in that last game, and yet here we are on Mountain Pass with Wildcom choosing Skrin yet again. It looked good, and then the extended fight with that Marv was too costly, and the backdoor attack from Green Zero was too strong. Wildcom is in the lower bracket. It's the qualifying match, and now he is up against the wall. Green Zero has the match point advantage. He only needs to win one more game, and Wildcom has to pull 2 in a row out of his hat.
Definitely not impossible, but the real question will boil down to, is Green Zero going to allow it? Green Zero is one of these much tighter players that you get to see, especially in the Chrono Clash overall. He stands a solid chance of making it really far just overall with his playstyle, with most importantly his consistency, because one of these players can get some good matches off on each other, but I think it really boils down to the consistency, especially in a best of 5, especially with the further the tournament goes on, the more and more games you'll have to fight against this player. And maybe Wildcom over here is thinking that maybe it's one of those old classic rock, paper, scissors thing where it's like, he won't expect rock the 3rd time. So maybe that's in his thought process for this go around.
He's not going to expect me to go Skrin and build a bunch of tripods again. And Green Zero is like, this guy's going to go Skrin and build a bunch of tripods. Now, rolling back to Group B, Rex versus Futurama, a match on this map, a match with Skrin in the same position. It was Rex in the south versus some Nod faction that Futurama was playing in the north. And Rex did this exact same thing. He hopped his MCV up to the high ground, up to the middle of the map, taking the more aggressive expansion location and leaving the natural expansion as a kind of backdoor later game base. So you take the middle of the map, you play more aggressively, and then you leave the expansion that's in your back pocket for later on, and it worked out great for Rex. Let's see how it works out for Wildcom.
It's definitely very clear that Wildcom has watched a lot of these other replays, not just against his opponents, Green Zero, but watching just sort of people in general. And I think this map, in a lot of ways, at least for this tactic right here, seems to favor the Skrin and the Skrin sub-factions because you can take over that center of the map rather quickly. And it looks like he's taken a couple of notes from Rex as well, because Rex also built up a good number of Devourer tanks. He had a few more Gunwalkers out and ready to go, but I think that's because he was against, if I remember correctly, I think he was against Black Hand is who it was. It could have been marked to Kane, but I think it was Black Hand.
The only thing I know is that it wasn't Black Hand, because Futurama had a couple of stealth tanks that almost won him the game, but no, they didn't really win him the game. But he did have a couple of stealth tanks. We have a false start to the fight on the right. Green Zero, he's hoping to push back these dev tanks. Let's see if the Preds, the Guardian, and the Rockets are enough. There's no Corruptors to heal up this army, so it may have been a false start to a fight, but it's a real death for these dev tanks.
Wildcom still has an opportunity to turn this around because it looks like the Rocket Squads didn't follow this engagement, which was definitely a good chunk of their damage. Maybe not trying to go through the Tiberium field. Either way, it's going to cost them a little bit. Right on cue, I guess he might have heard you, Cybert, because there is a Corruptor out on the front line. Finally, may have been a little bit late to the fight. May have got lost on his way to the engagement, but at the very least, he is here now.
All right, another dev tank getting low, but another Predator tank going down. The Corruptor gets eliminated. The Buzzers are going to try and chase the Rockets, and they won't find many of them as the Watchtower keeps a couple of Rockets safe. Pred tanks, they're going to commit in for the attack. Both have low health bars, the Predator tanks and the dev tanks. And now it's 2v1, and it looks like Green Zero is going to back off. It's not going well for Wildcom, but it's not going great for Green Zero either. He's going to try and push up the hill. Dev tank numbers have been reduced, and the dev tanks that do exist are split up. They're not all together. Corruptor comes forward. Predator tank's going to be able to knock it down, but all of the infantry have been eliminated.
And I think that infantry is going to be what Skrin's going to struggle against the most, because so far he hasn't built a crazy amount of his gunwalkers. He's gone really heavy into these Devourer tanks. And another item of note to keep an eye out for is that even though these fights are kind of going, both ways for players, like it's a bit of a tug of war, Railcom is winning. And the reason why I say that is because he's controlled the center of the map, and it's a waiting game, it's a time game, and it's a little bit of a gamble as well. So the longer this goes on, and the more he holds on to his defense and this aggression right here, the better he's going to be off.
Green Zero feeling that pressure. He's wanting to take down these dev tanks, but he's also wanting to steal the blue Tiberium from the top left-hand corner. He knows he's trapped on this field, and he needs to do something about it. One Predator tank manages to get a little bit of damage on the left side of the map, but he gets knocked down by the dev tanks. And now Railcom, he's got enough dev tanks on the front line in the east that he can finally become a beast. One Harvester goes down, and the numbers don't lie. Railcom's at 9 Harvs versus the 7 of GDI.
And unfortunately, Green Zero has completely forgotten about his Harvesters just sort of sitting over there. They've had enough time to grab that. Railcom actually adding a little bit of insult to injury here, grabbing his opponent's Tiberium to refuel his tanks and continue the game. Sonic Emitter popping its way out, getting a massive shot out of the Devourer tanks that could turn things around. If it's not careful for Railcom, this could turn into a complete snowball. He is continuing the retreat and continuing to get a couple of really good shots. That is one thing that the Devourer tanks are pretty good at, is that reverse move, that range, that constant retreating seems to work quite well for them, and he's been able to use that tactic time and time again into Green Zero in this very match to delay and buy himself more time and slowly get a small victory.
We're going to be going back to preschool because we're going to count them 1, 2, 3, 4 dev tanks below 30% health. A couple of them just a sneeze away from death, and Green Zero was not able to cut them down. In the moment, they are rearming, recharging up on that Tiberium, and they're ready to fight again. So Green Zero, unable to get the kill on those last couple of dev tanks. He is going to pay the price when they show up full of damage at his front door.
Lightning Spike in the north might just barely get a Harvester. Harvester does manage to make its way out, but that does mean it's going to have to travel and get a bit of repairs, and that means the Harvester is not dead, but it is essentially out of the fight until it gets repairs or to somewhere safe. Just denying that Harvester the ability to harvest is almost as good as taking it out.
Oh boy, Green Zero, he deploys a Sonic Emitter on the front line to clear out his defense queue because a Devastator warship is shelling his tech center from afar. While Green Zero is distracted with that, 3 Harvesters go down to the charged up dev tanks. 1 Mammoth tank emerges, but that's going to be it. That's the GG as Railcom takes game number 4. It was slow and steady. It was about locking Green Zero in a box and poking him with a stick from a distance. Railcom sends us to the ace match. It's about the series, and then it's about the game, and then it's about the moment. In this game, there will be one moment that defines it all, that ends one of these players' run, because this is the ace match. This is the final shot. This is the player in the north playing purple. This is Railcom.
His opponent still for the moment in the bottom right-hand corner of the map in the yellow, rocking the GDI. Give it up for the GDI King, Green Zero.
It's the ace match. It's Sick City. This map often produces fast and furious games. It's a great rushing map. It's a great base pushing map. And I feel like games end before the 10-minute mark far, far more than they extend past the 10-minute mark. First Refinery, a little bit of a wonky placement there for Railcom. It's not a far enough angle that it should cause any problems, but sometimes that little wonky angle, it's a little bit of a sign of frustration, something going a little bit awry.
It definitely could be fatigue. It definitely could be nerves. There's plenty of things that he could be struggling with how much money is on the line. There's still 2K worth of just prizes overall in this tournament. So it's probably pretty high stake for a lot of these players. That could make a big difference. And making money off of Command and Conquer, 15, 20 years later, however long the game has been out, is quite insane and just sort of helpful in general.
And of course, that's a big thanks to Chronosphere, who is powering Chrono Clash II, for providing the prize pool, providing the budget for this event. We are very grateful for that, especially as we get another 5-game series from Green Zero and Wildcom, which means over the course of Group D, these two players have gone 10 games, with Green Zero having a slight advantage at this point. 1 game up. And if Wildcom wins it, then they will actually be completely even, 5 games apiece in this group.
It sort of got me thinking, how wild would it be if one of these players got knocked out and then joined the, I'm just going to call it the redemption bracket later on in the game. I don't remember if that's for just new signups or other people can sneak their way in it, but I do think it would be really funny if another group snuck their way in, and then we would have 15 games of just Green Zero and Wildcom going on further into the series.
Yes, unfortunately, at this point, that opportunity has closed, so we will not get a rematch between these two players in Chrono Clash 2. This is it. One of them is out, and one of them is in the playoffs. Green Zero heads to the high ground, deploys a refinery, deploys a war factory. So far, things are relatively calm, despite the fact that these are close quarters on this map, despite the fact that these players are close to each other. Things have been calm so far. I do want to highlight it is Bikes. It is Bikes blowing up a bridge in the south.
And actually, an interesting choice already. It looks like Wildcom's got a couple of Tib Troopers out and ready to go. Definitely clear out to some of those garrisons will help. And it looks like that is indeed what their purpose is for the moment, because they have cleared out both sections, or one section, going for the top section here in a minute. Although if they're not careful, they're going to get crushed by a couple of Predator tanks on their way over there.
Fanatics making their way out. Not often do we see Fanatics just produce out of a Hand of Nod that aren't in a panic response to an attacking force. These Fanatics were produced a little bit earlier than that. Bikes moving out across the map. It's a multi-MCV play, and the Tier 3 is up for Wildcom. So he could be going Supercharged Particle Beams. He could be going for Obelisks. Either one is an option, but he is going to be going for another kill on a Harvester. Bike swinging in the back door as the Catalyst missile crashes into the refinery. That's going to be 1. That's going to be 2. Dead Harvs on the front line.
Green Zero trying to mix up the tempo and moving his way into Wildcom's base. Obstacle Light over here for the front line. Couple of rocket squads, but they're not being produced just in time because the APCs are taking them out just as quickly. Green Zero doing everything he can to turn this around, to turn things on his head and go for Wildcom. Wildcom's going to be in a bit of trouble. There's the low power mode selling off of one of the facilities there in the background. 2 Obelisk Lights should definitely help, but it doesn't matter because the armor for GDI is just going to continue to roll their way through Wildcom's base, going for power plants, going for infrastructure that Wildcom cannot afford to lose, and the only thing on the defensive is just this solo Tib Trooper trying its best. It should definitely try somebody else's best, but at the very least it's doing its own.
Wildcom never got the supercharged particle beams, and now he's in danger of losing the Tier 3 low power mode once again, and this pretty small force of Preds and APCs have just been tearing through Ryld's base, and now he loses his Tier 3, and really the only thing he's accomplished with it is trying to defend against this attack, which he hasn't even been able to defend against.
And it's still not over as 4 of them remain. AP ammo there in the background, increasing the effectiveness of just a couple of these APCs that are left. You're seeing how quickly they're chewing through that power plant. Power plant's already at half HP with just 1 Pred tank there. A couple more joining the fray over here on the right-hand side, going for the war factory now, and Wildcom just cannot catch a break. He's got to step things up. He's got to turn things around. He's got 2 handed nods here in the center to try to intercept some of this and indeed it looks like he's going to push out some of those, but still his harvesters are under assault. A couple of Scorpion tanks here for the defense, as well as a few rockets here and there, but I think it might come out to be a little bit of a paltry defense.
On the other side of the map, it's going to be a stealth tank sneaking into the natural of Green Zero, getting one harvester and now trying to escape. It's Pitbulls committing in for the defense, and they are going to try and corner this stealthy boy and knock him down. Good night, sweet prince. Green Zero will let nothing escape. Much like this MCV, which is surrounded in the middle of the map. It may have a laser fence surrounding it, but it's also got a bunch of Pred and APC surrounding it. Scorpion tank's going to swing in to try and push away this force. The damage has been done. Railcom went for a tier 3. He didn't get much from it. He went for a multi-MCV. He didn't get much from it. Green Zero making everything that Railcom builds not do much at all. Green Zero pushing further and deeper into Railcom's base. The Pred APC is getting weakened, but he's still got strength behind it all.
And despite all of this damage, despite everything that's been going on, he's been able to get a couple of avatars out, so that means that T3 has been built back over in the background. It is going to get taken down here by the APCs and a couple other things. I think it might be able to make it back to that. As another avatar does join the fray, this could turn around in his favor if he plays his cards right, and indeed he does micro it correctly, but the refinery is going to go down either way. Railcom has actually ticked up in economy, despite all of this damage happening to him. Avatar going in for the crush, getting one Predator tank, going for the APCs. Massive, massive EMP. Crush, crush, crush goes the Avatar, destroying them with his powerful, powerful chicken legs.
In one moment, Railcom manages to turn that fight around. I love this stealth field on the low health Avatar to save it from that attack, and it looked useless, but that combination of crushes saved the attack, saved the defense rather, for Railcom and bought him a few seconds. His troubles are not over. The Marv is on the way. He's matching it with his own Redeemer. Juggernauts are already out, but he's matching them with Vertigos. Railcom has a chance, but it is still an uphill fight for the Marked of Kane, and it's up to this Redeemer to even things up. It's up to the Vertigos to knock down these Juggernauts.
I think the fight's really going to turn down into those Juggernauts, but it looks like the answer are here for them whatsoever, which, like you said before, are those Vertigos. Vertigos will do quite well into the Juggernauts. Juggernauts making their way forward. Not a lot of air defense there for it. Juggernauts going for the Obelisk of Light. At the very least, that's going to buy Railcom just a little bit of time. Sam Turret's there on the front line, taking a couple of pot shots off on the Hammerheads. Construction Yard moving its way into the center to support the push for the Marv. A little bit of defenses here on the front line, giving the Juggernauts a little bit of advantage there, giving them some sight to go for those SAM turrets so the Air Forces can continue. Vertical bombing, hitting something over there in the background, going for two Juggernauts and destroying the husks.
Green Zero steps forward, and immediately he gets bombed. Two of the Juggernauts going down, but there are at least 4 more still on the map. And there's going to be the Space Command uplink deployed right onto the front line. Can he actually tag this Redeemer? There's going to be the Shockwave Artillery called in. The RNG is good. It misses the Marv, and it hits everything of Nod. Nothing of GDI gets tagged, and now the Avatar's stepping up. A couple of them dual beams to burn down that Marv, but the Redeemer's already dead, and the Vertigos are having to be brought in for the anti-air. They're going to try and drop their bombs. They're going to try and save the Avatars, but the Marv closes in. That's 1 dead walking boy. That's 2 dead walking boys. That's the EMP, and the magnetic mine drop on top of it all. 1 epic unit down and 1 epic unit still very much alive. Green Zero is crushing Railcom on the front line.
GDI just continuing its slow but sure roll, actually popping a couple of reinforcements there on the front line while these Juggernauts just do so much damage, and Railcom just cannot respond. There's the scan over the left-hand side, giving those Juggernauts even more time. Vertical Bombers going for the Juggernauts, taking out 2 of them. Husks are there in the background. Firehawks are going to go for them, but I'm not sure it's going to matter because this is Green Zero's game to lose. I don't see a way for Railcom to turn this around. He doesn't have a hidden army in the background, and he's got almost next to nothing in production.
It's all come down to this, and the fight between the Redeemer and the Marv couldn't have gone worse for the marked of Kane. The Vertigos were a nice attempt, and Wildcom will stay in the game, fighting with everything he's got, which isn't much. GG comes out. The fire sale will end the game for Wildcom, and Green Zero secures his spot in the playoffs. The round of 12 is coming, and that is the end of Group D. We now have 8 of our 12 players locked and loaded for playoffs. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. This is Cybert and Korak signing out.